So good evening, everyone. If you could make your way to a spot, and we'll get the show on the road. We have a rather lengthy agenda, and all of you don't have to sit here all night, but we do. And if you'd like to sit with us all night, that's okay, too. So I'd like to call the City Council presentation agenda to order. And for the record, today is Tuesday, July 22nd, 2026, and it's now 5:05 p.m. So we just have a couple of presentations tonight. It's to recognize a couple of folks who have served the city, and we have a lot of folks who serve on committees and aren't necessarily recognized or known, but these two folks have served for many, many years as special magistrates for the city of Homestead. They kind of sat as judges for code enforcement issues and reconsideration. And I know one of them has a reputation of being pretty tough, and I say, you go, girl. But we want to stop for a moment and recognize the service by a couple of folks to the community. Is Pastor Stiles here? I don't. So come on in. So Karen Jenkins and Michael Stiles, Pastor Stiles. We'd like to recognize you both with just a little certificate from the city. Certificate of recognition presented to each of you. Come on down, Karen and Pastor Stiles. So tonight, in sincere appreciation and recognition of each of your years of dedicated service as a special magistrate for the city of Homestead, your commitment to upholding justice, fairness, and integrity has made a meaningful impact on our community. So on behalf of myself, the council, and all the residents of Homestead, we present you this small token and thank you for your unwavering dedication and valuable contributions to our city. Karen. Mm-hmm.
I'm not a big speaker, but I'm thankful for this reward. I've been doing this for the last 4 years, and I love our city, and my way of giving back was being able to make sure that our city was being protected with, all the fines and that needed to be paid, or if I was able to help somebody, I could, but that just shows that, I do it from my heart, and I'm thankful for everybody that has supported me, who's, I want to say to Crystal, was my original person that actually hired me or accepted me. So, and everybody else, and the whole council and everything. I'm always here. I'm always willing to help. So, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Karen.
I think I've been here a little longer, just a little bit longer. 2020, whenever it was approached for this opportunity. I was like, nah, my wife already told me don't be going for no political, anything political. And so I respect her from that. But this gave me an opportunity to serve our community. When appointed, I took it to heart. I didn't just look at the responsibilities that was to shape our community, to better our community, but I also went to Pinecrest. I took my own time to study to show myself approved. That's the preacher coming out of me. And as Karen can tell you, it was a sacrifice. We can't go eat in our communities. We can't just be out in the public, because if you find someone and they want to have their revenge, you're exposed. Tonight, I know that council is getting ready to make a decision. Whatever decision they make, I'm a resident of the city of Homestead. I love the city of Homestead. I'm here with a bittersweet moment. I'm just going to go ahead and try to get it out real quick. The time and effort that went into being a trusted hearing master is not just an office. but it's an honor. It's a privilege. I've gone through three managers with code enforcement. I've seen our community change. When you cross 8th Street coming into Homestead, you can see a difference. I know I'm known as the no-nonsense one. Karen can have compassion. Me, when it comes down to littering in my city, I have no compassion. My concern tonight is that whatever the decision is, I hope to God that we have someone that will stand in the position of making the right decision that's based upon our residents of our community, not based upon getting paid. Because Karen and myself can tell you what the city has diligently given us. It can't take our time from being able to review our own cases, making sure we're fair by the people. When you get someone sitting in a position, sometimes it's not based upon justice or compassion, or not knowing folks like Sister Mallory, who lives down on the south end of town, whose husband died, and now she has a code enforcement that we got to be fair with. Not knowing someone that has just opened their business and didn't understand the knowledge or wisdom of being able to be compliant to the orders or within the ordinances that we, as residents, and I say we because if you're sitting here in this council, you voted for these ordinances. Me and Karen had to study these ordinances, but also have compassion to deliver in fair and just on East Side. As we move forward with this here decision, whatever the city wants, as the Bible says, render unto Caesar what is due unto Caesar. But council, be reminded, the citizens put you in position, and the citizens have the last say-so. Have a great day.
Okay, well, that concludes our presentation ceremony this evening. Again, thank you again both to Pastor Michael Siles and Karen Jenkins, who I've both known at least 7 or 8 years. I want to thank them for their service and all that they have done. And again, as the pastor said, the sacrifices they made. It's funny, I was thinking when you said, your wife said, you know, you're not going to be thinking about any political stuff. Well, the last place you want to sit, if you're thinking about running for office one day, is in the seat you sat in those hearings. And it takes a special commitment and integrity and view of the city to do that. So again, thank you both. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome. It's still Wednesday, July 22nd, 2026. I won't vouch that it'll still be the 22nd when we leave here tonight, but I'd like to call the regular City of Homestead City Council meeting to order. It is now 5:15 p.m. and let's see, what's that? No, okay, yeah, you're good. This evening, we will have the invocation by Councilman Konski, followed by the Homestead Police Explorers with the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone, please stand.
Please join me in prayer. Most gracious Heavenly Father, we commit this day to you. We give you praise, honor, and glory for all that you're doing and all that is yet to be done. We ask a special blessing over the city of Homestead, over the leaders, over this meeting tonight, over the discussions and the business that will be before us. Father, we ask for guidance. We ask for discernment. We ask for leadership, wisdom. And Father, we just thank you and praise you for what you're doing in this mighty city. We give you all honor, praise, and glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
We have the Police Explorers. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call, please?
Councilman Konski? Here. Councilman Cannibal? Here. Councilwoman Avila?
Here.
Councilman Ross? Here. Councilman Fletcher?
Here.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Here. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next is a public comment section of the agenda. I will first take those who have pre-registered in the order in which you were clocked in, which is what I'm trying to do right now to get these registration sheets in the order of time. First up, Eddie Garza. To come forward and give us your name and address for the record and your comments this evening.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Board. My name is Eddie Garza. I live at 101 Northeast 19th Street, Homestead, Florida. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'll be speaking in support of Coach Don Dracon. And I wanted to first commemorate his life and his legacy. Coach Dracon recently passed away, and it was a huge loss for the community. I had the honor of being one of his football players way back in the day, my time at South Dade. And that man saved so many lives, so many young people who he would not let anything become an obstacle for them achieving an opportunity to play on the football field, whether that became economics, whether that was academics, whatever it took. Coach Don Dracon ensured that youth that wanted to play football at South Dade had a chance, and he saved countless lives. I believe we should commemorate his life and legacy by renaming Harris Field into something that's appropriate and that would be in alignment with his family's wishes. Again, I honor him by being here today. We're going to miss you a lot, Coach, and I thank you all for listening. God bless you guys. Go South Dade.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, Mr. Bello. Enrique Bello, also known to most of us as Henry, you're up. Come on down.
Good evening, and thank you for the time to talk about something that you folks have been considering. We have a property for a long time in front of the park, right adjacent to Chrome Avenue. And your professionals have actually told us what to do. And they have formulated a plan to build a single story building, which at this time is commercial 1A, which is basically offices. But it is my understanding that perhaps you are considering something a little different for the properties that are adjacent to Chrome Avenue. Now, if you are, you can check with your professionals. The building is going to be pretty. It's not going to be a big building. But we would like to request and ask for your permission to, can you hear me? To build, thank you, to build sort of a Starbucks, Pinecrest type of bakery. That would serve well to be right in front of the park. It will be done with class. It will be pretty. And the reason why I'm talking today is that if you're considering it, it'd be a lot easier to right off the bat build it in such a way that it would accommodate the plumbing and all the engineering that it requires for such a business to be in action, you know. And other than that, I think it would be a great idea in the sense that it's right next to Chrome. It's right in front of the park. And the main reason was that if your vision is to do such a thing, it'd be a lot easier to do it with your permission right up front than for me to build it, for us to build it, and later have to break the pavement and stuff to provide for all the lines that are necessary for the. Now, if you want to really know what we're doing, your professionals have already sketch of what we're going to do, which is going to be nice. It's not going to be big, like I said, one story. And with that, I end my my comments, and hope that you folks, if you're going to do something like that, that I'm allowed to do it right up front, which would be a lot easier and a lot cleaner. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mayor?
Good to hear positive comments. Councilman Roth,
Just a clarification, what property are we talking about?
due north of the Dickinson Center that fronts Chrome. Musselwhite Park.
Oh, that vacant lot that's
The
on.
vacant lot,
Is that 17th?
Yes.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
Okay. Thank you,
All
Mr.
right.
Sproutt.
Thank you,
Good.
sir.
Thank you. Okay. Next is it Vitaly Falkover? Okay. Vitaly? Good evening. Welcome. If I butchered your name, my apologies.
My name is Vitaly Palkovich, 9280 Southwest 167 Terrace, Palmetto Bay, Florida. I came in contact with your police department. You guys have one of the amazing police departments in South Florida. Not a lot that you see what you get to see when you go to police department. And it comes from you and your administration, the city manager hiring a great police chief. As you look at the budget for the next year, I ask that you look closely for the police department and give them a little bit of money so they're able to continue to do what they do. It's hard to do their job, and I definitely don't want to be doing their job. And I'm very grateful come here and do my business and know that no matter what time I come here, that I feel safe when I'm in Homestead. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, Lunacell Alvarado.
Good evening, 1460 Southeast 25th Avenue. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, City Manager, members of the Homestead community. My name is Lunis Alvarado, and I'm the founder and executive director of the People's Project Foundation. First, I'd like to thank you for your continued service and dedication to the residents of Homestead. I truly appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I'm here tonight to ask you for your support on an initiative that is about much more than a single event. It's an investment in the children and families of our community. On Saturday, August 8th, 2026, from 2 to 6, at Osborne Park, the People's Project Foundation would like to partner with the City of Homestead and hopes to host our back-to-school bash with the goal of serving approximately 800 students and their families. Thanks to the generosity of our sponsors and community partners, families will receive free backpacks, full school supplies while supplies last, connect with community services and service providers, and have access to educational and health information. We also hope to provide school uniform shirts and shoes on a first-come, first-served basis, as well as free gas vouchers for families attending the event that will be redeemable at our local 7-Eleven at 6:30 after the back-to-school event. For many families, these resources provide much-needed relief during one of the most expensive times of the year. More importantly, they help ensure that every child begins the school year feeling prepared, confident, and supported. Tonight, I respectfully ask for your continued partnership, whether through helping us spread the word, volunteering, connecting with us with additional partners, or attending the event, providing financial support, and also your involvement will help us reach more families and make an even greater impact. Together, we can show our children that Homestead is a community that believes in them and is willing to invest in their future. And on behalf of the People's Project Foundation, our volunteer sponsors, and hundreds of families, we hope to serve and thank you for your time, your leadership, and your continued support. We hope you can partner with us on August 8th at Osborne Park, and God bless you.
Thank you. And I'm sure each one of us individually will be in touch. Thank you. Okay. Pastor Stiles, you registered. If you're still here, have you said your piece?
it aware of the commitment and the love that I have for our community. I became the pastor at St. Paul. Let me tell you, first I got a back protocol. First of all, honor every last one of our elected officials. My address is 3106 Northeast 3rd Drive, Homestead, Florida 33033. In 2013, I made a decision to follow what Christ told me to follow, and that is to lead the historical church here within our community with dignity, with honor, and with respect. In doing so, we collaborated and made it possible for us to build a relationship politically, spiritually, and mentally for our community, which came along with some more tasks. I've been through a whole bunch of councilmen since I've been here, and every last one of them, no matter where you in your district and you call St. Paul or myself, we come to serve. And that's what I love about being here in Homestead. I come from a little small community, St. Simons Island, Georgia. Most of you don't even know where that's at. But if you look it up, it's a small, wealthy community. And one thing we take pride is community. In 2020, when I was approached to come off of SWAC, which I love, Councilwoman Bailey, thank you for all you've done for the Southwest District and what you continue to do. To Councilman Roth, thank you for your service and all you have done. And I can only say thank you to them because I work, and Mr. Fletcher, thank you, because I've worked with them since I've been here. As I step to the position of being honored to serve our community, not in the political arena, but in the way that we can change our community with the decor and things that we're doing in the community. And I was honored because I knew that our community needed someone to enforce, but also have the compassion to judge. Did I want that position? I didn't want to leave you, Ms. Bailey, but our community needed a change. Today we'll be voting, or you'll be making a decision on whether you want to go towards a different route, or you want to be able to continue to include me and my colleague as residents of this community that loves our community, that respects our community, and we work together with one another. I watch Karen's cases to make sure that whatever comes behind her will be honored, so no one slips between the cracks. I ask that you please take that into consideration as you've done before, and you said that we would be godfathered in, but now we come to another decision that we put so much hard efforts into learning what our community needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Stiles. All right. Next, registrant is Robert Moling, and I can actually say, Robert is here.
Sorry.
Good evening.
Good evening, welcome.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak of a dear, dear friend. And one I think all of you would be proud to have anything named after him. But his life was football. Don Drinkon. In 1990, no, when was it? 2001, I sat before the same commission. I was many different commissioners trying to get the stadium named Don Drinkon Stadium. And with the 9/11 thing that happened that same day that I was in that room with the commissioners, with all the other people, and it kind of went by the side. And there was different things said about Don that were so untrue just for it not to go. When I was 16 years old, I went out for football at South Dade. And Don Drinkon is then the coach, and was the coach then. And he said, young men, come to practice, we'll find a spot for you on the team. You miss one practice, you're gone. We had just merged with Mays High School, and we have too many athletes. Not all of us can have a spot. You'd have to earn the spot. Well, my daddy, the very next day, wanted me to come to work, and I had to come to work. He needed me to work on the farm. And I came back the day after that. My whole locker was cleaned out. And I said, Coach, what's going on? He said, I told you, you missed one game, one practice. You're gone. We don't have room for you. Didn't set too well from a 16-year-old, but I understood. Well, time went on. Never even seen Coach Don Drinkon at the time anymore. I kind of wrote him off. Well, it turned that I got married, had children, and two of my boys wanted to play football. And when my older one graduated junior high, whatever that's called when you pass on to high school, I brought Brandon up to Coach Drinkon and introduced myself. He said, I know who you are. And I introduced him to my son. And is there anything you can do for him between the end of junior high and the beginning of senior high? He never played football before. He played Dick Conley a little bit, but really that's not football. But he worked him out in the weight room as wasn't a first year high school, he was pre-high school. And he would do that for a football player. And Brandon worked his butt off and proved that he could stick up with anybody that's playing football. And Coach Drinkon had such respect for him. He would use my son as an icon of what you want to work, how hard you want to work to get what you want. And then my little son, he came up 3 years later, and he did the same thing. And he got in there, and he did real good. And they played football for him, learned life skills, learned what it means to be a man. When they graduated, Coach Drinkon had films for them to take to their future colleges. Coach Drinkon would send them to them. And he would send films of other students from other high schools here, Homestead, several high schools that the coaches didn't promote the football players. And Coach wanted to get education, anything he can do to get kids in school, anything he can do to keep them. He would pay their damn insurance that the mother and father wouldn't even know they're playing football. They didn't care about paying for their insurance. And you got to have a little insurance money. I'm sure that Joel Fenari's here. He can tell you more about that. But if there's any way possible, we can put our town's name on the line and have that man's name honored. It's just such a... I saw him in the home in South Carolina. I would go visit him 2 or 3 times a year. And he couldn't even walk. They had a walker for him, this thing. And he heard his son told him that I'm coming in. And I rang the doorbell. He got up in the damn chair and walked right to the door. And it was just, he's an honor to know him. There's some things they said about color. Coach Drinkon was absolutely colorblind. He kicked me off the team as quick as anybody. And he was just a man. All of us respect him. They ever knew him. If you had the opportunity to know Coach Drinkon, you know what I'm talking about. And I appreciate the opportunity. Hope we make the right decision.
Thank you. Hey, Sherry Ader. Hello.
Mayor, council members, city manager, I was.
If you move the microphone closer.
Is that better?
Or stand closer.
Is that better?
Much better.
Okay. I was here about item number 28. I am a City of Homestead electric utility customer. However, I do not reside in the City of Homestead. I know that we would not be included in this ballot. I know it's a survey from the residents, and I wanted your guidance on how my voice could be heard in this decision.
that's part of the discussion that I'm sure is going to be had later in the evening when we talk about this. I understand that there are perhaps concerns, and we're going to have that discussion.
Okay, would that be under tab 28?
Tab 28
Okay.
later.
Thank you.
All right. Was John going to speak? John was registered as well. John Ader? Why not, right? Hi.
Thank you for the opportunity, Councilman. I've only been an apprentice. I represent the utilities department. I've been a lineman apprentice for the past 3 months. And I can tell you in that time, just the things I've learned from them, the things that we've done for the city, coming in at 2 o'clock in the morning, our response time has been nothing but the best. I know there's talks about selling. It's very concerning. Being me, I'm young, trying to get into this career. I've learned countless things from all of them. We come in every day. We bust our butts. We're here at 2:30 in the morning fixing power. We're here all night, working all night. I just wanted to, it just raises concerns for me being young, only 21 years old, trying to get my life together and, just seeing these things. Don't mind going to FPL, but I'd like to stay within the city. This is where I grew up. This is where I enjoy. This is where my pride is. My father grew up here. My grandfather grew up here. My family's been down here since the 50s, and I like to keep staying down here much longer. That's all I have to say.
Very good. Let me just go ahead and say, because I know some of you may or may not be here because it's very late in the agenda, and I was going to preface my remarks this evening by, my placement of this discussion on the agenda is in no way a reflection upon anyone in the utilities department. From the director all the way down to the newest hire, it is not a reflection on your commitment, your capability, your viability, and your commitment to the city. We'll get into that further this evening, but I want to be really clear that, at least from my perspective, not a reflection on anyone who is part of our Homestead family in that department.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That seems to be everyone who has pre-registered. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to make a public comment on any issue? Come on down. Give us your name and address for the record, please. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilman. My name is Natasha Matherin. I live at 128 Northeast. 120. I forgot my address. 128 Northeast 26th Terrace, Homestead, Florida. I am a citizen of the city of Homestead, born and raised. And I'm just up here today to spread awareness about a judicial candidate that is running for a judge in the 11th Judicial Circuit. Her name is Yenef Jel Carmen Baez. She has served the citizens of Miami-Dade County for the past 9 years as an assistant state attorney, serving the citizens and fighting for the victims of crimes in our county. She would she would be a great asset to the county, and I just wanted to come here and take a few moments to acknowledge her, let the city of Homestead know about her. She is judicial candidate 128 on the ballot, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out this evening. Anyone else in the audience? Walter, come on down.
Walter Jenkins, 4075 Northeast 15th Street, Homestead, Florida. Thank you, Council. We appreciate everything that you do, both here and away from this dais. I just wanted to give you a quick update with regards to We Can All Race. And you guys have done an amazing job to support that in our community, as we have a number of drivers that are coming out of the racing area. One of our drivers actually just broke a record in Europe and defeated every European driver in under 10 category, and that's never been done by anyone, let alone an American, in the sport of racing. So thank you for the way in which you support that in our community. We also have other drivers in North Carolina doing other things, as you know as well. And I just wanted to give you an update that your support of that foundation has been integral, and we're grateful for it. So thank you for continuing your support. God bless you.
Thank you, Walter. Anita. Before we go to the online, is there anyone else? Last chance, or we're going to go to the folks who are waiting online. So seeing none here in person, who do we have online this evening?
Brandy Ramirez, Mayor.
Okay. Good evening, Brandy. Please go ahead. Ms. Ramirez, please go ahead.
You need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
We can, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Brandy Ramirez, 2231 Southeast 1st Street. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. I just wanted to show my support in regards to the renaming of the Harris Field to the coach's name, but I also just wanted to make a clarification in reference to the item you'll be discussing in regards to the private company taking over the Harris Field P3 proposal. If we can please get some clarifications tonight, because I understand that would be a 30-year term, and so I do trust Larry Ross, Erica, Vice Mayor Jennifer Beatty looking into that long-term length, and if they're in support of it, great, because I know that they speak to the community and they hear what the residents would like in regards to Harris Field. The other important item I would like to also show support in is in regards to the code enforcement leadership, Mr. Miles and Ms. Karen, great leaders in our community, and they have served with compassion. So I'm hoping our mayor and our council tonight will take into reconsideration and allow them to continue on doing the amazing service that they do with their hearts. Please, just asking for that to continue, those two leaders. And also the most important item is tab 28 tonight. If you can please give us clarification now during public comment, because I know there's people in the community that like to hear this, but I, as Brandy Ramirez, longtime hometown resident of Homestead, we support our utilities department, the men and women that work there, Barbara, the director. We don't want this. This shouldn't go on to about it. And I think our council have the heart, to know that this shouldn't be there. So I'm just asking if you can please make sure that this doesn't continue, that you guys vote away from this. As you saw the young man that spoke, we got a lot of great men and women there, and they need our support tonight on this matter, to not go to ballot. And if it does go to ballot, then us residents will vote against that. So why should taxpayers' money go towards this? So again, I appreciate your time speaking, and I also want to thank the police chief for having an event recently at the church and making it very clear to the community that the Homestead Police Department is here to serve all the persons in the community, including immigrants. And he gave us some very good clarifications in regards to, the police department not working with ICE and just keeping information updated to the community and letting the community know that not to be afraid to call 911. So thank you again, and I wish you guys a blessed evening tonight.
Thank you. Anyone else online? Okay, so I will now close the public comment section of the agenda. Before we go forward with some logistical gymnastics on the agenda tonight, Mr. Manager, do we have any additions, deletions, or deferrals? Requested additions, deletions, or deferrals?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We do have some additions and some deletions. We have an addendum number 1, which is car item number 5112. It's a collective bargaining agreement reopener for PBA lieutenants.
Okay. What else?
We also have addendum number 2, car item 5113, collective bargaining agreement reopener, PBA police officers, detectives, sergeants, and corrections officers. Then we also have addendum number 3, car item number 5137, non-bargaining one-time COLA for the general employees. I believe there is also a couple of withdrawals from the city attorney.
Yes, Mayor. Tab number 25, which is car number 5127. It's an ordinance dealing with the B3 open air cafe ordinance. Councilman Avila has requested that be pulled. It'll be brought back forward with some modifications in September.
And one more, tab 8, which I will also come back next meeting with some modifications.
All right. Very good. All right. So can we do one consolidated motion to start with to add to the agenda the 3 add-on items dealing with collective bargaining agreements and then the deferral to a time certain of tabs 8 and 25?
Yes.
Motion? Moved by Councilman Fletcher, seconded by Vice Mayor Bailey. Any questions or comments from council? Hearing none. All in favor? Any opposed?
Aye.
Was that Avila? Okay. Okay. So, any particular one, Councilwoman, for the record?
I was saying I in favor. The
Oh.
delay might have confused. Sorry.
Oh, okay, okay, it came in late. It sounded like your eye was like, okay, any objections? And I guess there's a delay in the transmission. I'm sorry. So you're,
There is, yes. And for the rest of the meeting, I'll try my best to try to be very prompt, but when you click the button, there is like a slight 10-second delay that might cause that confusion.
good to know. I think
Thank you
that's
very much.
what happened here. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So we have some very public-oriented items before us tonight. What I would like to do is jump to tab 2, which will be the SPH discussion, followed by tab 27, which is the EDC item, tab 12, the millage rate discussion, tab 23, the Harris Field. Councilwoman Konski, your item. Move it ahead. And Councilwoman Avila, following that, if you had anything under your business that's not on the agenda that you would like to bring forward early in the evening, we'll accommodate that as well.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so let's move to tab 2. This is the first of 2 public hearings regarding the P3 proposal for a partial renovation and upgrade of Harris Field as proposed by the folks at Sports Hub. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Javi Vasquez. I'm with the Gunster Law Firm. Our offices are at 600 Brickell Avenue, and I'm here tonight on behalf of VSGS Facilities, better known as SPH, Sports Performance Hub. As you know, Sports Performance Hub has submitted an unsolicited proposal for a concession operator agreement calling for the renovation, activation, and programming of Harris Field Park. On July 7th, this council directed the manager to commence negotiations with the SGS related to our P3 proposal on a non-competitive basis. Those conversations have begun, and tonight is the first of 2 meetings. Tonight is primarily intended for public comment, and next time we come back, it will require a determination by this council to make a finding of public purpose. Mr. Sakevich is here with me, as is Mr. Terry Bross, and he is going to give a summary presentation for the benefit of the public and for the benefit of this council as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Javier. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Great to see you again. Good to be back here on this exciting presentation. We're really excited about having the opportunity to continue partnering with you all to not just build a historic park down at SPH, the main campus, but when we heard about the city's desire to reimagine Harris Park, we, as good partners, stepped in and made a proposal to invest $5.5 million into the renovation of that stadium, which needs a lot of love and care. That, in addition to the $5.5 million of capital improvement to renovate that stadium and upgrade it in seating and lighting and audio and put up some nice LED boards. Also maintain that facility on an ongoing basis, which is approximately $1 million a year in maintenance improvement that we would take on privately in addition to the $5.5 million of capital improvements. I'll share the slide that I shared with you previously, or the deck. This is Harris Park and the two grass fields next to it. The $5.5 million, just to be clear, doesn't improve those grass fields, although we will maintain them and upgrade them as we go along throughout the concession agreement. And again, this is not a takeover of this park. We will continue to operate it as it is operated today. So we've met with all the stakeholders that use Harris Park and have assured them that they will have continued access, and we're actually going to encourage more access to these fields in this park over the term. The most exciting thing about it is that this, if started when we can start in October, will be done by March of 2027, which would effectuate the relocation of Miami Football Club to Homestead in March to begin their season. That'll be awesome because it'll bring more jobs to the city. All our players will be living here. Our staff will be here, obviously, as we're building the rest of the development over at the regional park in Homestead here, which is a longer construction project. But in addition to Miami FC playing its games here, we'll also be working, we'll have a staff to be developing soccer tournaments and exhibition games and youth tournaments, which is big business and a big economic impact to the city of Homestead. Lots of heads and beds, lots of eating and restaurants, and great economic vibrancy. And we think that this will be a special place on Friday nights, Saturday nights, Sunday afternoons for not just live soccer events, but also music concerts, concerts in the park. It'll be a great asset for the rodeo for the next couple of years until they relocate to the stadium facility at SPH. So we're pretty excited about it. This is a nice bird's eye shot of it. So what the $5.5 million does is it puts in a brand new, much wider field, a brand new synthetic surface, state-of-the-art, the most current generation of artificial surface. It'll be a blank. So for football games, we'll stripe it for American football. For soccer, we'll stripe it for soccer. And it'll be a blank canvas. So a big chunk of the investment is to widen the field and install that state-of-the-art turf. We're going to upgrade the lighting to LED lighting, more efficient lighting, which will also be better for the adjacent neighborhood because it's not the old style lighting that has a lot of leakage past the footprint. We'll be able to laser the lighting right onto the footprint of the field, and it won't have much spill outside those white lines. There's a new LED board which will be put up in the south end and the north end, so 2 LED boards there. Improved seating. We're going to be fixing the seating. Currently is not in great shape. It's deteriorated over the last couple of decades. And here's another look at it. Another upgrade to the stadium is we'll put a club in the north end there. That'll be an open club for a more premium experience than general seating. Here's another view from the other side. The renovation will also include painting and polishing the existing buildings. There's 3 existing buildings, including locker rooms and bathrooms and a concession building, which will be completely renovating along with the stadium itself. Here's another view, aerial southeast view. Another view here from the bench side. And the 2 grass fields, which we will be maintaining over the period, as I said before. Here's one of the main entranceways. So this entranceway will be created, and it'll enter into what is going to be a food court. So we will have food trucks in this area and kind of a food hall experience for the patrons where no food really exists of this level. So we're going to upgrade the food concessions for Miami FC games and for every large event that's going to be held in this stadium. Here's the other main entrance area, which enters into kind of a picnic area for Miami FC games. It'll be a beer garden for music concerts. It might be a special VIP location. Here's a entrance, walking through that gateway entrance in the food court. So we'll have a different variety. Our idea is to put different themed food, Mexican food, Venezuelan food, Cuban food, Tex-Mex, all the different types of ethnic foods in this area, good old-fashioned burgers and hot dogs, so on and so forth. This is that picnic area and beer garden concept on the other side, which will be a great place to view the game as well as entertain during a soccer game or a music concert. Here's another view of that picnic area and beer garden. Here's a shot from the grandstands on the east side, behind the benches where the benches and entry tunnel will come. Another shot, you can see that premium area in the west. This is from the west grandstand looking to the north. A little bit of a field view here. That's a closer look at that premium area behind the, basically it's a suites platform, but it's just a giant gathering area for premium experience. And that's it. So we're super excited to partner with the city. I'm here to answer whatever questions you may have. This will be exciting to bring Miami FC to Homestead, our final home, and get out of FIU. So thank you.
Very good, thank you. Now, just to kind of set the stage, I conceptualize this tonight as an opportunity to take a deeper dive into the concept and the planned renovations and where we might be on addressing some of the brick and mortar concerns that some of us may have had in terms of noise spillover, of accommodating those who use the field, alternative locations, those kinds of issues, reserving for our next and perhaps final public hearing a deeper dive into the actual business deal. That's my understanding, and Mr. Pearl or Mr. Manager, please feel free to jump in at any time. I'm aware that there have been more discussions, that it's clearly I don't think that there's any illusion that it's going to be a $30 a year for 30 years, and it certainly all of our concerns that we expressed at the last meeting have begun to be addressed. So, Mr. Pearl or Mr. Manager, if you'd like to kind of set the stage for where we are in the negotiations now, and I don't even know if you'd call them negotiations, perhaps discussions. I don't even know that the first draft is coming out, but what we might expect to see in the interim and at the next public hearing, how this deal may be built.
So before the city attorney comes on, we commenced initial conversation sufficiently on the terms of the proposal that was unsolicited to the city. We haven't really gone into a deep dive yet. We just reviewed the preliminary outlay as to what the entity VSGS SPH is proposing to do. And some of the preliminary concerns were laid bare, such as the existing use at the entire facility, not just on the stadium, how there will be reasonable accommodation during construction and post-construction. I believe the SPH folks have a preliminary relocation plan that is being fleshed out, is not finalized. City hasn't provided any comment yet. I believe we received it yesterday, after our meeting yesterday. And also some of the terms, and like the mayor rightly pointed out, the 30 years and the proffered $1 a year payment, all those things have not even been discussed yet in terms of finalizing. We are waiting for this public session to happen to solicit additional comments from the public. As well as there are so many outstanding issues that are yet to discuss, we have an upcoming meeting for next week at 10 o'clock in the morning. I believe it's on the 27 or 20, no, 30th, on the 30th, at 10 o'clock in the morning. So that conversation would have to fold in any comments or feedback we receive tonight will become part of that conversation next week. And we have the city attorney actually leading this effort with the attorneys for SPH. With that, let me ask City Attorney Mr. Matt Perot to jump in. Thanks.
So, as the manager stated, we've had one conversation. Really, it was highlighting the major issues. We have not come to resolution on them yet. We have discussed the structure, which will be broken into two separate agreements, one covering the construction of the improvements, the other the ongoing operations and maintenance of them. You know, we've discussed concepts about the useful life of the materials, et cetera, and how we're going to accommodate for future improvements. But, you know, these conversations are ongoing. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to actually hear all of the public's concerns, gather that information, because at your next public hearing, when you make a public interest finding, one of the things that we will do is explain how we're addressing the public's concerns. So, you know, I'd like to view tonight's meeting as informational. You know, SPH, I think they come back. For the public, they were noticed about this issue. So we'll afford everybody the opportunity to speak, express whatever concerns they have, and then at the following meeting, I think we'll be prepared to address what those, you know, how we are meeting those concerns.
All right, so I think that, you know, both in terms from council, but, you know, first and foremost from the public, their commentary on this concept of entering into a public-private partnership for a portion of the facilities at Harris Field. That's really what we're here for tonight. It's been noticed to take in public comment, again, with respect to this concept. I will say I had the privilege of having a meeting with our parks consultants shortly after our last meeting. And I can say that in my meeting that our consultants had no concerns at that point about meshing a revisioning of that parcel with this proposed use. It would be very complementary and would perhaps take quite a bit of the financial burden off of the city of Homestead to do things that are going to need to be done in the next couple of years, aside from whatever the reimagining of the balance of Harris Field might be. I was very pleased with that, a very comprehensive discussion there. And I just want to say that I'm confident that our consultants and the SPH team are very well meshed, and one's not really doing anything without the other. So if council doesn't mind, let's see if there's anyone here in the audience who's joined us tonight to weigh in on the conceptual aspect of this proposal for probably the first true public-private partnership in Homestead. Is there anyone online? Well, as long as you're here, you might as well.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Peter England with the Economic Development Council of South Miami-Dade, or more popularly known, the EDC. Anyway, it's a pleasure to be with you this evening. I was here for another item, a resolution that's going to come up later in your agenda, but I did want to take the time to say that just coincidentally, it was the EDC that actually brought the principles of SPH to the city of Homestead in the first place, and we are just thrilled and delighted with the way that this has all worked out to date. We're very excited about this concept with Harris Field. I think that you've learned with your negotiations with this particular developer what a solid partner they are and have been. And I would urge you to look favorably on negotiations going forward with SPH. And that's what I've got, Madam.
Thank you for kicking off the conversation, and hopefully we'll get through this and address your item and let you move on. So, anyone joined us online? Okay, go ahead. Who's with us?
Brandy Ramirez, Mayor.
Okay, very good. Ms. Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor. After hearing some comments that were said, I think it's very important that we highlight our city manager. Thank you very much from the community's behalf on saying that they waited to hear today from the comments of the public and also, of course, their mayor and council before pushing forward. So I want to say a big thank you to him and his team in regards to this specific matter. And also, I want to say that the presentation that the developer has stated, everything looks great. Supportive of that all the way. I also want to remind the community that's in there tonight. I attended the last city meeting, and the AYSO parents and community and coaches were there in support of this as well. So I thought that was important to mention. I know that they have letters of support from the community as well. My only concern on the behalf of the community is the length of time. I understood that it was going to be 30 years, but the mayor can definitely get us clarification on that. If it's less, that's great. If there's a clause for both sides to exit it in case there's any issues on both ends, on their end, on our end, whatever that may be. But again, I believe after hearing the presentation and the improvements, we can, support this if this is what our community and this is what our council, I'm sure, has reached out to the community to hear on that. So I trust the decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online? So let me open it to questions or comments from council. I won't close the public comment yet. Some of you may get a whiff of bravery and want to approach the podium or hear something from one of us that motivates you to come forward. So who would like to kick off the conversation from here?
Mayor, if I may?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask staff or city manager, how was the opportunity for this presentation specifically for public comment, aside from it being part of our general council meeting notification requirements? How did we promote the ability of this item coming up for presentation and public comment?
So, Madam Councilwoman, the item was socialized with a public notice on the city's website with links for folks who would like to take a deeper dive on the actual proposal. In addition to that, I believe we supported that effort with additional social media outreach through the communications office.
Okay, I'll double check what those communications look like on our social media. I have not seen it. I think that something as large as this, we need to do some extra efforts in making sure that we're pumping out this opportunity and treat it similar to the way we did the charrette, where we asked for, or we announced and advertised to the locations and the big importance of having the public comment. And I know that our consultants are probably going to do something similar anyway for the revisioning. But for this item happening simultaneous to our revisioning, we need to make sure that we're putting in the best efforts possible. To answer to some of the comments that were made earlier from some of the public comment, I am definitely not seeing a fair trade with regards to what they're asking for on a 30-year term commitment compared to the improvements and whatnot. And I wouldn't be in favor really of anything that would turn over operational power for such a long period of time. This should be the people's park, built by the people for the people. And I don't think that we don't have the ability to do that with our own capacity. But definitely love the renderings and love to see the floating stand and the lights and the landscaping. I think all of that is obviously an improvement, but the proposal is clearly asking for 30 years. So definitely lots to be discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Fletcher, did you want to weigh in? What's that? Go ahead.
Gotcha. Thank you, and I appreciate Councilwoman Avala's comments. I too agree that maybe we haven't put our best foot forward when it comes to getting public comment. I know we have put some things out there on social media. I haven't seen a lot of feedback. I've asked neighbors for input, and a lot of them don't really have any type of input at this time. I think what we might ought to do is have one more additional workshop between now and the second reading to try to get more public input on what they want to see. Ultimately, I see all the benefits that this provides. There's still some questions from staff that we had asked in our meetings in regards to some of the offsets where we're spending money now to maintain the surface, where those money's going to be reprogrammed or taken out of the budget to lessen the impact on our annual budget. But overall, again, all I can see is benefits for the improved access and the program management. Talking with the consultants as well, all they could do was see the positive impacts of what this could do for the community. They actually saw better program management of all the additional youth leagues that use the facility and improve upon it with this management program that SPH has provided for. I do have questions in regards, again, long-term with the 30-year deal. I also understand that if somebody's investing $5.5 million and $1 million a year, they're looking to get a return on their money. So we have to take all that into consideration. But I believe we need to do one extra step here, and we need to have that one additional workshop where we can get public input, because I really haven't seen that come back. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Fletcher. Councilman Roth?
Sure, why not? I got a couple questions for staff. For one, the turf that's there now that was brought there by the Orange Bowl committee, has it ran its lifespan? Is it ready to go and we have to replace that now?
Mr. Councilman, my understanding is that the artificial turf typically has about 10 years of lifespan, and we're almost getting there. I think we just passed year 9, so we're about to get into what I would consider the sunset life of the turf.
So would we have explored already what the cost to replace that artificial turf would cost the city?
Let me have Alex, the parks manager. I have a number that have been proffered to me, but let him speak to that.
Good evening, Council. So as the manager was saying, it's almost at end of life, and plus it's heavily used with football and soccer. The cleats are waste that turf. That turf can range depending on what tier of turf you're getting, right? So it can go anywhere from 1.2 to 2 million depending on the range of turf. If you're going recreational, if you're going semi-pro, if you're going pro.
Got it. So that's one thing to consider, right? You're talking about 1.2 to $2 million that we're going to have to expend on that park in the next year or so, because it could become unsafe for athletes. Right? Okay. So I think that part of it's a no-brainer, right? If we allow SPH to partner up with the city of Homestead, it does take a huge burden of maintenance costs off the public, and we could reprogram those dollars somewhere else. I also met with the consultants, and they were all for what was happening because that gave them more money to spend in other areas in that park. And in my conversation with the consultants, that park is almost dead center city in the city of Homestead, and it's not a destination park. It's a pass-through park, right? You don't go there for any other reason but to either have an event at the pavilion, the rodeo, maybe the baseball league a little bit there, and I think those fields are underutilized, and then the high school football games, and then your soccer games and practices that you go at Harris Field. But there's no destination there. So, in part of my comments to the consultants was, we need to rethink the park entirely and make it more of a destination park versus just a pass-through park. The 30-year, maybe that's a little long, but if we go 10 years, in 10 years, we're going to have to replace that field. So we have to balance the maintenance versus, the length of time that we allow SPH to operate, program, and maintain that facility. And I think the one thing that people are underestimating is when you bring the soccer club down here, what attraction that's going to be as well. We'll have a professional soccer team that calls Homestead home. And not only will we have that, my understanding is they're also going to begin to create a female professional team and bring that down to Homestead as well. So if we can get past the longevity of the lease, I'm very confident in our management staff and our city's attorney to negotiate a fair deal so that everybody will prosper from this opportunity. And I think it is really a good opportunity. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Cannonball.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, you're good.
I only see, yes, I agree with you 100%. I only see benefits on this deal. And plus, well, we just saw the World Cup, how prestigious it was. We're going to have a professional soccer club over here. It's going to be amazing. So I'm all for it. This is a working process. Those little edges that we need to file, we'll do that. So I'm very happy for SPC to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree as well. I had my meeting already with the reimagining, and the one piece for me that was a no-brainer that we really didn't even need to discuss was that those fields needed to stay. But to make it a destination park, 100%. I think that needs to be the vision and the way that we're going. For me, I think the only piece right now that I just want to make sure we are incredibly clear on is the current groups and the clubs that are using the field. I know that there's been great communication and support from them, but whatever we can do as a city to see what those calendars and schedules look like, just to make sure that that piece is baked into there as well. For me, that's the only concern. But I think that this would tie in perfectly with whatever other ideas we have to make this that destination park. Thank you.
Thank you, and Councilwoman Konski.
It seems to be unanimous. We all agree that this is a beautiful partnership. We see way more pros than cons. I would definitely say that the devil's in the details, and there's a lot in this that I have questions concerning, revenue sources and the 30 years. I think we all have the same questions. I look forward to additional workshops, and what you have. On the 30th, I have lots of questions, just as many of us do, but again, those are all in the details. I don't believe that we are in the business of entertainment, but that's what you're bringing to the table. So we are underutilizing this park, definitely. So I look forward to further discussions and to see the big picture come into fruition and something that's favorable for you and for us and for the citizens. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Let me just close it out, at least from us, by saying I'm confident that there is achievable middle ground on the time frame and the amounts paid and the timing as to when those are paid. It's all about recognizing we have competing interests. Sometimes we're not going to be able to resolve those, but we have much more in common than we do as opposites. I believe that as the discussions go forward, I'm hopeful that there will be time to roll out and have some discussions and presentations on the entire deal, both the business aspect of it and the conceptual aspect of the amenities that will be brought to the table, and also including how they're going to, have as minimal upheaval as possible for the users. Not to be dismissive, but we're talking about 6 months of disruption for decades of a level we've never seen before. So I think that's reachable. I think the manager, or one of the speakers tonight, indicated that a proposed, I hate to call it a management plan, I don't think that's what they called it, but just kind of a narrative as to who they're dealing with, what they're doing, and where they are, would be very, very beneficial for the rest of us. So I'm sure that before final adoption, we all and the public will have ample time to review what our team and their team has come back and negotiated. So I hope we can send the signal tonight to keep moving forward.
So, Mr. Mayor and Council, is it the consensus of the council to proceed with scheduling a public workshop on this?
I don't think, yes, but I don't think it would be appropriate until we have most of the details ironed out. There's no reason to leave ourselves open to questioning about loose ends until those loose ends are tied up. You know where I'm going? We're not going to take a half-baked idea on the road.
Okay.
But I'm confident. Look, we have a template for this deal, and it's the Homestead Regional Agreement. We're not reinventing the wheel here. So I believe to meet their time frame of being able to put shovels in the ground, September, October, whatever it may be, we can achieve that we can have that fully vetted and fully thought out agreement, both business and conceptual, to be able to have a standalone public presentation followed by adoption shortly thereafter. Not that night, but shortly thereafter. Councilman, did you need to add anything?
Just real quick, I know the time is of the essence for this, and do we have any meetings scheduled in August at all? So we'll have to.
It's kind of open.
It's open. There's a likelihood there will be one at some point.
Right. Because I think what the mayor's saying is we need more meat on the plate before we can add the mashed potatoes and gravy.
There you go.
Right. So.
Are you hungry?
Always hungry. But I think that's what he's, and we know time is of the essence too, because they got to get shovels going, they got to get stuff moving, and the relocation of teams. I mean, Homestead is a very popular high school football field, and I think all of those games are going to have to be rescheduled and moved somewhere else. And I'm not sure what the locations are going to be logistically, who's going to pay for transportation and help them get to those locations and things like that. So. I think those details need to be worked out as quickly as possible so that we can all move forward with whatever decision comes by it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Any final comments to my left? Councilwoman Avila, any final thoughts?
Thank you. I'll rest now. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we've been clear and the public's been clear that we continue forward, and we will do so in all reasonable haste. Mr. Attorney.
I didn't know if the council had any guidance on the workshop timeline, what we should be aiming for.
How much time do we really need to? I don't want the scheduling of a workshop to drive the negotiation schedule. I would rather have a product ready to go and then schedule. And I don't know how many days, 5 days, 7 days notice of a public presentation. But I hesitate to do that until we're ready to go.
Okay.
We good? All right, I think that concludes the discussion on this matter. So out of the fire and into the frying pan, we're going to jump to tab 12. Javi, yes, final thoughts?
Mayor, before you move on, just, real quick, and I heard you on the workshop, and I agree 100% that, let's have something tangible at a workshop. But we're very confident that this is going to move along very quickly and that we're going to get to a really good place probably as soon as next week with our next meeting with the manager and with the administration. What we would love to leave here with tonight, if possible, is an idea of when that second meeting is going to happen for a public purpose determination, because that's going to play a big part of what happens and when we put shovels in the ground.
Well, let's just say for sake of argument that you have this ready to go in the next week, by the first of the month. If we schedule something mid-August and there's no major hiccup, we could have a meeting, and I do have a calendar here in front of me. We could conceivably adopt the week of the 18th or the 24th. Does that work?
Works for us.
So, if we can roll out something with the pretty pictures and graphics and the financial details, if we need to have, what are the dates of the League of Cities? Does anybody know offhand? Is that the 12th, 13th, and 14th?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'm a little wary about setting up dates
What?
tonight.
I agree.
We would like to go have a conversation. I think it's reasonable that Mayor and Council are giving you an assurance that this will be expedited.
Yeah, we're just
Then
talking
let's
about
not box ourselves in the corner.
hypothetical time frames, not later than the end of August.
I think the ranges have been discussed.
Okay.
Very acceptable. Thank
Good
you.
range. Thank you, Javi. Okay. Mr. Attorney, Mr. Manager, we're good to go on this one? Okay.
Sir.
Moving on to tab 12. Carlos, that's the millage rate discussion. As Carlos makes his way down with the not 28-minute long presentation.
Tab 12 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, establishing a proposed operating millage rate of ad valorem taxation, establishing a proposed millage rate for debt service of the general obligation bonds for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2026, ending September 30th, 2027, and providing for an effective date.
How about it, Mr. Perez?
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. What you have before you is to set the preliminary rates that will be going out in the notices, the trim notices in August. We're setting two rates. The debt millage rate, which we're actually reducing because as property values go up and the debt that we pay remains constant, that millage rate will always continue to go down. That one will be going from 0.2446 to 0.2316. The operating millage rate, though, is the one that we're proposing to increase from the current 5.9604 to 6.3945. Now, that is 9.95% over the rollback rate. The reason for these are several. The first one is we've been experiencing double-digit increases, growth in property values for the last several years, and that's generated a lot of property tax revenues. This past year, the increase was only 5.6. So just for comparison, we would have only generated like $1.6 million in additional revenues. We had one department that it would even cover half of their increase, their operating budget. So what we're asking for, and the other part of it is that if I left it at the flat rate, the same rate that we've had it, we would be looking at a $500,000 shortfall, no COLAs, and no increases to staff in the general fund, which I know that includes consideration for some police officers. Now, given what we may be facing with the new laws, if the ballot questions go through in November and we may be losing $5.6 million in 2028, maybe it's a good idea that we don't approve any COLAs or add any positions because those may be the first ones to be cut. So again, all I'm asking is the wiggle room. We have a budget workshop coming up next week, And we also have a month before we have the budget hearings, so that we will work to tidy this up and come to a conclusion. Where do we feel that we want to be with relation to COLAs as we enter negotiations with the PBA, and again with positions, but at least we have the wiggle room. Again, our goal will be to try to bring it back down, bring it flat, and not have an increase, but at this point, this is my recommendation.
And just for the public and my colleagues, it's important to note that we can always reduce, but we cannot go beyond this on a final adoption.
That is correct. Excellent point.
Of that rate. Council, any questions? None? All right, so let me open the public hearing for comment from the public. Is there anyone wishing to make any public comment? Is there anyone online? No? All right, so let me close the public hearing then, and I will ask for a motion to adopt the preliminary rates as recommended. Moved by Councilman Cannibal, seconded by Vice Mayor Bailey.
Just with a comment.
Yes.
Just so the public knows, we're not raising taxes. We're setting the millage rate tonight. We're going to work with staff so that we can decrease that number back to what it was last year, so there won't be a property tax increase. It's going to take a lot of, as the mayor used to say, looking for the coins and the cushions, right? 500,000 is quite a bit.
It's a lot more than a few coins.
It's a lot of coins, but this is not raising your taxes at this point. We're just setting it where if we need to, we can, and we're going to fight to not raise your taxes. I don't think we've raised taxes in the last 8 years as far as millage rate goes. So
right. The
right.
millage rate has
Millage rate
remained flat, but remember, anytime you go over rollback rate,
right,
it is technically a tax increase.
Correct, and they see that in their tax bill because their properties have gone up in value, and the county, does their thing. So I just want them to know that at one point, I think during COVID, we took it all the way to the max, which was 10.
Yeah.
Just in case, because we didn't know what was going to happen, and we didn't have to increase it at all during COVID.
correct.
So we were going to be very good stewards with your money. Staff is going to be very good stewards with the budget, and we're going to make sure that we get this where we need to be at.
Yeah, we did that in 20, and it went over like a lead balloon.
Yeah. We had to do what we had to do. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Anything further? Council? All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Konski?
Yes.
Councilman Cannibal?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Okay. That takes us then to Councilwoman Konski, your discussion item for Harris Field regarding Coach Drinkle. Tab 23. It's just shown as a discussion item at this point. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've heard a little public dedication and comments about Coach Dracon already tonight, so I'm going to ask Mr. Coach Fernari, Joel Fernari, if he will take the podium.
By the way, Mr. Roth, if you want to know what that soccer situation would affect the South Dade and Homestead athletic budgets, give me a call. I'll let you know. Thank you very much for being here. Let me talk to you about my pal, Don Drinkon. You know, Coach's career at South Dade starting in the early 70s, he was there for a few years, then he went to the college level, then he went to private business. And somewhere in the mid-'80s, he gets the football itch again. And he wanted to be in Homestead. And at that time, the South Dade and the Homestead football job was both open. And we both interviewed him. And at the time, I was a very young athletic director. I'm still pretty young, not really. But I was a very young athletic director. And we were pleased with what we heard from him. I did my homework. I checked it out. The guy was solid. I had one concern when we hired him. I had one concern. Coach Drinkon at the time was a little bit older than most of the coaches that we were hiring at that time. My concern was, can this guy relate to these kids? Let me tell you something, folks. That was the stupidest concern I've ever had in my life. I've been involved in athletics since I was knee-high to a grasshopper. I've seen a lot of coaches. I've been around a lot of coaches. I know a lot of coaches. I'm a coach. Nobody has a relationship with kids and people, for that matter, better than Don Drinkon. You know, when Don was at South Dade, there was a lot of kids that came from single-family homes. No dads around, none. I was at the funeral last weekend in South Carolina, and Ryan Drinkon got up and said, you know, my brother Ted and I didn't mind sharing our father with 250 brothers. They were all Don's sons. It was unbelievable. He just went totally overboard, if you want to call it that, for these kids. So why am I sitting here talking to the city of Homestead about allegedly a guy who only had roots at South Dade? Well, I'm going to tell you why. But I got to explain it in the college football recruitment process. If you're a blue chipper, 5-star, 4-star player, it doesn't matter who your coach is. It doesn't matter, because the big schools will find you, and they'll give you the opportunity to play. Where a coach comes in is when you're dealing with the marginal players, and that's not a negative. A marginal player is a kid that's undersized for his position or a step slow. Still a good football player. Still a good football player. Well, those kids have got to go to Division II schools, NAI schools, and JUCOs. Well, those particular programs do not have the athletic budgets to have their coaches actively recruit in person. They have to rely on people around the country to give them information. Well, it started out, you know, Coach, he was a great networker. And he would get to these coaches, and he'd develop relationships with these people. I mean, for a while, we had a pipeline to California, to the JUCOs out in California, that was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. Well, Don's reputation with these coaches kept growing and growing to a point where he was a springboard for these people. And they would ask him about players all around the place, everywhere around town, including across town, Homestead High. And it got to a point where Don was so good at what he did, and it was amazing. I mean, he battled against teams for 2 or 3 years against players. Sometimes we beat them, sometimes they beat us. But at the end of the day, kids were coming to him. Coaches were bringing kids to him from rival schools. Please help me out. Please get my kid in school. Don never stopped. He never, ever stopped. He would help any kid get in school at any time. It was remarkable. Now, Don was a great family man. Oh, there we go. He was a great family man. As I told you, he was in construction. He was in private business. And when he took the job at South Dade, he took a huge pay cut. A huge pay cut. And he had a family. He had 2 kids. Well, I'm going to give you a typical Friday day for Don Drinkon, and you're going to understand what kind of a family man this guy is. Get to school at 6:30, teach his class, pep rally, 1 o'clock, 3:30 pregame meal, 6:05 get on the bus, go to the game, play the game, come back, collect the uniforms, get the kids home, get in his van, drive downtown to Bernie Rose's office, because that's what we had to do back then to get the game films. Come back to Homestead, maybe look at it for an hour. Then at 1 o'clock in the morning, Don Drinkon had a contract to clean strip parking lots. He's out cleaning parking lots to help finance, to help make up for the money that he lost going into teaching. So he would be out there till 5, 6 in the morning, go home, catch an hour, 9 o'clock, Saturday morning, back with the coaches, going over films. That goes to about 2 or 3 o'clock. go sleep an hour, go out and scout an opponent Saturday night, and then Sunday morning, back in the parking lot, cleaning the parking lots, back by home by 7 o'clock to go with Glenn and the boys to church. That's what that guy did. I mean, and by doing that, you know, a kid that gets a partial scholarship that comes from nothing, that partial scholarship doesn't mean anything to that kid. Where's he to get the rest of the money? Don Drinkon. Don Drinkon. He's the one that got the rest. He got the money from other people or out of his own pocket, or he got into my pocket a few times too, which is fine. Which is fine. Never a problem. Now, we mean no disrespect to the Harris family. I know Mayor Harris was a prominent mayor in Homestead. He brought Homestead along, did a great job. They named a plot of land after him. That was in 1960. Well, that plot of land has changed quite a bit since 1960. I believe in 92, a little storm kind of rearranged it a little bit for us. But I have seen many names on Harris Field. Dr. Millie Rodeo Grounds. I think the Y was there for a while. I think Miami-Dade had some classes there for a while. So whatever, and the Orange Bowl was there now. So whatever names are on that facility, whatever they are, the homesteaders, the people around town, will always refer to that plot of land as Harris Field, regardless of anything else. It will always be Harris Field. In closing, when they talk to a high school football coach, they want to evaluate a high school football coach. They'll say, hey, what was your win-loss percentage? How many championships did you win? Coach Drinkon checks all those categories. But there's one thing I've never heard a high school football coach ask. And that question is, how many lives did you change? And if changing lives, folks, was a Hall of Fame category, Don Drinkon would be a first ballot Hall of Famer. And not to insult anybody, a first ballot Hall of Famer is basically unanimous. Thank you very much.
So, Coach Renard, let me ask you, because some clarification. The agenda item is talking about discussing the renaming the field for Coach Drinkon.
I'm sorry.
You kind of indicated, well, maybe the whole facility needs to be
That's my fault.
renamed.
I skipped over one of my notes.
Okay.
We are asking that you rename the football field for Don Drinkon, not anywhere else. We understand. I agree. I've been practicing this speech for 3 days and I screwed up. I'm sorry. You're right, Mayor. I missed that.
I just
wanted
to be clear.
You're 100% right. My fault.
Because if you believe everything online, there are folks who think that the whole thing should be renamed.
No. We understand. We understand completely. The man, spent a lot of his life on that field. I can tell you right now, a lot, a whole bunch. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Mr. Roth, call me.
Well, let me ask the attorneys. I know at one point, at least for some issues, a prior council enacted a naming ordinance that set out some procedures. Would that necessarily apply here?
It was an old resolution. We'd only, I believe, in time that since it's been adopted, we've only applied it to street code designations. I don't think we've ever applied that to a facility. I would suggest that if this is a discussion item this evening, so if it's the will of the council to find a way to recognize him and what that looks like on the field with a designation, then direct us to do that, and we'll bring that back to you in some form.
Which by necessity would be making reference to the Orange Bowl funding agreement. So I rode by there's a sign that says Orange Bowl Field.
And ongoing negotiations.
Yes, with SPH. And I think we can have it both ways. I mean, I can think of colleges that have Coach ABC Field at Coach or Donor
Stadium.
DEF Stadium. I think we can we can accommodate everything, but I think in terms of, our self-imposed naming restrictions, if any, plus any obligations under the
Orange Bowl.
The Orange Bowl agreement, we
Like
come back and, whether there, be something in the middle, something placed on a future scoreboard or a memorial plaque at the entrance, those are future discussions, but it seems there's a consensus to drive toward seeing what we can do to name the field.
Okay.
The main football field. Is that in his honor?
Okay, well, staff will take that direction, and we'll bring something back to you.
Councilman Roth?
Yeah. So what I would also like to suggest to the friends of Coach Drinkon is amongst yourselves, come up with a memorial of some sort. It could be a statue, it could be something, and we could also figure out a way to put that there. It could be a bronze statue of, like we have Mr. Chrome in Chrome Avenue now. I would suggest that you guys put together a committee to raise monies to do that. What did that statue cost us?
$100,000.
100,000? Well, for Mr. Drinkon, I think if you guys could put yourselves together, contact all these kids that he helped throughout the years, $100,000 shouldn't be hard to raise. It doesn't have to be that big, but I want you to think about that, and I think it would be up to us to allow you to place that memorial in that area, along with a partial name of some sort for Mr. Drinkon.
Or even a memorial plaque at an entrance
Sure.
somewhere with his likeness could probably be had for $10,000 or $12,000.
Yeah, so you guys can come up with a plan, and I think we would be in agreement to allow it to be placed at the field somewhere.
And again, if we go forward and have partners, all that'll have to be coordinated.
Sure, obviously.
Okay. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes, thank you, and I appreciate Mr. Fernari coming all the way from Naples back to Homestead. I've had the pleasure of knowing Joel and Coach Drinkon since I was knee-high to your knee-high grasshopper. And not only did he save families and save lives, but he brought kids to Christ as well. He was a good family man that deserves the recognition that we can provide him. Whatever that is, I'm here all for it, and I appreciate Coach Fernari for driving this home. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you. So I think we have some direction there. Now, Councilwoman Avila, as promised, in case you lose your connection or get tired of sitting with us this evening, I made the commitment to allow you to bring any of your end-of-agenda business forward that you may want us to consider this evening before we move on.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And I do have some connection now, but I can't guarantee that it'll last to the end of the meeting, though I will try because this is a very dense agenda. I did want to make a comment on this item that we just heard. I'm in favor of it. I do support it. Thank you, Councilwoman Konski, for bringing it forward. And I also wanted to, ask for a reconsideration on the last resolution we passed in our last meeting with regards to setting on the election ballot the question for the charter amendment for appointed service and term limits. This was one of the items that was not time sensitive. The other items that we had discussed would have had to be on this election in order for it to be impactful for the next city election. So I do ask that we reconsider that resolution as it can go on our next regular election.
Okay. Well, that'll be one of the things we send to the Charter Committee anyway. So, Mr. Pearl, so we need a motion and a vote to reconsider.
Well, I can take a motion to rescind.
Motion to rescind that action.
And yes, and if I can have a motion
Which would result in no charter questions going on the ballot this November.
Correct.
I'll make that motion, thank you.
Okay, so moved by Councilwoman Avila, and Councilman Roth beat you to it, Councilman Cannonball, and this is a motion to rescind the adjustment for appointed terms of office. So, anything further from council? Any public input? Okay, so I'll close the public hearing and I'll ask for a roll call vote on the motion to rescind.
Councilman Ross?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konski? Yes. Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Cannibal?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, very good.
Thank you. And then I also wanted to just make a comment on regards to item tab 28 with regards to that ballot question that would potentially go on. But I am not in favor of putting a straw ballot on attempting to eliminate our power company. I think that it speaks volumes for us to have our own, but certainly we don't really have much of the information that we would need to even determine what that impact would be in order to be able to answer questions like what was mentioned earlier. It's like half-baked. And I wouldn't want there to be any incentive for another power company to want to offer us money after such a question to go out. So I would like for this item to also not be put on the ballot.
Okay, well, we'll consider that, and we'll take that in its due course. Thank you. Okay. All right, so I think at this point, what we need to do, yes, Ms. Pearl, gonna jump over to the LPA?
We were going to, you had referenced tab 27 earlier with the EDC. I didn't know if you wanted to tackle that.
Oh, I'm sorry,
No.
yes. Peter, my apologies. We're gonna jump to tab 27. Can't even read my own notes up here. And thank you for your earlier input. And then we'll go to the LPA.
Yes, thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm still Peter England. My purpose here tonight is to simply thank you. The City of Homestead has been a solid partner and collaborator with the Economic Development Council for these many years. We've been in business now since Hurricane Andrew. We recently concluded a strategic plan for economic development for South Miami-Dade County, which takes us to the point of a competitive analysis, but the actual implementation of the plan is going to be, in order to make it happen, we have to work with all of our partners, like the City of Homestead to conclude this implementation. We've already had a preliminary meeting with the manager and the CRA director. I think as we look at all of South Miami-Dade County, there is no place where there are greater economic opportunities than right here in the City of Homestead. And I'm not just saying that because I'm here. Believe me, it is true. So we're very excited about that. We're very excited about the fact that we've had this long-term partnership because we cannot do it by ourselves. We can only do it with your help and your collaboration. So I'm here to answer any questions you might have. It was a 52-page document. I hope you've all read every word because there will be a slight quiz a little later on. But really, if you have any questions, I'm here to try to answer them.
Council, any questions? So we just need, I think you've got our expression of support for your continued work and the report that you've presented.
We thank you, Mr. Mayor, for codifying our long-term relationship. Have a good evening.
Good, thank you. All right. So I think now this is the point in the meeting where we need to place yes, Mr. Pearl.
We have a motion on the resolution of support for the EDC.
Okay, so we have a motion. All right, moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Fletcher, seconded by everybody. I won't say thirded. Okay, so let's have a roll call vote on that item.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konski?
Yes.
Councilman Cannibal?
Yes.
Councilman Ross? Yes. Vice Mayor Bailey?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right. Now, as I was saying, now is the point in the evening where we need to recess the council meeting and then jump to the local planning agency agenda, deal with that agenda, and come back and reopen the council meeting. Well, no, we're going to come back to the CRA. We got to do the LPA, then we'll jump into the council agenda. Because there are land use items on the council agenda. But, so let's do this. Let's place the council meeting in recess, take a 5-minute break, and come back and open the LPA. Yes.
LPA's noticed for 7:15, so we'll take a slightly longer break.
Very good.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to move to recess the council meeting. Moved and seconded, all in favor? Okay, so by virtue of the publication, we won't jump into the LPA agenda until 7:15.
We're going to continue with the council meeting?
After we do the LPA. Well, All right, if we could all begin to find our seats, we'll try to get this back on track. 7:15. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call the City of Homestead Local Planning Agency meeting to order. For the record, it's still Wednesday, July 22nd, 2026, and it is now 7:16 p.m. Madam Clerk, could we have a roll call, please?
Board Member Konski? Here. Board Member Fletcher?
Here.
Board Member Cannibal? Board Member Avila?
Here.
Board Member Roth? Vice Chairwoman Bailey? Here. Chairman Losner?
Here.
Ex officio Lawrence Ventura?
Here. Hey, welcome back, Larry. Okay. All right. Tab 1 is the approval of our minutes from May 20th, moved by Board Member Roth. Second by Board Member Cannibal. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. Mr.
Mayor,
Wright? Yes.
Mayor, just to, additions, deletions, deferrals, tab 5, car number 5127 is being pulled. That's the open air, the outdoor dining for B3 ordinance that we deferred.
Okay.
When we opened the council meeting, we're deferring.
Yeah, that's right. We already deferred that.
Right.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. So, moving on to tab 2.
This is the quasi-judicial section of the agenda. Please be advised this item is quasi-judicial. If you wish to comment upon this item, please, if you'd like to address, this item number, would you like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made? An opportunity for persons to speak on this item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on this item. Swearing in, all testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the local planning agency to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. Full agenda packet on this item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-590, any lobbyist must register before addressing the local planning agency on the following item. At this time, I'd ask the local planning agency members to disclose any ex parte communications concerning any items on tab 2 this evening. And I would preface that you all received correspondence from a property owner, I think, across the street or from this development.
Correct. Anyone need to disclose on 3 or
anyone
4?
else?
Just 2.
2 for me as well.
Okay.
So at this time, I'd ask the clerk to swear in any persons who wish to testify on any of the following items. So anyone in the audience who's wishing to speak on tab 2, please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn by the clerk.
Do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Tab 2, card number 5091 is an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning as requested by Flightway 20 LLC of an approximately 8.55 acre parcel of land from agricultural zoning district to light industrial zoning district for property generally located on the southwest corner of Southeast 8th Street and Southwest 147th Avenue as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflict, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. White. Are there any objections to moving this on to the regular agenda with no further comment here? Moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Konski. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, I just need to disclose I did have communication on this item for tab 2. Thank you.
Right, okay, good, thank you. Okay, and we're just now posturing to vote just to move this and have further discussion on the regular agenda. So we're going to have a roll call vote on tab 2.
Board Member Roth? Board Member Konsky? Board Member Avila?
Yes.
Board Member Cannavale?
Yes.
Board Member Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Chairwoman Bailey? Yes. Chairman Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 3, Mr. White.
Yes, tab 3 is card number 5096. This is an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 30 zoning, Article 1 in general, Section 30-1 definitions to create a definition for express mechanical car wash, and amending Chapter 30 zoning, Article 3 district regulations, Division 12, B2 retail commercial district, Section 30-276 uses permitted to allow express mechanical car washes as a permitted use in the B2 zoning district, and amending Chapter 30 zoning, Article 4 supplemental district regulations, Division 9 mixed use and non-residential development standards, Section 30-540 service stations, auto repair, and car washes to establish development standards for express mechanical car washes, providing for conflict, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. A motion to move this to the regular council agenda? Moved by Councilor Ross, seconded by, Board Member Roth, and seconded by Board Member Cannavale. There's nothing further. We'll have a roll call vote on tab 3.
Board Member Cannavale?
Yes.
Board Member Roth? Board Member Fletcher?
Yes.
Board Member Avila? Board Member Konsky? Vice Chairwoman Bailey? Chairman Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And tab 4, please, Mr. White.
Yes, tab 4, card number 5070 is an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 30 zoning, Article 1 in general, Section 30-1 definitions to create definitions related to small animal clinics, small animal hospitals, and amending Chapter 30 zoning, Article 3 district regulations, Division 10, B1A professional business restricted district, Section 30-241 uses permitted in Division 11, B1 restricted district, retail section, commercial, Section 256 uses permitted to allow small animal clinics as a permitted use in the B1A and B1 zoning district, and amending Chapter 30 zoning, Article 4 supplemental district regulations, Division 1, generally Section 30-397 permitted uses and dimensional standards tables, to amend the permitted use table to include small animal clinics, small animal hospitals, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. White. Motion to move this to the agenda, moved by Roth, seconded by Vice Mayor Bailey. Roll call, please.
Board Member Fletcher? Board Member Roth? Board Member Cannavale? Board Member Konsky? Board Member Avila?
Yes.
Vice Chairwoman Bailey? Yes. Chairman Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
So that concludes our items. Anything further from Development Services or the City Attorney for this agenda? Motion to adjourn the LPA. Moved by Board Member Ross, second by Board Member Cannavale. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. So we now need to bring the regular council meeting out of recess. Well, no, okay, so we adjourn this. We're going to reopen the council meeting, moved by Councilman Cannavale to bring us out of recess, seconded by Councilman Fletcher. All in favor? All right. And that brings us back to I guess addendum 1, 2, and 3.
Yes.
Let's take those as a consolidated item and separate votes.
I'll read the titles, as these all deal with the same issue. Addendum 1 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, providing for ratification of an amendment to the collective bargaining agreement between the South Florida Police Benevolent Association Police Lieutenants and the City of Homestead in effect from October 1, 2024 through September 30th, 2026, authorizing the city manager to sign the amendment to the collective bargaining agreement on behalf of the city, authorizing the city manager to take all action necessary to implement the amendment to the collective bargaining agreement, and providing for an effective date. Addendum 2 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, providing for ratification of an amendment to the collective bargaining agreement between the South Florida Police Benevolent Association police officers, detectives, sergeants, and corrections officers and the City of Homestead in effect from October 1st, 2024 through September 30th, 2026, authorizing the city manager to sign the amendment to the collective bargaining agreement on behalf of the city, authorizing the city manager to take all action necessary to implement the amendment to the collective bargaining agreement, and providing for an effective date. And Addendum 3 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, providing for a one-time cost of living adjustment for non-bargaining unit employees, authorizing the city manager to take all action necessary to implement the wage adjustment and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, anything to add to this conversation?
Mr. Mayor and Council, those three addenda were a subsequent product of negotiation with the PBA with respect to council guidance and directive. The first couple of items for addendum number 1 for PBA lieutenants and addendum number 2 for PBA police officers, detectives, sergeants, and corrections officers will allocate 1% of their base pay towards a one-time pay supplement that is non-pensionable based on council directive. Our understanding is that the PBA folks voted last week, Thursday, to proceed with this with the expectation that they will get paid by August 7th. And they made a special request a couple of days back to find a special accommodation in this agenda, which is why you are getting it as an addendum. And the last one, addendum number 3, is for the general employees. Based on council directive, is a 0.5% COLA to all non-bargaining unit employees, i.e. those employees who are not covered under the CBA.
And these are all for the current budget year.
Yes.
A slight bump, one-time bump in this current budget year. Council, any further questions or comments on this? I know we spoke about it at length in some of our sessions. Is there anyone online or in the audience wishing to speak on any of these matters? Okay, well then I'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion on addendum 1. Moved by Councilman Cannonball. Do we have a second? Second by Vice Mayor Bailey. So a roll call vote on addendum 1.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konsky? Yes. Councilman Cannonball? Yes. Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And a motion on addendum 2 by Councilman Roth, seconded by Councilman Cannonball. Roll call on addendum 2.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Cannonball?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Konsky? Yes. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And as to addendum 3, moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Councilman Cannonball. Roll call on addendum 3, please.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Cannonball?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konsky? Yes. Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Okay. We have before us tab 1, the consent agenda, which consists only of the June 2nd council minutes. Moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Councilman Cannonball. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. We did tab 2. All right. Moving on to tab 3, the appointment of the special magistrate, new special magistrates. Right? Okay. Is there what staff member has this? Tab 3?
Mayor and Council, tab number 3 is the appointment of special magistrates. There are a pool of 3 candidates, all attorneys. Their backgrounds have been checked out, both by staff as well as the city attorney. The individuals have their resumes enclosed. The fiscal impact is $125 per hour with a $750 per hearing as a cap.
Okay, so thank you. So piggybacking on some of the earlier comments tonight by current members, does our code put a cap on the number of magistrates, and is this kind of like a random assignment of hearings?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. This change is to move to the attorney style of special magistrate as opposed to a special master, which is considered a volunteer position.
So by virtue of the retitling, the redefinition, It's more of a legal proceeding
Right,
rather
so
than a
the person
volunteer
serving
proceeding. Okay.
in the capacity, the requirement is that they are a Florida bar member of good standing.
Thank you. Council, any questions or comments? Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Oh.
Let's go Vice Mayor, and then we'll go to you, Councilwoman.
When we first discussed this, there were some reasons of why we wanted to go this route. Can you refresh my memory?
Sure, there's several reasons. In previous years, over the tenure of Homestead, we've gone from a code enforcement board, which some...
Let me interject. Councilwoman Avila, can you hear the Assistant City Manager's explanation?
I am getting it, but if it could be
Very
louder, I
low.
would appreciate it.
If you could move forward, Crystal.
In previous, iterations, we've gone from a code enforcement board. We then streamlined it to a code enforcement special master. Originally, when we had the board, many of the special master positions were garnered from the members of the board. This is probably 20 years ago. After subsequent to that, we've had a dwindling number of participant volunteers to be the special master. So originally when we would have 4 to 5 volunteers with an alternate, now we are only down to 2. We've published it publicly, and we've had little to no response. Pastor Stiles and Mrs. Jenkins have been a part of that more of the past ones, and in this latest year, I believe it's within the last year when we reopened it again, we didn't have participants that were willing to volunteer. So that is somewhat of the move, similar to the iteration of the Planning and Zoning Board. It's very difficult for us to get a steady number of volunteers to the city. Many cities have moved towards the special magistrate process for a legal proceeding.
Thank you. And there is no option of having both.
To have a special magistrate and a special master, it's 2 separate criteria.
Pastor Stiles brought up some really good points. He was on the Southwest Advisory Committee for years and years, and the only reason I allowed him to get off of there is because so many, especially residents in the Southwest, struggle with how to go about dealing with these code issues, and that is one piece that I am going to miss, is that knowing the community, understanding the community. I feel like that is what we're going to lose that with this. This is a tough one. Is this final decision today?
Yes.
Is this final? I'll rest for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Avila.
Thank you, Mayor. I recall when we were discussing the transition that there were questions that were asked with regards to how we could still maintain residents as being part of the pool of participants. And could you refresh my memory as to what the results of that inquiry was? Is there, unless they have an attorney's license, they would not be able to serve at all?
Yes, that would be the main requirement.
Did you catch it? That was a yes.
Right. So while I can understand the need to fill positions, I don't want to favor this type of role over volunteers that exist and that are willing to participate. I think it was made for me to, and probably just maybe I assumed, but I thought that there was like a retiring of our existing volunteers, or that there was a struggle to keep a commitment of their service, and that's not what I heard tonight. And I do really appreciate the recognitions that were made for them this evening during the presentation. And I had not had a one-on-one conversation with them directly to verify that they don't want to serve any longer or vice versa. But hearing their commitment and hearing how much they bring the perspective of their love of community and their fairness and how they make these decisions, that is worth gold to me. And while I respect attorneys, and it's not fair to, I don't see this as being fair to the process, to our residents. And so if we can have it to where we have the magistrate process or this, right, the magistrate process is the one that includes the attorneys. If we can have that process as a supplemental option that we can activate in the event we need to, when a special master is not available, I don't see why we can't, as a body, decide that that's the best choice for us in our city. So if I can get the attorney to confirm if that is an option, I would appreciate it.
I'm not aware of a city that goes on dual tracks. I mean, if it's something that you'd like us to explore, then we'll have to defer both this and tab 11 and bring that
Right.
back to you.
So the only cities that I know of that have more than one process are the ones that are comprised of an entire board, like a nuisance abatement board, which would comprise of 7 members, which we cannot fill, and a special magistrate. There's no city in Miami-Dade that I'm aware of that has a special master and special magistrate, both serving the city at the same time. It's either a full
Okay, thank you
7
for that clarification. I don't necessarily think that we have to style our, not that you're recommending it, but I don't want us to be boxed into styling the way we do things based on precedents set by other cities. We can be a leader in some things and think outside the box here as well. And let me ask, are we not able to provide any amounts of stipend to our volunteers? I can understand that we wouldn't want to offer, what the requirements are for an attorney, licensed attorney, et cetera, but for a volunteer serving on a board or a committee, it's not unheard of that there's a stipend associated with the time served. So if we were to have such an option, perhaps we would be able to fill our board, making it a little bit more feasible for people to serve time.
Yes, we have always provided a stipend. In fact, we raised it recently, and that did not garner additional people to volunteer. It used to be $75 forever. Then it went up, and we still were unable to get suitable volunteers for the position.
Okay, thank you for that
Other than the 2 that we
clarification.
already have.
Got it. And so just similar to my comments earlier about how we're engaging with the community, our communications team does a great job when we're trying to, have a major 4th of July event or, having a game watch scenario. But when it comes to things like this, I don't see the robust community engagement and social media presence where we can promote that these opportunities exist and making it a top of mind conversation piece. So I just can't support an item where we're pushing out opportunities for our citizens and our residents to serve when we actually have, some that do, without really fully vetting that we did everything we could to fill our capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Is this time sensitive?
Would you like to defer it? Is that what you're asking?
So I was also not aware that we had 2 standing that were still interested in continuing. And although it was raised from 75 to 125, now jumping for it being 125 an hour with a cap at 750, that is a huge jump. Can we maybe have a discussion and see if we come somewhere in the middle and reach out to the public again? That's what I personally would like to see.
I would also like to refer. I want to have that conversation also.
So this would be.
So somebody's going to have to move to defer it in the companion item.
Any further discussion on
I
that?
move to defer.
Okay, I'll second.
Just to be clear, this is for both tab 3, the appointment, and tab 11, the companion item.
Please.
Okay.
Yes.
Both items, 3 and 11. Okay. Yes, Councilman Fletcher.
Thank you. I know we passed, it's in our book where we passed the ordinance earlier this year to move to the special magistrate portion. Are there legal obligations?
We passed on first reading, which is your tab 11, that was making that change. Second reading is what would be deferred based on this evening's discussion. So that piece had not yet been fully adopted.
Okay, I just need a little further clarification on the legal ramifications because there's some specific language in here, mainly related to school camera citations.
Right. We got no respondents on that one. and that was a police officer, a retired police officer. It didn't have to be attorney, and we reached out to the Police Chiefs Association, and we had no volunteers. So we are reaching out. We're just not getting responses.
I'm good with that, but I'll have further discussion later. Thank you.
Councilor Roth, anything to add?
I'm just thinking out loud. I mean, we've already let 2 people go. I mean, can we get them back until we figure this thing out?
Well, certificate of appreciation isn't here's your retirement, but
Well, I mean, they left here thinking that they're done.
so.
I mean, how much time do we need to defer this to figure it out? I mean, I'm on board. I'd rather have local people, you know, policing their own people. You know, these guys don't even live in the city, and they come here for 2 or 3 hours a day and leave, and they don't know the southwest section from the northwest section. And I just don't think it's a reflection of what, you know, our code compliance and our magistrates should be. I don't know how this came, but maybe we talked about it before, but I just don't think it's the best move for the city. That's all.
Well, let me be the flip side. I've recently heard about, and we've seen before us over the past several months, where very lenient fine reductions have been granted. Sometimes for matters that are repeat offenses and have been pending for years and years and years. Let me make the analogy to the past due electric utility and other utility bills. There was no process. I think there are times when we need to get beyond who you are and not have those local pink goggles on and treat everybody equally. And I see the opportunity to have outsiders as an opportunity to treat everyone equally. Everyone gets treated the same. And I was going to, speak to this in our hearing later. We're going to have, for example, 2 different property owners that were years and years in violation. So here's my little story. When I left office involuntarily in 2007, my little personal protest was I didn't write the check for my business license until the very last minute. And someone in City Hall, one of the few people who would even want to get caught speaking to me, called me and said, "You need to go pay because the mayor's about to send somebody to shut you down." It happened in 2008. So here we are. We've seen people with hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars of liens just vaporized. Yet, because I was a political outsider, the city was going to pursue me for 1 year of late payment of business tax. That's not fair either. Again, I've never been a proponent of bringing in a lot of outsiders, but maybe this is one where we need people who don't know the history, who just know, did you violate the code or not, and tell me why you did and why you shouldn't be assessed. And I think we're going to have a better result and a stronger message to our community with having these professionals in place who aren't perhaps jaded by being a local. As Pastor Siles said, you got to have thick skin, and it's just human nature to be sitting up here in judgment, knowing that you may run into one of those folks in the grocery store or in a restaurant or even in church somewhere. The appointment of these magistrates takes that out of that, and I think would tend to more ensure that everybody's treated equally versus who you are versus what you did, or what you did versus who you are. So, I'd be willing to go forward on this, and I commend our our two folks that we recognize tonight, but just you're going to hear me say tonight on tab 28, we're not podunk Homestead anymore, and we got to stop thinking that way and thinking self-interest. We got to think big picture. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So we have a
Mayor,
motion to, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, and before we vote, I just wanted to also offer this perspective, and I agree, Mayor. Nobody should be treated the way that you were treated on that situation. And the item later is pretty egregious. It's almost $1 million in original fine amount. So that'll be an interesting conversation. But with regards to the last 6 years that I've sat and served on this board, I think maybe 3 contested special master decisions were brought to the council for reconsideration. So for over all those years of service of the special master, and I think maybe I heard one slight complaint about the way a case was heard and process, but that was more about process and procedure, which was resolved almost immediately when I brought it to administration's attention. But to have 6 years of my tenure there, I feel that is a show of how successful, how impactful, and how proper the volunteers of our special master, their service and time has been in hearing these cases and in making proper calls, and it only coming to us less than a handful of times. So while I do see the point in case that you're making on the other side of that coin, I just don't think that the grass is greener on the other side of this. So I would like to really try to explore, and I do believe that our volunteers would be willing to continue to serve, so I hope that's the case. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we have a motion to defer the companion items. Councilman Roth? I think you did.
Do we have a motion already?
A motion to defer
Make a
both
motion
of
to
the
defer,
items.
yeah.
Motion to defer, and I think we have a second. Do we have a second? We did. So let's have a roll call vote on the motion to defer 3 and 11.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Konski?
Yes.
Councilman Cannavale?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
No.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
No.
The motion carries.
Okay. That takes us then to, speaking of mitigation of liens, tab 4. Who's going to present this? Okay. I know you've got the applicant has counsel. Good evening. Good to see you again. It should be on.
Now, okay. Hi, good evening, council. How are you? My name is Isidoro Lopez from Lopez Legal Group. Office is at 8950 Southwest 74th Court, Suite 2201, Miami, Florida 33156. And quite the timing on this item. I'm here to tell you today about a success story that we have here in the city of Homestead between my client, Roger Tomasino, and Homestead City Government. Together, these two entities have resolved numerous code violations that go back close to 18 years. I represent Mr. Roger Tomasino, his company Landmark Precast, who manufactures concrete pipes right here in the city of Homestead. Good for the economic development of the city. And we are here to ask for a reduction from the award issued by the special magistrate. And we're about to give you 3 reasons why. But before I do, my client Roger, your commercial resident. I'm not going to go ahead and restate everything that you probably have in your notes. I read the Director of Code Compliance's memo, and many of the things there are factually correct in terms of timeline, the 2 addresses that are mentioned. One of the things we want to underscore here is Mr. Tomasino has been now in full compliance with the city's code violations. He invested into that compliance $300,000 of his personal money to come into compliance. One other thing to also mention that we mentioned to the special master was the extraordinary hardship that Mr. Tomasino endured going back to the 2008 crash. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Tomasino's wife passed from cancer, and right when he was getting ready to come into full compliance, COVID hit him. So I'm sure these are all things we can tie to. Additionally, there were some city compliance issues. One of the things I'm going to get into is a fence issue that he had. There was a permit for a fence from 2015. He brought that fence into compliance. And actually, let me take that back. The property owner at the time, who was someone else, not Mr. Tomasino, brought that fence permit into compliance, but yet it took nearly 11 years. And to the creation of contact with Mr. Director Perez, who came on board shortly, a couple of years ago, he approved the permit administratively. So we noticed that there had been some falls through the cracks. And though Mr. Tomasino agrees that there's some definite liability on his point, we are willing to see how we can get to a better resolution with the city in terms of the outstanding balance. Now, the special master went ahead and commuted the fine to about $145,000. And that's good, but like I mentioned earlier, Mr. Tomasino has already spent $300,000 of his own money. We're trying to bring this into full closure. We want to sunset this issue with the city. We understand that there's some fault on our side, but we also recognize that there was fault on the city side, and it was a vicious cycle. This council passed an amendment to the code, I want to say about a year and a half ago, which allowed for a carve-out for a business tax receipt, which is the lion's share of these fees. Mr. Tomasino, in December of 2025, went ahead and got this carve-out, and we've been in that process with the special master. A couple of things we want to recognize is that, number one, there have been some employees here in the city that have been very, very helpful, including, but not limited to, Officer Valencia, Director Jose Perez, Tanya and Malcolm, and ironically, Special Master Karen Jenkins. You know, we went before her in April. She brought it down to 80% of a reduction and said if I could bring it down lower, I would have, but she's capped out, and we respect that. We're here before you today because we understand that this body has the ability to commute this fine even more and help this resident. As I explained to my client, I don't believe the city of Homestead or its council take punitive measures against commercial residents. In fact, I was here before you about a year ago representing another client where you guys were able to help us reduce the fees he had. And that's why we're here before you today. So I'm not going to take more of your time. I see you have a lengthy agenda.
Okay, thank you, Council. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So, additional discussion a little on the last item. For me, it's not who you know, it's understanding the history. This BTR issue is one of those examples of people in the community understanding what changes, although positive, have come to better our city. That comes with growing pains, and it comes with issues that we can blame on predecessors, we can blame on whatever the issue is, but the fact is that mistakes are still made at the city level. I have lived through moving my business and dealt with all of those headaches, much more than I would ever like to relive. And that's been one reason that I spend my time trying to speak to residents, understand through code, because it's a ridiculous process. And obviously there's reasons that it is so strenuous. But this is one of those examples of things that I feel fell through the cracks. I think we could have done a much better job in the beginning, going after, just like the electric bills, right? We look back and obviously could have done things differently, but this is definitely one of those cases that I feel deserves another look. So I'm curious to hear what my colleagues think, but yeah, this is the perfect example of understanding the differences that we have, that we've seen happen over the years and how it is affecting businesses. And it's so hard for the small mom and pop businesses to survive. So,
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Council? Go ahead, it makes it easier for me.
Yeah, I know. You mentioned he's a commercial resident.
That is correct.
Does he live in the city of Homestead?
No, sir.
No, he does not live in the city of Homestead. What was the original amount that was due?
The original amount was combined $720,000.
And it's been reduced to?
$145,000.
That's a pretty good reduction.
That is.
I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. Anyone further to my left? Mr. Councilman Fletcher?
Am I on the left? Oh, no. I'm
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
left.
yeah. We'll do Fletcher and then you. You're on my right anyway.
Yeah, so I kind of looked at this similar to how we did the last couple of items similar to this. And again, they've taken their time, but they have come into compliance. And I believe that it's up to us to make the final decision on whether or not we're going to help reduce that or not. My feelings are that they've substantially bettered the location from what it had been, and we should look at reducing the fines up to our maximum allowable amount, which I believe is 95%.
Is that correct? James, do you know? 95% reduction, is that our maximum? Which would equate to how many dollars?
I'm
I mean,
not
95 against the 7,
20.
whatever.
Stand by.
So say 5% of whatever the max was.
And I do want to mention, Mr. Tomasino has already made payment one. I believe he paid $7,500. So obviously that would go towards, we paid
And of
the
course,
difference.
built into the number that's been approved are the non-negotiable hard costs.
Of course, yeah. That's fine.
I'm happy to make that motion to reduce to our maximum allowable event minus the hard costs.
Let's hold that in abeyance and hear from Councilwoman Avila, if you don't mind. All right, Councilwoman?
Thank you,
Avila?
Mayor. And thank you, Mayor. So there are 3 different violations here. And so I do look at them a little differently. There's really not a lot of compassion from me on the garbage, trash, and the junk, the overgrowth, like the visual property condition issues. Also, I need clarification. This is a new property owner. Was this a conveyance for purposes of property management or a conveyance of a sale of a business to a new operator?
So if I may, on property one, the one that is 1115 Northwest 4th Street, the owner has been the same owner for at least 18 years, if not longer. And property 1201 Northwest 4th Street was an acquisition he purchased in 2022.
Okay, and so you're representing both owners? And so this request is for both separate entities, both separate owners?
It's the same owner now for both properties, but the lien carried over from prior owner to the current owner who owned the original property I also mentioned earlier.
On one of the properties.
Correct.
Got it. So looking at the operating without a business license case number, was that the original owner or that would be the original owner, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So to my colleagues, if you look at the original lien amount of $409,000, the penalty basically is almost $38,000 a year penalty for that operating without a license. And I said it before, like I think the fining process needs to be commensurate with the error or the charge or the crime, right? So I don't necessarily think that that's a fair representation of what we should be fining, but that's the code, so that's what the calculation is. And so that was reduced down to $82,180, correct?
That is correct.
And so, for an 11-year period, I don't necessarily know if that's still, fair. But I think I would be in line with Councilman Fletcher to be more lenient on that particular case number. But when it comes to the garbage accumulation and the building permit issue, because that's a safety building requirement, I wouldn't be in favor of doing too much of a reduction. But I'm willing to continue to listen. I know that Councilman Fletcher rather made a motion, so just wanted to put that out.
Well, no, he's kind of holding that in abeyance. We wanted to hear from you first.
Mayor?
Yes.
If I may. So I just want to be clear. In 2022, you purchased 1201 Northwest 4th Street,
Yes,
and you purchased it with $311,642 worth of liens.
that's correct.
Why would you
Whatever
do that?
Whatever the lien amount was at that time.
Why would you do that?
So that process for the liens, in other words, the fines that the prior owner had were already in process of being cured. So when the purchaser, my client, was buying the property, he was told this is going to be settled. Unfortunately, at the time of closing, they were not. He said, I'm still going to buy it, and I'll try to finish what the work you've done. Mind you, part of the issue there, sir, was that in 2015, that fence permit, which is tied to CE 150600086, is a fence that was already past inspection. They were ready to close on the permit, but unfortunately, the city at that time said, we can't close on that permit until you close on these other issues that you have, which is a bit interesting because if you have other issues, then cite me on those other issues. But if I'm already in compliance on this issue with the fence, then let's close that. That fence permit, sir, remained open for 11 years. And there were multiple times that the fence permit was tried to be resolved and closed. And each time that that attempt was made, city staff said, you can't close that until you close other issues that you have. And so in 2025, approximately in the summer, Director Perez was able to close that permit. There was no additional work done for the fence. However, even after he closed it, took about 5 more months after that for the closing of the permit to reflect on your system. That's why I recognize those employees, including Ms. Tanya, who was the last person we dealt with in December, who administratively closed the permit on your end. So I see your point. You know, why would you take that? And you're right. There's definitely liability that we accept because it's not that you were not on notice that there were issues. But as we dove a little deeper in this and we started seeing, wait, there's just a disconnect here on some of the items. If you look at your memorandum there from the Director of Code, you'll see that every violation that's been issued to Mr. Tomasino subsequently has been resolved within 30 days. And I think that speaks volumes of the staff you have with you today. You're doing a great job, Mr. Manager, because the turnaround time working with commercial residents or residents that live here has, by my take, taken a full turn. And that's good. So that would be my answer to that, sir.
Sure. So, I mean, it is always buyer beware. Right?
Absolutely, sir.
And you took on this $311,000 worth of liens and fines, and here we are today negotiating it. The 1150 Northwest 12th Street, or 4th Street, sorry. You said that he's owned that property for how long?
2004, so we're talking 22 years.
Okay. And he accumulated $409,620.21 worth of fines and liens for what?
So it was a series of items, sir. There was a business tax receipt issue. There was also some garbage.
How long did the business tax receipt issue last?
That probably was the longest. I don't have that number right in front of me. I'm sure your staff does, but that was the lion's share of the fine.
And what took him so long to resolve the BRT?
Right. So I underscored this a little bit earlier. He went through some hardships. The 2007, 2008 economic crisis that affected everyone was a big part of it. Shortly thereafter, he lost his wife to cancer.
May I ask this question?
Absolutely.
How much is the BRT license?
You were asking me the question?
No, I'll ask staff. I'll ask anybody. Who can answer that question? How much is that license?
$45.
$45.
But to gain that license, we had to make over $300,000 in investments in the property.
Right, but it's not like you just bought the property. You owned the property for 22 years. So it just, to me, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense why it took you so long to come into compliance. You've been there for 22 years. The license is $45. What changed from the time you bought the property to when you ended up without the BRT that caused all these problems?
So if I could, Councilman, I hold a list here of all the receipts that it took to get that compliance with the BTR.
Yeah, but what triggered that? Because he was already there for 22 years. He was there from 2000, whatever day you said. He didn't have those issues then. What triggered that process that cost that brought this up to $400,000 in liens over a $45 license?
So my understanding, sir, is that when he became the owner and he starts operating his business, he's told he needs to get this business tax receipt, this business tax license. And in order to do so, he has to make all the corrections for the type of business he's going to be operating there. So the trial for that is everything that's in here. That leads me to believe that whatever the usage was of the property prior to him buying it was different than what he started using the property for.
So he 22 years ago, he bought this property or whatever, started this business there, and never obtained a BRT because he couldn't comply with what the city's requirements were at that time. Is that what you're saying? So he elected to continue to do business in violation of the city's codes for all that time. Is that right?
Sir, if I may, he was trying to come into compliance, but it's a process. It was a $300,000 process to do that.
I understand. But you're talking 22 years ago. And here we are today talking about $400,000 worth of liens and fines it took you 22 years to solve. That's just not the way it works.
I understand, sir. Well, we tried to work with staff, and I think
22 years. There's been like 14 managers, 15 code people. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me.
I can wholeheartedly.
Thank you.
Well, in a moment of levity, it was only 2013-14. He's owned it longer than that. Yeah. Now, and to your point, though, Councilman, and I think Mr. Lopez touched on this earlier. This is a similar case to an earlier client he was here with, the old Brooker Lumber Company property.
Correct.
And I referred to it as the circular firing squad, the chicken and the egg, that only until recently when we made the code change could you pull permits to do the work that you were required to do in order to get the what I used to call the occupational license.
Right. That's correct, sir.
So I think that was, it's just facts to your early, and the code's been amended now
correct,
to avoid that circular
and now
issue.
you're able to stop the hemorrhaging because since you can get the temporary license, to this gentleman's point, you can mitigate the daily compounding of the fees. So, again, that was a code amendment by your body.
So that's going forward from
Correct.
less than a year ago.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, sure.
Thank you. So, and that's, I'm glad you made that point, Mayor, because as I'm trying to listen to what's going on, it was our own system that was not allowing him to come into compliance with obtaining a BTR. And so that's why I'm more lenient towards reducing the fines on that one. But with regards to the actual violations of the fence and things like that, the work that the special master has done by reducing it to 80%, that already relieves the fact that, the compliance occurred years ago, and so fines continue to accumulate. So in that particular case, I'm in agreement with the special master's rate. I'll go with the majority on this, of course, but the reality is that the business license issue for me is one of the things that we finally figured that out. And, we're seeing these cases that are decades of problems, and hopefully there aren't too many left to have to sift through. But it's kind of where I sit on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. You know, there are circumstances with every.
I would like
every
to,
case.
second Fletcher.
Okay,
on his
so
proposal.
Fletcher, you made a motion to offer a settlement of 5% of the fines. Now, if our package is correct and the fine amount, the lien amount, well, the fine amount was $720,300, which does not include the hard cost. Or does that 720 include the hard cost?
So $721,262.61 is all inclusive of the hard cost and.
So it appears that the $720,300 is the lien amount, the lien amount for both parcels. So, Councilman, to clarify, your motion would be to concede a settlement of hard cost plus 5% of $720,300.
That's correct, and I believe that number to be $36,977 is provided in the book.
With credit for the $7,000
Credit for the
already,
$7,000.
already paid. This is a difficult one for me because on one hand, we're sending the message that you can sit back as a property owner and give us the proverbial middle finger. I'm not going to get a business license receipt because you can't do anything about it, and I'll pay for it at the end at a huge reduction, or I'll find some buyer that was gullible enough to have it passed on to. You know, I don't think it sends a good message. But today I took the opportunity to talk to the assistant city manager and Mr. White, and we did not, contrary to what was alleged going to be done to me for 1 year of not paying my license on time many, many years ago, there's no, at the time, and there may not be now, we have no mechanism to truly enforce the curing of that kind of violation. That all we have are the continuation of fines. But I'm sorry, but I have to believe that the stuff that had accrued that you bought was a case of not what you're doing, but who you are. And your seller walked away scot-free, laughing all the way to the bank at full price, and gave the middle finger to the city. Now, do you get left holding the bag for that or not? And that's really where I really have the problem. So let me ask Mr. White or Mr. Pearl, do we have anything in place now that allows us to affirmatively enforce violations other than just ongoing fines and placing liens against properties? Do we have the ability to go in and shut down businesses for any kind of violation?
We want to be clear. It's not for, I wouldn't say it's for any kind of violation. If you recall, there was an instance where we had a property, it was a residential property at the time, that was an ongoing nuisance, and we were able to go to court and get a court order that required that property be vacated because of the ongoing activity there. So it's not, there are mechanisms at our disposal, but we have to evaluate those on a case-by-case basis to see what's appropriate.
But a garbage, junk, and debris, I think that was, you know, forget about the broken fence. I think that was fixed and just that fell through the cracks. But are we at the mercy of derelict property owners today for those kinds of violations?
There have been instances where the city will go ahead and take corrective action and then place the lien on the property for the cost of the corrective action of that corrective action, but I don't know how often that's happened.
No,
The actual cure
right,
of the
what the mayor-
violation
right,
is not
the
obtainable.
mayor is saying like a revocation of a certificate of occupancy as opposed to a business tax receipt. If it's just a tax receipt, that's what it is, a tax receipt. It's not the permission to operate.
Right.
So with a violation such as this, then code would have done its normal process at the time, which would be to cite, notify, cite, fine, lien, and keep going.
So is the answer a revisiting of that very draconian certificate of use ordinance that was floated?
Right.
That if you revoke the certificate of use, you can actually shut down a business for code violations.
Which this
Correct.
was not the case for this one, or is not the case on the norm for any of them.
I mean, look, if we can make it easier to get a certificate of use so that we can then snatch it when there are violations. But the impediments that were in place in that first draft to get a certificate of use was a whole other story for me. But pardon me, I'm getting out in the weeds. We've been here since 5 o'clock. All right. Well, we have a motion in front of us. Is there any further comment? We have a motion for a relief to the tune of 5% plus cost, with credit for the $7,000 already paid. Anything further from council or staff? Well, let's have a roll call vote on this one.
Councilwoman Konski? Yes. Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Cannavale? Yes. Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losner?
No, because I can and you still win.
right.
It's just the principle of the thing.
Motion
Not
carried.
personal, and I know there's extenuating circumstances, but for me, it's about the message that we're sending.
Understood. Thank you, council.
Nobody else is going to have your situation.
No. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time
Thank you.
tonight.
There.
Yes, Councilman Roth?
I have a question, though, for the attorneys. Matt, once we file a lien against a property, can we go into a foreclosure action against that property?
Then why didn't we then?
So what do we, it's,
There's an economic analysis before you go through a foreclosure process. You have to look at the superior liens to see.
Before they leave, is implicit in that a time frame for payment?
Was not included in your.
Okay, we need to deal with a time frame for payment. I know the larger payment, you were given 6 months. I don't know that that's necessary with the much lower amount.
Are we okay with 30 days?
There's been a question as to whether or not 30 days, not greater than 30 days, full payment, which is about $29,000, $30,000.
That's fine. I think we don't have a problem. We had every intention of paying the original agreement in October, but 30 days puts us.
Well, and that
short
was
of
at the 145.
Yeah. I think 30
So,
days is
Matt, do
fine.
we need to revisit this in terms of rescinding and remotioning?
If you'd like, just to make it comprehensive, so
Yeah,
it'd be
let's
the full
do that.
reduction to be
So-
paid within 30
Yeah,
days.
so we need to
today.
rescind the prior action and then do it again with that time frame built in. So Fletcher's motion to rescind the prior vote, seconded by Cannibal. Roll call on the motion to rescind.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? No. Councilwoman Konski? Yes. Councilman Cannavale? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion
All right,
carries.
so now we need a motion for settlement with a time frame for payment. Councilman Fletcher.
Vote for the amount previously stated and a 30-day time period.
In full within on or before 30 days. This is seconded by Councilman Cannibal, so let's have a roll call on that.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Cannavale? Yes. Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Konski? Yes. Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losner?
No.
The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Y'all have a nice night.
Appreciate it. All right. That takes us to tab 5, correct?
Fun stuff, finally. Some fun stuff, finally.
Yes, finally.
There'll be more talk
I know
on
that-
this than the last one. All right, so well, wait a minute. Not so fast. So I guess, in short, this is an expenditure of almost $47,000 to add the championship seal to the one water tower out by the racetrack at the city's sole expense, to be, as I understand, removed by year end together with the 250 logo, and between now and then we decide what's going to go on there. Also my understanding that the operator at the track has declined to contribute to this effort. Is that correct?
I don't think that's correct, but
No, let's hear from staff.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
That's correct. Okay, very good.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
And Council, earlier in the fiscal year, we had presented a budget for the upcoming championship, and Mayor and Council had approved a budget of, I believe, $100,000, which was inclusive of assisting the Homestead Miami Speedway folks in terms of hosting the championship game coming up. This item is a follow-up to that provision in the budget. I realized that we had asked them for counterpart funding and it was not successful, but the funding is already in the budget, up to $100,000, not essentially for this, but for city participation in promoting the championship. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. My thought would be that money could be better spent for banners for a whole lot less. If we're going to help advertise the event and have it seen citywide, only those going to the track generally are seeing that water tower. For me, that's a lot of money, particularly when our partner's not contributing, despite the fact that it's been budgeted.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask, is this time sensitive to get approval to have this installed?
It can be deferred, Councilman.
I think we moved to defer it so we can have further discussions with the operator.
Thank you.
And I understand that, there's some other things that may be coming up they're quite big.
They're more beneficial.
That are more beneficial than the water tower.
Than a one-time wrap.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So a motion to defer.
I'll second that. Okay. Any further discussion? Sorry to cut off your fun. Oh, no, but we have more. No. We have more. We have bathroom paint. All right. So, roll call vote on the motion to defer.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Konsky? Yes. Councilman Cannibal?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And moving on to tab 6, a final plat for HG Phase 1.
Yes, bear with me just one moment. Please be advised the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial nature. If you wish to comment upon these items, please address the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. Swearing in, all testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence or their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-590, any lobbyist must register before addressing the council on any of the following items. At this time, I'd ask council members to disclose any ex parte communications concerning tab 6 and tab 7. And for the record, to reiterate on tab 7, you all did receive correspondence from a resident.
Right. Tab 7 only for me. Okay.
All right.
You haven't seen it? No.
So at this time, I'd ask anyone in the audience who's wishing to speak on the item, tab 6 and tab 7, please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn by the clerk.
Do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Tab 6, car number 5090, is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting final plat approval as requested by HG Phase 1 LLC for the redevelopment of 150 existing rental assisted and affordable housing units and the development of 100 new rental assisted and affordable housing units, totaling 250 units, on an approximately 8.744 acre parcel of land located at 1501 Southwest 6th Street, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Well, it's the final plat. I don't know that we need any input. Moved by Councilman Roth. Thanks. Second over here to my left by Councilman Fletcher, represented by Mr. Arza, who's not here for $125 an hour tonight. Oh, he's just wandering. Well, come earn your keep. Enter your appearance. We have nowhere else to go tonight. Wow.
Lovely to see you, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm Adele Valencia on behalf of DDC Cressida. This project is...
Mayor, I can't hear anything.
I'm so sorry. I'm Adele Valencia from LSN Law on behalf of DDC Cressida. We're delighted that the project is moving along. We'd appreciate your assistance with the approval of the final plat. If you have any questions, I'm joined by my colleague, Benji Power. But by way of a reminder, this is a public-private partnership with Miami-Dade County to really improve and enhance the quality of these affordable housing units and to add some more. So with that, I thank you.
Very good, thank you. Yes.
I just want to say thank you so much. It has been quite a process getting there, but we were just speaking about it earlier today, driving through there now. It is just such a difference. And to think about years ago when we saw what the inside of those apartments looked like, and all the sweat and tears and everything else that went into it, I'm very happy to say
What a
yay on this.
transformation.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we make the motion?
It was already.
Oh, it's already made. What's your district? Okay. All right, so it's been moved and seconded for adoption and approval of the final plat. Let's have a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Konski? Yes. Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Cannibal? Yes. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, thank you. Good night. All right, moving on to tab 7.
Yes, tab 7, card number 5091. This is an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning as requested by Flightway 20 LLC of an approximately 8.55 acre parcel of land from agricultural zoning district to light industrial zoning district for property generally located on the southwest corner of Southeast 8th Street and Southwest 147th Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflict, severability, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading.
Okay, council, and Mr. Arz is here. This is, I think, the mirror image of something we did several months ago, next door.
It is Hugo Arza, 701 Brickell Avenue. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, Mr. Manager, Madam Clerk. Yes, it is. I mean, I've got a brief presentation if you all wish to see it. There will be a longer presentation. Thank you.
No
Appreciate
offense.
that. And we'll be happy to come back in September and speak some more about this project, but I appreciate the support.
Councilman Fletcher, it's your district. Would you like to move it?
Move it with one statement.
Okay.
We did receive a letter of opposition from one of the residents. I think that some of his points were well made, but at the same time, they are going to be in accordance with our site plan. So I appreciate the thoughtfulness that the resident went through to provide us that input. And I'm going to reach out to him personally. I haven't yet, but very well written letter with a lot of good thought into it. So I appreciate that.
And again, more appropriate for discussion at site planning,
Yes.
but not for just the naked rezoning. All right. I asked Fletcher to, it was his district. No one. Would you like to? Seconded by Roth. Any further discussion? Any public comment? Close the public comment. Roll call vote on tab 7.
Councilman Cannibal? Yes. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Konski? Yes. Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you all.
Thank you. And before we move on to tab 9, that's 8 was deferred. It's that time of night where we need to move to extend the end time of this meeting from 8:30, and I would suggest 9:30. Moved by Cannibal, seconded by Vice Mayor Bailey. All in favor? Any opposed? Everybody out there? Okay. And that takes us to tab 9.
Yes, tab 9, car number 5096. This is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 30 zoning, Article 1 in general, Section 30-1 definitions to create a definition for express mechanical car wash, and amending Chapter 30 zoning, Article 3 district regulations, Division 12, B2 retail commercial district, Section 30-276 uses permitted to allow express mechanical car washes as a permitted use in the B2 zoning district, and amending Chapter 30, Article 4 supplemental district regulations, Division 9 mixed use and non-residential development standards, Section 30-540, service stations, auto repair, car washes to establish development standards for express mechanical car washes, providing for conflict, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. White. Any issue with waiving the staff report? Did you move it?
I will.
Okay.
With one
Moved by
comment.
Vice Mayor with a comment?
I
Or
know that-
question?
Thank you, Mayor. I know this isn't part of this piece, but I just want to urge everyone, if you haven't been to the car wash off US 1 and 288 and seen what craziness it is at all hours of the day, I know that this is not part of the discussion for this now, but before we consider anything going on that corner, which is already an incredibly terrible intersection, I do urge you to go and see the major issues that the car wash on 288 and US 1 is causing.
Well, that demonstrates demand on one hand and our incumbent on us to really take a hard look at site planning.
And the traffic.
Well, inclusive of traffic. All right, so
Second.
moved by Vice Mayor, seconded by
With a
Councilman
comment.
Roth with a comment.
Yeah, so earlier in my briefing, we talked about the one we approved a couple years ago out in the Oasis Publix Plaza, which hasn't even broke ground. And staff had informed me that they've done nothing to do anything out there. So I asked them to reach out if they want to come in and talk to us, see what's going on, or because we don't have nothing on the east side for car washes, nothing. So if you want it, the closest one is I think on US 1, the sports car wash or whatever it is. So just so I hope they reach out and find out what's going on. If they're dead, if they're not going to come back.
I think Mr. Arza represented that.
Did he? Where is
That
he?
approval. He's
he left.
bailed out already. Can't blame
Mayor,
him.
if I may,
What's that?
if I may, the last contact I had said that they had pulled that plan and were not interested in Homestead anymore. Last time I heard.
That was my understanding, but that's going back over a year
That's going back
ago.
over a year. Correct.
No. Okay, so I think we have a motion and a second. Still roll call vote on tab 9.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Cannonball?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konski? Yes. Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And that takes us to tab 10.
Tab 10 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the budget for the Water and Sewer Utility Fund for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025, ending September 30th, 2026, by increasing the total budgeted revenues and expenditures by $2,003,694, providing for severability and an effective date.
Very good. I think in short, for the public, this is newfound money, but yet with restrictions on use, and this is the perfect fit. Moved by Councilman Cannonball, second by Vice Mayor Bailey. Anything further from council? Okay,
Mayor?
here. Yes, Councilwoman.
Just for the record, my understanding is that there were no restrictions on the use of the money. And per the briefing that I had with Carlos's funds, we're able to go right into general, and that it could have been applied to any of our capital improvement projects. But given the urgency of the well, I am in favor of the project, but just for clarification of the record.
But wasn't some of the PFAS money dedicated to water projects?
It's settlement. No,
Okay.
It's settlement money. Councilwoman Avila is absolutely correct. If
Okay.
there were no restrictions on the money, it could have been used for anything. This became a project that appeared to be a high priority, so it was
Very
used for
good.
this.
Okay. All right, do we have a motion and a second? I think we did. So a roll call vote on this.
Councilwoman Konski? Yes. Councilman Cannonball? Yes. Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Moving past tab 11 to tab
13.
13.
Tab 13 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the award of a contract to One Stop Aquatic Safety LLC for ITB 2026-03 pool operations and lifeguard services, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Moved by Councilman Roth, second by Councilman Cannonball. Any further questions or comments on this item? Hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher? Councilwoman Konsky? Councilman Cannonball? Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And that takes us to tab 14, good old Pump Station 11.
Tab 14 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the award of a contract to Acosta Tractors, Inc. in the amount of $2,317,499.35 for ITB 2026-24 Basin 11 Pump Station Force Main Project, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Moved by Councilman Cannonball, second by Councilman Roth. Any further from council? Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Cannonball? Yes. Councilwoman Konsky?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And tab 15 for backup generators.
Tab 15 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the award of a contract to Pantropic Power, Inc. in the amount of $1,462,323 for ITB 2026-20, purchase of 3 backup generators for wastewater treatment plant, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Moved by Councilman Ross, second by Councilman Cannonball. Anything further from council? Roll call, please, on tab 15.
Councilwoman Konsky? Yes. Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Cannonball?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes, let's keep them running.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And tab 16. She's eating.
Tab
Mr.
16.
Pearl, tab 16.
Tab 16 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the city's fiscal year 2026-2027 Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnerships Program Annual Action Plan, authorizing the city manager to submit the annual action plan to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, authorizing the execution of required documents and taking of all actions necessary to implement the annual action plan, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
I know we've all been briefed on this juicy subject. Okay, hang on. So, moved by Councilman Cannonball. Second by Fletcher, with a question by the Vice Mayor.
Not a question, an ask. So first of all, it is ridiculous how long anything at Blakey at the PAL gym has taken, right? We've had terrible luck with the contractors and so forth. I would like to specifically have that one of the first pieces done is the front door with impact windows. We can wait on the other side of the building, but I think that that would be just a quick, easy fix that will be welcoming. We are ready to start opening Homestead Gardens, and we need to have a lovely entrance to our PAL gym, please.
Thank you for that.
Will do, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I think we had a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilman Ross? Yes. Councilwoman Konsky? Yes. Councilman Cannonball? Yes. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes, and I'll have a comment after the roll call. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. And piggybacking on what Vice Mayor Bailey was saying, I was bringing it up during my briefing that the CDBG action plans that we do every year, it's just a common occurrence where we're rolling over funds that were unused to stay in compliance, and we're rolling them into debt payments, et cetera. I really would like to see our action plan be 100% executed, especially with the dedication of the funding that we do annually, I think, to the PAL gym. It's been a challenge to get things done. So in support of what she was saying, but in light of what I was trying to bring up during the briefing, I would really like to see this be a year where we don't have any funds left over to do a debt reduction payment, just to stay in compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that takes us to tab 17, a renewal of the FDOT funding of some of the US 1 landscaping maintenance.
Tab 17 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the second renewal to the FDOT Turf and Landscape Maintenance Joint Participation Agreement, authorizing the city manager to accept and execute the second renewal, take all actions necessary to implement the same, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Do we have a motion? Moved by Councilman Cannonball, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Any further questions from council? Roll call, please.
Councilman Fletcher? Yes. Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Cannonball? Yes. Councilwoman Konsky? Yes. Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carried.
And that takes us to tab 18.
Yes, sir. Tab 18 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, authorizing the city manager to accept the grant award from the Florida Division of Emergency Management for the city's watershed master plan and to enter into a grant agreement providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Do we have a motion? Moved by Councilman Roth. Second by Councilman Cannonball. Is there any further council question or discussion? Hearing none, let's have a roll call vote on tab 18.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konsky? Yes. Councilman Fletcher? Yes. Councilman Cannonball? Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carried.
Moving to tab 19.
Tab 19 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a professional artist services agreement for the Losner Park Bathroom Facility Mural Project, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Do we have any of the artists present tonight? If maybe you would like to say something if you're here, talk a little bit about why you would like to be chosen. I think we've got 3 amazing groups to choose from. Come on up. I'm guessing you are the trio in our package? Okay. Well, thank you very much for your submittal, and if you don't mind, your name and address for the record. And
my name is Muta Vision. This is a group that we applied for your call to artists with. My name is Muta Vision. This is Diaz, and this is John Ivan. We were under the impression that you guys would have questions for us too. And I feel like just to state why maybe we should be chosen is, aside from our experiences working with different municipalities throughout the states, we've been experienced in painting murals for over 10 plus years. We're all professional artists, practicing studio artists, visual artists, and we've done, that's awesome. We've done all kinds of different projects throughout the years, including playgrounds and public spaces and, projects with the city as well. And it'd be an honor for us to work with the city of Homestead. Oh, cool. Yeah. I'm not sure how this control works. Here we go. We are all international artists as well. I mean, Johan comes from Venezuela, Diaz from Colombia. I am a mixed Panamanian Puerto Rican artist as well. And to give you a little bit of our vision of what we pictured for these murals. Yeah. Take it out. Yeah. Can you hear me now? Amazing. Yeah, just to give a little bit of context and what we wanted to present for the murals is an initial draft, which we can slide over, is for every different elevation on the building, we wanted to include a lot of the fauna and nature that we found site specifically to the park in Losner. And we pulled inspiration from different artists within the Miami Vice influence, according to the Call to Artists, and things that we come into contact with in Miami. Artists like Roberto Burle Marx's landscape architecture, David Hockney's influential paintings, and the Memphis group from Milan, who's influenced all of Miami Vice's 80s kind of aesthetics. So as you see, we have different animals and plants. Some of these animals, we kind of highlighted them as main subjects to also give the influence of movement and freedom for people and the kids visiting this park. I think one of the earliest childhood memories that I have, obviously, is playing at a playground, playing with family, but what I remember most is like movement, running and going through the slides and things. So we kind of wanted to give that feeling a bit. If you want to slide to the next one.
I also want to mention that we put detail onto this design where a lot of things complement the surroundings of the building. For example, on the butterfly, there's actually on the south elevation, there's a water fountain right there. So we specifically place some of the items to the surroundings of it, as well as the north elevation. The bird on top, we noticed that there's a dumpster and an electrical box on the bottom, so we wanted to make sure that these designs actually complement the surroundings of the building.
We approach this as like initial sketches to kind of present to you guys today. We're not married to these ideas right now, or the literal sketches you're seeing in front of you. And we would love to develop and leave this open to development and communications and collaboration with you guys. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Sorry for the long wait, but we appreciate you coming out.
That's what we do here.
If you guys have any questions for us, we're more than open to answer.
And just so the public realize, these sketches that are peculiar to the building we're talking about are the first time we've seen them. They're not in our package. This is the first time we've seen your work and your vision and your statement here, but not these. Just so everybody understands that yes.
Just a quick question. Again, I appreciate your comment that you're not married to your sketches. I just want to make sure that it's very collaborative with what we already have in the area, and it's not, I get the Miami Vice theory, but at the same time, I want to be coherent to what's currently
complementary with
yes.
what's there. Yeah.
Thank you.
100%. I mean, that's normally usually part of our artist process in creating murals in public spaces. It's collaborating with the community or, its immediate surroundings. We love to make our artwork site-specific, so I'm open to comments, and if we need to edit them, change them, add things, I would love everybody to be on the same page.
Very good. Well, thank you. Anything further from council? All right. Appreciate your coming down and waiting this evening.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
All right. You might as well just hand the mic off to the next group. Hi, welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Alex Vaughan. Can you guys hear me okay?
If you want to go ahead and pull that out
How about like that? Is that
there
good?
you go.
Let the stand do the work for me. My name is Alex Vaughan. I'm also known as Quake. I'm a Miami native, and I've been painting murals in Miami and around the world for about 25 years. A lot of art in public places projects, a lot of projects with the cities and the counties, school district stuff. Did a lot of stuff with Broward County for the schools there. I represent a company called Cushy Creative, which is my mural company that I've been working with for about 15 years now. And I saw this project, and it felt like a project that was for me and my team to tackle. I'm just one person here today, just representing for myself. I was only made aware of the possibility of presenting a PowerPoint just a few days ago, and I'm currently on a mural project, so I wasn't able to put anything together quick enough. But like the guys before me said, this is a community project, and so I expect there to be more conversation, more dialogue, and a way for us to kind of figure out, what makes the most sense, for this project. We've done a lot of projects like this over the years, and I was born at Baptist Hospital, not far from here. My mother worked at Deering Hospital, and she volunteered at a clinic as a nurse midwife, actually in Homestead, not far from here. Serving low-income women that were, prenatal care for them. So, I do have a connection with Homestead. I do have a strong connection with the southern region of Miami, just growing up here. And, that's pretty much my pitch in a nutshell. So, do you guys have any questions for me, or it's just sort of reiterating what the last guy said, sort of?
I think in our package, we have samples of your work that kind of show
Yeah,
us
I tried to put some samples in that I think are appropriate.
You've done in the past, but I really think that for us to make an informed decision, and I don't know that this is really time sensitive, I know you mentioned you're on another job. What would be a time frame that you might be able to envision and provide a first proposal, a look for this project, specific to this project?
Well, what kind of deadline are we looking at right now? Is this like a as soon as possible kind of a scenario?
Well, that's why I'm looking to staff. I don't know that the execution of this is that time sensitive, or is it? I mean,
we're used to hitting all kinds of crazy deadlines.
Can I say something? Like the idea here was to present the three artists. This was only a call to artists, and once we select which is the artist that we want, then we give them a stipend so they can start with their first draft. That's the way it works.
Now, I understand that, but the first group was in position to provide us with their preliminary vision of something they might do. Kind of mixing apples and oranges, and I don't know if everybody got notice at the same time and was on the same time frame to submit a specific proposal. I know the last sketches, as I said, were not in our agenda packet. They were new for tonight.
That one was not a request, was a proffer, like a voluntary proffer.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, to the question of time sensitive, I believe in working with the Vice Mayor and developing kind of the scope of work, the desire was maybe by the end of this, at least end of fiscal year, certainly by the end of the calendar year, to have the project complete. But that's the timeline that we are working with. Hopefully by the end of the calendar year, if possible, to commence the work by towards the end of the fiscal year.
As quickly as the 204 mural went and the one at the Paseo, it's not out of the realm of possibility to give everybody the same footing.
Yeah.
And still have something in place even by Thanksgiving or the kickoff of if we're going to have any holiday events this year.
Right. Thanksgiving would be the best case scenario to be complete because of the upcoming holiday festivities. Otherwise, I would say you would be looking into 2027. So that's kind of the idea why we wanted to commence by the end of the fiscal year and try to wrap it up by October, very early November.
Well, no, I get that, but sitting here tonight in mid to late January, I'm sorry, August, July. Where are we? What kind of cushion do we have before we make a choice of team or artist, to put everyone on equal footing of seeing an initial vision versus other random work?
So I think for purposes of today's conversation, the approach could be, with my recommendation, it's an initial introduction of the artist, and then we, at the direction of council can give direction of with a time bound, right? Whether that is 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and in the first meeting in September, those concepts could be proffered by all three artists, and then we go from there. I think that would allow the equal footing and the preliminary concepts to be presented.
And it seems we're going to have probably a special call sometime in late August.
Okay.
For SPH.
Okay.
So, generally speaking, a 30-day period, more or less.
Yep.
Whatever that regular August meeting would be, let's just say.
The last August meeting, okay.
Let's just say for sake of argument, that would be, what, the 26th?
The third Wednesday would be
19th.
the 19th. It'd be the 19th.
Pardon? Yeah, I think the League of Cities is going on, or is that the week before? 13th, okay. So that's not in conflict with the League of Cities. So, whatever it is, probably not any earlier than the 19th.
Okay. Okay.
Is that, we're sitting here today at the
fair.
22nd.
Yep.
That we would make a decision with everyone having,
Able to present
that
our-
presentation
yeah.
of that site.
Yep.
Okay.
Very, very common for projects like this, and yeah, very doable and fair.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Very good.
Anybody else? Anything else?
All right.
Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it.
All right. So is the third artist. Hi, welcome.
My name is George Eustace. I go by Chief Tesser. I'm a Miami local, born and raised in Miami. My parents are from Homestead, they're residents. So this mural is not just another wall for me, but an opportunity to leave something behind, that the community can enjoy. I painted for the city of Miami just recently. We completed a project for Douglas Park. We did it, I did it in 3 weeks. How can I change it?
City of Ice. Now, wait a minute.
What? I know, that's more a reference to the color.
Okay.
I'm not stuck on the title. And
Wait a minute.
As far as concept,
She's the mayor of Ice.
This is a photo from the recently completed mural at Douglas Park. I've worked with the city. I've worked with various nonprofits like Miami Lighthouse and Branches, Florida. I didn't create a mural mock-up yet, but I could get one done in the time frame allowed for sure. Basically, it would be an homage to the Everglades, a river of grass that flows onto the sidewalk, and I'd like to have some, landmarks of Homestead in there, and a lot of color, pastel, collage-style mural. I don't want to clash with the murals that exist already there, but more so complement what they have going on. In the presentation and the opportunity to create the mock-up, I can further illustrate what I have envisioned. Basically, this is an awesome opportunity I see, and I'm looking forward to creating something cool. Here's an example of some of the color palettes that I was thinking, so more of the pastel tones with oranges, and we can see that in the mock-up coming up. And yeah, basically that's it. I just want to throw my hat in the ring, introduce myself, and that was it.
Okay. So do your parents actually live in the city limits, or do they just have driver's licenses and
No,
say
they
Homestead?
live within the city.
Okay.
It's off of 137th and 276.
Not the city.
Oh, it says Homestead in there on their
That
list.
was my point.
Okay, all
Close
right.
enough.
Well,
okay,
that's
second
it.
question.
Yes.
I didn't have my reading glasses on, and I saw one of your renderings there where you had an indigenous woman, and for a minute it looked like the skunk ape, and I was thinking maybe we should have you incorporate the skunk ape in if you're
Whatever you
that's
like.
an Everglades
I'm
original,
flexible,
the
of
skunk
course.
ape. But okay, so hey, council, just to put everyone on equal footing, and if the first team wants to come back and make some adjustments, that's fine. But I think we're anticipating a meeting on the 19th that we can select the artist at that point. And for me, it'll be based on what your vision is for that particular building, not what you've done elsewhere.
For sure. Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all again. And for my colleagues, in case you didn't see, but the call to artists was a little more specific than we've usually done before. You know, for me, Losner Park, it's just so beautifully landscaped that I thought it was important that we really play off that. And then, of course, just kind of giving kudos or whatever to our past and using those cool, vibrant Miami Vice style colors. So if you look at some of the elevations here in the pictures, there's so much more growth that's even going to happen. But you've got the palm trees already, and you've got the beautiful plants coming out on the side. So the vision was to kind of keep it looking natural, but with these very vibrant colors. So artsy, but still very natural. So that's where the whole Miami Vice thing came
And I
into
think
play.
this, along those lines with the foliage, to staff, kind of the big mural on the west side of the building is really obscured, and we're going to have to really think hard about how the existing landscaping may need to be realigned to not obscure whatever's done here, and really take a hard look at the big mural that faces west on the back of the Seminole Theater. That's very hard to see when you're, it really is. So do we need a motion to defer this to, all right, so we need a motion to defer to the 19th. All right, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
And thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. Okay. Moving on to tab 20.
Tab 20 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, declining a $1 million grant award from the Florida Department of Transportation for the Biscayne Everglades Greenway Phase 2 project, authorizing the city manager to provide formal notice to the Florida Department of Transportation and to execute any documents necessary to effectuate the declination and closeout of the grant, confirming the city's continued commitment to pursue the project through future external funding opportunities, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor?
Thank you. Mr. Manager.
Yes, thank you. On further evaluation of this item, it's our position that we should defer this item. We are looking into coming back with a different option and a different recommendation to Mayor and Council for us to consider and explore the possibility of additional funding and grant applications to make up the shortfall in the funding, rather than outrightly rejecting money. The reason being, the grant is not going to be available till 2028. So taking this action at this stage is a little premature. That's why we want to look for other options.
I think that's a wise decision rather than rejecting it out of hand. So moved by Roth, seconded by Cannonball. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. That takes us to tab 21.
Tab 21 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, expressing support for the candidacy of Miami-Dade County, Florida, to host the World Expo 2035, supporting the application for federal recognition in the United States candidature before the Bureau, International Day Expositions, authorizing coordination with federal, state, regional, and local partners, providing for transmittal, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. What an exciting prospect. Yes, moved by Councilman Cannonball, seconded by Councilwoman Konski. Any further discussion? Okay, what a slam dunk that would be for Deep South Dade. All right, let's have a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Cannonball? Councilwoman Konski? Yes. Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, let me interject here. I've been remiss. We have an elected official with us, Mayor Lago of Coral Gables. Welcome. I hope we haven't jumbled your... See, you only have 4 to deal with. I've got 6. Okay. All right. Welcome to Homestead. Our architect said that our city hall would be similar to yours, but they lied. It's a lot bigger. Okay. Moving right along to tab 22. And I'll tell you, this grew out of a couple of things. Our transition to the round seal and adoption of a different color palette. So we began talking about, new flags with the round seal with staff, and conversation kind of grew into maybe we need to do something more. And let me also add that, this kind of all came into the conversation when we placed some of the military, current and commemorative flags, the racetrack, the flags behind us, that we thought that, we should bring forward just, for discussion and some action, an adoption of a new design of city flag. So I would welcome any commentary.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Roth.
The three options I'm looking at are terrible.
I agree with you 100%. They're horrible. I like the original.
The original one looks good compared to these three right now. So I would say let's put it back to the drawing board and bring it back another day.
Well, I would say, okay, to that regard, and I've had this discussion with staff, the seals on all of the option are out of scale. They're too small. If we're going to use the seal, there's nothing time sensitive here. We can defer this and ask staff to go back to the drawing board and come back.
I like to see an option number 2, but it has to be the size of the flag, like this one over here.
Well, the seals are all out of scale on these renderings, and that may be part of the issue.
Yeah, because these are horrible.
But we can ask staff to go back to the drawing board. Yes, Vice
Thank you,
Mayor.
Mayor. Just quickly, I would also like to see some examples without the colors on the bottom. I'm not a big fan of that. Thank you.
Just a white background?
Yep.
So, because if you go online, all the advice says, don't have a seal on a blank field. It says, do something else. And, there are a lot out there that are just too busy, and these were kind of a middle ground. But if you have chance, in all of your spare time when you go home tonight, Google city flags and see what it says. And Miami's the example not to follow. But,
Mr. Mayor.
okay, so yes, Councilman Fletcher.
I believe Councilman Avila had
Yes.
a question, then I'll go after her.
Sure. Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, you guys are coming through on my end a little choppy. Thank you. Okay, same sentiments with regards to the examples that we have, but also I'm still kind of getting used to our new revised round logo, and I have definitely used it as one of the more trendier, more modern looks for our online presence, etc. But when it comes to our city flag, my comments for this are to stay in line with my original comments with the logo that we've had, in that I'm sorry, I'm getting echo. But I'm kind of in favor of keeping the flag the way that it is, especially with given these examples. I'm happy to look at some additional examples, but I don't want to necessarily rush into changing our official flag when we just rolled out this new look, and it's something that I'm still kind of
Okay, well, very good. Well, so if you didn't pick up on it, I think the tenor here is to send staff back to the drawing board, perhaps get some better renderings of what's before us, as well as some other options.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may.
What's that?
If I may.
Yes.
Can you also bring back a budget of what this is going to cost? We're making decisions here coming up in the next few weeks on our budget. And I think just boldly going out and replacing all the flags might be something we not need to do right now. So if we can understand what the cost is of this to change these out across the city, it'd be good to know. Thank you.
Well, someone's got to go figure out how many we have. Okay, so staff has their direction. All right, we've dealt with 23. That's in process. And that takes us to tab 24.
Yes, tab 24, car number 5070. This is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the city code for ordinances by amending Chapter 30 zoning, Article 1 in general, Section 30-1 definitions to create definitions relating to small animal clinics and small animal hospitals, amending Article 3 district regulations, Division 10, B1A, professional business restricted district, Section 30-241 uses to permit small animal clinics and small animal hospitals as a permitted as a permitted use. Division 10, B1A, professional business restricted district, Section 30-241, 10, B1A, professional business restricted district, and Division 11, B1, restricted district, retail section, uses permitted to allow small animal clinics as a permitted use in B1A and B1 zoning district, and amending Chapter 30 zoning supplemental district regulations, Section 30-397, permitted uses and dimensional standard tables to amend the permitted use table for small animal clinics and hospitals, providing for conflict, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. A little bit of background, this initiative. Over the last couple of years, I've had more than one veterinarian, some who have practices in the city and some who have practices outside the city, who have been desirous of expanding or either coming into the city, and they all expressed to me that under our code, it was very difficult to find suitable property under our code to locate. So in thinking through it, in effect, that if you're in a B1A, in a standalone building on a lot of not less than 13,500 square feet, you can have that use. And in my mind, it kind of, separates the noise and allows some more flexibility for veterinary offices and small animal overnight hospitals to come into play. Certainly, it was brought home recently on our discussion with the spay and neuter, the temporary spay and neuter clinic, and just the general shortage of veterinarians and veterinary offices. While I'm confident that given our population growth and relative affordability, there would be more practitioners in the city limits. Okay. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any comment, questions? Councilwoman Avila? First
Yes,
reading?
thank you. I do believe that there were some recommendations that I made during our briefings that between now and second reading, that we take a look at the gap so that B2 can also allow for it, because there are cases where veterinarian businesses exist in our B2 areas currently, but our code currently is only allowing it in B3s, but then there's some verbiage mix-up. So I did make those recommendations, Mayor. Do you have any concerns about that?
No, I think that the table I was given in the lead up to crafting this, that these uses, except for large-scale emergency animal clinics and hospitals, are allowed in B2 and don't require a standalone building or a minimum lot size. So I think that we already have that. Is that correct, James?
It's correct. So in B2, the language says dog and pet hospital, and then in B3, it refers to veterinary hospital, veterinary clinic. So between first and second reading, I will make the correction so that the correct terminology referencing animal clinics and animal hospitals are used throughout.
Right, and I think the distinction was boarding versus no boarding, right, generally. Also, James, you and I had talked about, I think there was a typo in the number of veterinarians, and that maybe we want to consider between now and second reading removing that limitation, because you can only have so many people in a given building on that minimum lot size at a given time. Certainly, dental offices similarly situated have far more than that, for example, in all these medical clinics. So certainly, yes, certainly very amenable to Councilwoman having your concerns addressed, as well as perhaps the removal of the limitation on the number of veterinarian and support staff. It's been moved and
Thank you, I
seconded.
support that.
Okay, very good. So let's have a roll call on first reading.
Councilman Ross? Councilwoman Konsky? Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Cannibal? Councilman Fletcher? Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, that moves us to tab 26.
26.
Again,
Tab-
just some really quick background. At one of the first presentations our park consultants made, either publicly or at least one-on-one, was a recommendation to have an independent fundraising arm to get a not-for-profit set up to begin to independently seek grants and philanthropy for park acquisition, capital improvements, all those kinds of things. And when this first got on my radar, it was more in tune with the pending transfer that's obviously not yet complete of the new 10-acre parcel, but certainly Harris Field and the balance of that upgrade and renovation will also be on our radars and agendas, and certainly that vehicle to go out and do fundraising, I think would be very beneficial. And again, it's one of the first recommendations that we heard from the consultants. So that's the background of my bringing this forward. Yes. Okay, so we've got moved by Councilman Fletcher. You want to second it, make a comment?
Second with a
Second by the
comment,
Vice
please.
Mayor with a comment.
I just wanted to ask Chief if you would consider having somebody from PD there as well, just in case there are PAL-related.
Definitely no problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good, thank you. All right, Councilwoman Avila?
Yes, I'm in favor of this item. I just wanted to get a clarification on the board composition. It looks like the board would have approximately a minimum of 9 members.
Correct. 7 appointees, 1 from each council member, the prior mayor, and the city manager.
Or a representative designated by the city manager.
Correct.
The manager or his designee, or her designee, his or her designee.
So the city manager could be a sitting voting member on the board.
Correct.
Because that's not what's in here
Mayor-
now. Do you want to
Mayor.
make that amendment? Should it be?
Mayor, for clarification,
Yes.
the way that the resolution says it's one representative designated by the city manager. It's not the city manager himself.
All right, yeah.
I just want to, for clarity.
Okay, so Councilwoman, is it your concern that it be a designee of the manager, or that it be the manager, or none of the above?
No, I'm fine with the way that it's written, but when you made your comment, it confused me. So I'm just also getting clarification that is it 9 or is it 9 plus additional community philanthropic business, like up to a maximum, or like how many board members are we going to have on here?
Matt and Jane, I think it's 9. It's the 7 appointees.
It's established as
Yeah.
9.
Right.
There's a mechanism for the board itself by amending the bylaws to expand membership. You have ex officio advisors, and that includes the city manager, his designee, the Parks and Rec director, the Public Works director, and myself or somebody from my office as needed.
But the 7 elected officials will always have their appointees.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Very good. All right, anything further? I think we have a motion and a second. Well, let's have a roll call vote on the first reading.
Councilwoman
Or is this
Avila?
it?
This is
This
it.
Right, this is it.
This is
Okay.
it.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Avila?
We'll come back to her.
Councilwoman Konsky? Yes. Councilman Ross? Yes. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Cannibal? Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losner?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Very good. Thank you all. I think it's a big step forward to preparing for the future. All right. We've done the beacon, or the EDC. So that takes us to 28.
Tab 28 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, providing for the submission to the city electors of a non-binding advisory question concerning whether the city should cease operating its municipal electric utility and pursue an arrangement for electric utility service with a commercial electric utility provider, providing requisite ballot language for submission to the electorate, calling an election to be held on November 3rd, 2026, providing for advisory and non-binding effect of the question, providing for balloting, providing for notice of election, providing for implementing authority, and providing for severability and an effective date.
Yeah, thank you. I know that I know one council member has already weighed in. Any initial questions or comments from those of us who are here who have not weighed in yet? Again, I think the key words are non-binding straw ballot.
Mayor.
Councilman Rowe?
I'm totally against this.
So implicit in that, is it your belief that we should remain in the public power business?
I'm totally against this.
Well, you didn't answer the question. You don't have to, but it's neither here nor there. I think it's important to know why you're voting the way you are. It's more important than how you vote, be that as it may. For those of you who are here with the old-fashioned ways of the dirty looks and the arms crossed, I'll bear those slings and arrows. We got to grow out of old Podunk Homestead and recognize that we neither have the money or the capability to generate the needs of this city in the future. I run into folks all over town all the time that have a complaint that we're not reliable, that they know all we are doing is buying power from somewhere else and marking it up. And to the extent you were listening, I said at the very beginning of this meeting, this is no personal reflection on anyone, from Director Quiones all the way down to the newest person. No reflection whatsoever. I think it's time we take the temperature of the electorate. And if not by ballot, maybe authorize the manager to take a survey of our customers. We have city residents who are not on City of Homestead, and there are folks on the City of Homestead who are not City of Homestead voters. We can no longer stick our heads in the sand. I just attended the FMEA conference. The number one issue was the ability of communities in the future to meet the demand, that have the capacity to meet the demand. This is just a take the temperature of the electorate. Let me just say, you got to think bigger picture. This is not about just you. This is about our customers, and it's about the continued financial viability of this city and the enterprise. And I don't really understand what anybody's fear is about finding out what folks are thinking. So with that, Councilman Fletcher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And although I can agree with some of your points, I believe this is putting the cart before the horse. And if in one day we have to make this decision to move elsewhere, I believe it puts us at a strong negative position when it comes to bargaining. If we have a poll out there that all the residents and the customers of the city want to go to FPL, that gives them a stronger hand in any negotiations because they know the people want to go that route.
That may very well be, and I agree with that. However, if the reverse of that is if we receive an unsolicited offer from a public provider, are we going to call for a special election and spend a couple of $100,000 to poll the public? Or are we going to wait until November of 27 to get voter approval? Or are we just going to go forward?
Why don't we make a survey?
Well, I kind of agree with your concepts a little bit, but at the same time, I just believe it puts us at a strong or not so strong negotiating position. And all of us are put up here to make a decision. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, we don't know what that decision is going to have to be yet. Come November, we're going to know where exactly we stand when it starts coming to taxes. Mm-hmm. And at that point, we're going to have to make a decision. It may not just be the electric enterprise. It could be solid waste. It could be water and sewer. We may have to look at all of those things. I think we need to wait until we see what that information is.
The financial information.
the financial information before we make this decision. That's my personal take.
No, and that's fine. I don't want to fall into the trap, though, that, well, let's go get voter approval when a contract is pending. We may not have that luxury of.
No, and again, I
Of
think
time.
that's why people elected us at the time. Once we find this information out, we're here to make that determination. And it's going to be what it is at election time at that point.
Well, maybe it won't, but to our employees, we can't stick our head in the sand forever. If it doesn't happen this year, next year, the following year, there's going to be a fundamental change in the way we raise and spend money in this city. You know, the only two people who came and complained tonight from among the employees were people with their own self-interest. And that's why Homestead is way behind the rest of the region, because we never thought big picture, because you had a bunch of weak people sitting up here in the past who wouldn't say, we've got to act in the best interest of the community, because I know historically, when we were a community of 15, 20, 25,000 people, everybody knew or was related to one of you all. And that is no longer the case. There is not a sentiment among the public. They don't care. They want to flip the switch and they want those lights to come on. And that's the sad reality. And if you keep ignoring the big public interest, because y'all didn't come here organically. Somebody organized that. The old police chief used to do it. Somebody's done it with you all, and I respect that. That's your right to do so. But a failure of this item tonight is by no means the end of the story. So I don't even think we have a motion to go forward, I don't think.
If I may, Mayor?
Yes.
So obviously there are things potentially in the pipeline that is going to change completely the way that we're able
Absolutely.
to run the city, 100%. For me, without us even being able to look at what does both of these pictures look like, having our own or not, without that information, we wouldn't be able to make that decision right now. So for me, putting it out to a poll, no typical resident is going to have that information either.
But people don't think about that. There's a perception. Are we reliable? Are we cost effective? Are we efficient? I think the answer across the board is no.
I hear the opposite. I really do.
Not at all.
Whenever there's issues and I look at the email and see who's on call, it is always very, very informative. This is what's happening. This is a timeline. Personally, business here in the downtown, house in the downtown, 20 years, I hardly ever have issues.
No, I'm lucky at my house. Until tonight, I don't. I always get restored pretty quickly. That may not be the case in the future, but generally citywide, that I don't see that. I get emails. I'm stopped on the street. I'm stopped in the grocery store. And look, the reality is, on a good day, we can generate, I'm told, about 10 megawatts. Our requirements on a daily basis are up to 115 megawatts.
Meeting-
Manager shared with me that we need a minimum of $50 million to get anywhere where we need to be in our power plant to be self-sufficient. So this is not just a what if tax reform happens. This is facing the reality of this, and as Councilman Fletcher pointed out, other enterprises as well. Solid waste, water, wastewater, across the board.
That would be, figuring out future usage and demand obviously is something that we need to look at. But for me, it's more the renting or buying. That's the way that I see it. So I would need to understand more. For me, it makes more sense that we own it. We can make certain decisions. We've got a hand up, a leg up on being dependent on somebody else. So those would be pieces that I would ask for more information on and to understand what those two processes look like.
And again, non-binding straw ballot, but, I've finally learned in my lifetime to read the tea leaves and stop tilting at windmills when the windmill has already fallen on me. But, so, dies for lack of second. And thank you, Councilman. And that concludes the regular agenda, and I'm trying to thumb through here and see in which order we have individual council members' business. Yeah, yes. Mr. Manager, what do you have for us this evening? No, it's dead. Okay.
Ready?
Mr. Manager?
So tomorrow, the city is pleased to host a couple of events here at City Hall. School board member Luisa Santos will be visiting us with a group of kids on an educational tour as well as City Hall tour and the greater downtown Homestead area. We are also hosting Miami-Dade County tomorrow on their regular visit to Homestead for permitting. And more importantly, tomorrow, the city will be hosting a down payment assistance webinar. It's going to be on Zoom from 11 o'clock to 12:30 p.m. The link and information about this session will be on city website. The down payment assistance program is funded from the CDBG home funds. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
We didn't catch what time Board Member Santos will be here tomorrow.
Mr. Mayor, I believe it's 12 p.m. to 1:30 p.m.
Here in City Hall?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Mr. Attorney?
If I can request one executive session, Mayor?
Of course.
In the matter of LaSalle Educational Center, Inc. versus City of Homestead, case number 125 CV 24232 in the United States Southern District, Florida. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll make it happen. All right. Councilwoman Konski?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have two things. A big thank you to staff for the FIFA party that was at Losner Park. A great turnout for a normal Losner Park activity. However, I find that...
What does that mean?
I think attendance is low. It's bad. It was average. And I think our attendance for a city of our capacity, it's low. And I'll take some personal responsibility in that. And it's something that I did share with staff, that many of us old timers, I consider myself an old timer born and raised here, we don't attend these events. And I don't understand why. Maybe a few reasons why. And I'm going to personally take it upon myself to, in my terminology as a realtor, door knock. And get out there and share with people what's going on in the city. I think that it's a lack of awareness because they haven't been attending, and once they do, I think attendance will pick up. And it's important that we have more people there, especially as old timers.
Because the old timers aren't on social media, and they're not soccer fans.
I don't know, but it's still a social occasion. So I just think I'm going to employ them to come and check out what's going on at Homestead. They just don't do it.
I believe the attendance was so also. There was a lot of fear mongering about ICE being in that place. So that's one of the reasons that.
And it was 108 degrees on Sunday afternoon.
It was warm, but it was still a great party.
It was an amazing party.
I think you make a good point. There's a lot of unjustified online fear mongering about the presence and activity of ICE.
Yes.
No, one other thing. Havana Nights, I know that I was pushing for that event quite a bit, and I want to say thank you for all of those who supported the event. Our goal was to raise $30,000, and we were just a few dollars short of $34,000. So thank you very much for your support. These nonprofits, they do a lot with a little, so they're going to be able to do amazing things with this money. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for those efforts. Councilman Roth?
Thank you, Mayor. Just one announcement. The Military Affairs Council, along with the Kiwanis Club, of Homestead South Dade is putting on their Vegas night. It's an annual event. This year it's going to be August the 8th at the Redland Country Club. If you would like to get tickets in advance, you can go to Eventbrite, just type in the word military as long as you're searching in the Homestead area, and you can purchase tickets there for that event. All the money that's raised for in that event will go to help military families and help with scholarships through the Kiwanis Club. Tickets are $25. The event's again Saturday, August the 8th. Starts at 6 p.m. Complimentary foods, a cash bar, DJ, and the theme is the 70s. There'll be a costume contest. So come dressed in your favorite John Travolta or Saturday Night Live outfit.
Does it say age or era?
And whatever. Yes, it could be your age too, but those people won't show up.
Not yet.
Konsky just made the point that they don't show up to the event. So it's a
Don't make
70s
me feel
era,
like it,
70 era costume contest, and it'll be fun. There's all kinds of games, the typical casino games: craps, roulette, blackjack, Texas Hold'em, food. Like I said, cash bar, 6 p.m. to about 10 p.m. And it's Saturday, August the 8th. Eventbrite, type in the word military, searching under Homestead, and you will find tickets online. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also attended the event on Sunday, and I agree it was very hot, but it was an exciting game, and enjoyed it. And we had two different locations. One was in English, one was in Spanish. And most everybody was standing at the Spanish side because that's where all of the excitement was.
Spain.
But we would hear like 10-second delay ahead of us was the stuff going on at the other. So there was some issues that they need to kind of clear up. But all in all, it was a great setup, and I appreciate staff. We'll be able to get a roll-up as to what the vendors did, because that was my biggest concern, is I didn't see people at the food trucks. People were over in the park area, but not out on Chrome Avenue. So if we can find out what the end roll-up might be. I also sent an email to the manager and his assistants today in regards to the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau offering to allow us to advertise city events, city openings, things of that nature, so we can take advantage of that. And lastly tonight, I want to talk about something that Councilman Roth does every month in the Villages area, and we need to start redoing in the citywide of the district cleanups. And I would ask that we start looking at that in the early fall, not right now, it's a little too warm. But November, December timeframe, maybe start looking at jumping around to different districts and hosting a weekend event for cleanups where we could all show up and start cleaning up our city a little more. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Fletcher. Councilman Cannonball?
No, they already say it.
Very good. It's already been said. Councilwoman Avila, are you still with us?
I am. I'm surprised at my Wi-Fi connection. Thank you. Well, the reason why I'm not with you all this evening is because I have taken Girl Scouts from my Girl Scout troop up to Washington, D.C. for the Girl Scout convention. It comes around every 4 years, and all the cookies that these girls have pushed hard to sell over the last 4 years was for the purpose of funding their attendance to this convention, which is very expensive between registration, airline, hotel stay, incidentals, etc., as well as, of course, funding the activities that they do throughout the year, including like horseback riding at Redland Equestrian that we did this past Saturday. So thank you for your support of our troops in the community, Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, Scouts of America, and all of the different nonprofits that just feed into the lives of our children and families that make us a better community as a whole. Secondly, I did want to extend my apologies to Councilman Fletcher for my not being able to attend the soccer event, but I was following the FIFA game, and I was promoting it to different vendors and making sure that the word was getting out so we could try to push for a good attendance. I think that it's important that we get feedback, as he mentioned, from our participants, the vendors who are out there and setting up the booths and spending hours in making the event a success or a good event to attend, but not just for this event, but for the 4th of July event, for our holiday in Losner Park and the other events that we do throughout the year. I have yet to have a one-on-one where I can give feedback, and so I'd like to make sure that we're requesting feedback from the community, from our participants, and especially our one-on-ones with my colleagues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Enjoy DC. I love to go there. Vice Mayor Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I know the ice cream guy at least made $45 off my kid my kids on Sunday. Also, I thought it was great, but we need to look into misters, coolers. Speaking of the old folks, I mean, I can't. It's so terrible. And I think that taking advantage of a lot of the trees there and figuring out some creative ways to have some cooling stations needs to be put into play ASAP. But kudos, I thought it was really cool, the little flags going throughout, just a really great vibe. So I believe that's it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And I want to add the tables under those portable tent setups was a really good idea. 50 more of them, it would have been really good. But no, it's a really good start, and our events do get better and better. And I know we're going to outgrow Wassenaar Park one day soon for some of those events, be a victim of our own success. So a couple of things I'd like to remind the two of you who will remain nameless, who have not yet made your appointments to the Charter Review Committee. If you could do that so we could get them up and running in early September, hopefully we'll make that announcement at that famous August 19th meeting and move on from there to get them coordinated and moving in September to hopefully put some items on our November 27 ballot that would typically be effective at that point. I think there's a lot of fertile ground to talk about. I'd like to announce that I'm going to redesignate Councilman Cannibal as the liaison to the Faith Committee, and Councilwoman Konski, if you'll agree to take that on for the Agriculture Committee, to formally take that. And so next thing you know, the nice time of year will be here, and we'll be looking for those events. Sometime in the next couple weeks, I'm going to ask our assistants to reach out to each of you. I just want to kind of have a sunshine meeting about just some new Harris Field issues, kind of get ahead of the curve on what we'd really like to see there with this reimagining, so that we all can maybe kind of be cohesive and get ahead of these consultants, because time is of the essence. And with that, if there's nothing further, ask for a motion to adjourn. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. But don't run off. We still have to convene a CRA meeting. Let's take 10 and reconvene in the next 10 minutes and see if we can get moving. No, CRA, not for council. All right, let's move toward where we need to be and see if we can be out of here before tomorrow. All right. Ready, Madam Clerk? Ready? Let's go. Oh, good evening, everyone, and welcome back. Apologies for the lateness of the hour. I'd like to call the City of Homestead Community Redevelopment Agency meeting to order. For the record, it is still July 22nd, 2026, and it is now 9:52 p.m. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Board Member Konski? Here. Board Member Avila?
Here.
Board Member Ross?
Here.
Board Member Fletcher?
Here.
Board Member Cannavale?
Here.
Vice Chairwoman Bailey?
Here.
Chairman Losner?
I'm here. Mr. Director, do we have any deletions or deferrals this evening?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to request the deferral of car item 5116, Crow Marketplace, which is tab number 3.
Tab 3, do we have a motion to defer? Do we need a date certain or just, okay,
No.
indefinitely?
No.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to defer. Any further comment from the board? All in favor for the deferral of car number 5116, tab 3? All in favor, aye? Any opposed? All right, so, Mr. Director, that takes us to tab 1, the West Homestead presentation by the Integral Group.
Thank you, sir. I will give a brief introduction on this and then invite Kareem Brantley from the Integral Florida Group to share his presentation. As some background, and as we've discussed during our briefings, while these are two distinct agenda items, being the West Homestead as well as the Triangle Redevelopment Project, they are very much mingled as well. And so while we'll treat these as two distinct items for our action, I will give this background that will set the stage for both West Homestead and some of what we will discuss in the Triangle Project. The short recap of this is that in the year or so that I have been with the CRA and learned of these projects, or learning more of them, we have also become aware that a number of years ago, when the CRA was beginning to conceptualize the Triangle Project and that vision for the gateway to the Southwest neighborhood and the 4th Street corridor, there was a larger vision that had been contemplated that included both the CRA as well as the county. As some of you know, the county is very proactively working at redeveloping its affordable housing projects as well as developing its infill lots. And dating back to this time in which the CRA was creating the idea of the Triangle Project, as well as requesting that Miami-Dade County convey some of its property in this area to the CRA for the CRA's project, there had also been discussions with the county about combining some of the CRA's property with county property as a part of the county's overall redevelopment effort of that area as well. The housing projects specifically that the county had been contemplating were the West Homestead and Homestead Village projects, and then a number of their scattered lots. It appears as we have gone through the background on this, there were a number of conversations and meetings over the years between the city, prior staff, prior CRA, as well as the county on how these two could work together and on also some conveyance of CRA property to the county as a part of this overall development project. At some point that stopped, and then of course we had the changeover in staff that we have here, and we were not aware of that. We did learn of this last fall by way of our attorneys who were able to identify that the county had moved through this process far enough that they had conveyed the county-owned properties, being the affordable housing projects, as well as conveying their individual lots located between those housing projects and the Triangle property to Integral Florida. What had not been formalized in that process was any conveyance of CRA properties as a part of that project. And so this agenda item is to really have the brief presentation by Integral Florida to share a little bit more about how this perhaps came about, and then make a request to the CRA board to consider conveying, as had previously been contemplated, about 14 of our vacant properties to be utilized in conjunction with the county's project for the purpose of constructing for-sale workforce housing units within the Southwest neighborhood. So with that, I'd like to invite Kareem Brantley from Integral Florida to share his presentation, and certainly feel free to correct, edit any of what that intro was if I'm speaking out of line in any way.
Sure thing.
That mic check. We good down there?
One,
Okay.
two, 1, 2.
We're good.
We got it? All right. Good evening. My name is Kareem Brantley, 690 Lincoln Road, Miami Beach, 33139. I appear before you as a principal for Integral Florida. We are a division of a larger company, the Integral Group out of Atlanta, Georgia. So with that, let me just kind of dive in. I'll try to be as judicious as possible with how I spend our time together. But I want to just thank you for the opportunity to present to you. Kind of going into the etymology of it, the director started to talk about this. We had an opportunity to do a redevelopment here in the city of Homestead by way of Miami-Dade County. We won an RFP that the county issued some years ago, and we've been looking for an opportunity to continue the conversations that had started prior to this administration, this set of leadership here in the city of Homestead, this city manager, this director of the CRA. At some point, that conversation had fallen off. We decided, hey, well, I guess they're not interested in, pursuing what was the vision of the CRA at that time. We moved forward with our plan with the county. The county issued us basically 2 projects. They gave us the opportunity to redevelop some public housing land that is to the west of the Triangle property that we know today, and then also some scattered site lots that were in between that particular property of public housing and then the Triangle lots. And then so with that, we requested those lots to be added to the opportunity of award for Integral because we came down to Homestead, we drove the neighborhood. I'm from Miami-Dade County, I grew up here, and I looked around and I said, wait, we don't want to just do re-envisioning of the public housing site. What we really want to do is bring home ownership into this area because we saw so many infill lots there. And so the county listened to that wisdom. They had a different director at the time, Michael Liu, and of HCD at the county, and decided that that was a better plan than just solely redeveloping the public housing under the existing federal HUD programs. So with that, that's how we got here. And then as we started to be re-engaged with the city of Homestead, we asked that in addition to the lots that we have with the county, let's make this more of a collaborative effort. Let's work together between Integral Florida, or Integral, the city of Homestead, and Miami-Dade County, and do this together. And so we reached out and we said, hey, can we have these additional lots so that we can do more workforce home ownership? So we thought that the development of a neighborhood should not just be affordable housing, that it should have something that speaks to the overall community. We did some research, and I'm just going to go really quickly through these slides because I think there's one in particular that I want to touch on that speaks to the census of the neighborhood here, meaning the demographic outlay of the folks who are in this immediate area, and then also some data that we got from the city itself in terms of your employees here. So I'll spend a little bit of time just saying we're a 34-year-old firm based in Atlanta. We were the first to create mixed income housing. We did that with HUD some 34 years ago. The Olympics were coming to the city of Atlanta, and they needed a place to have the dormitories for the athletes. And the perfect place was right across from a public housing site that was dilapidated. The city decided that they would engage HUD and knock this down. That became the premise of what we call Hope 6 today, or CNI, CNI neighborhood grants. So we've done a lot of firsts. We're about 200 plus employees all around the country. We mostly develop in the Sun Belt of the United States. I get the privilege of serving as the developer principal in charge of the state of Florida and the Caribbean. These are just a representative list of some of the organizations and public-private partnerships that we've done over the years. We do a lot of multi-phase projects as well. This is just an excerpt from We Are Apartments. It talks about just wage growth relative to the need for housing. So we all know that wage growth has been pretty stagnant since the 80s, and we also know that the price of housing has been going up consistently since that time as well. So basically, to keep rents low, affordable housing requires project funding support. And so we're not rising to ask for any support from the city of Homestead in terms of financing or anything like that for this particular project for the workforce townhomes that we plan to put in this neighborhood with your support. But we just want to highlight that in order to really subsidize lowest incomes, you do need financial fiscal support. So Miami Homes for All did a study. The study was engaged with Florida Housing and all the information that has been collected over the years. And so through that study, they found that there was a deficit in Miami-Dade County of about 90,000 units. But this is probably the most important thing that we found as we started to think about how we would plan housing in the city of Homestead. And what you see here, the blue, the orange, the green, the other blue, and the colors there is basically 75% roughly of the population in this area of Homestead is at 80% AMI or below. So our two projects that we have with the county, again, one is a redevelopment of a public housing site, so that has certain mandates and we have to follow those requirements with HUD. So that will be redeveloped into multifamily rental housing. But when we looked at this and we got this data from the City of Homestead's own internal website for your employees and what the average salaries were, we found that the median average annual wage for an employee at the City of Homestead is $69,000. So that being the case, we thought, wow, we really want to continue down this path of home ownership, because if we can provide home ownership to folks earning 80 to 120% of the AMI, and then we can still do the work, the redevelopment of the apartment complex with the county as well, then we really have done something for everybody in the city of Homestead. And we thought that it would be a tremendous project to really be a catalytic project to really bring income into the neighborhood, so that you're not just saying, hey, the only thing that can exist in this neighborhood is, affordable housing. However, even in doing the affordable housing, we're not doing a traditional 20 at 50% AMI deal or 40% at 60% AMI deal. We're doing an average income deal, which takes us all the way up to 80% AMI, included in the rental portion of our objectives here in the city of Homestead. So we're really excited to be here, really excited about the opportunity to really be transformative in the neighborhood in a positive way and to do some really good opportunity for home ownership. We are a for-profit company. We are not asking for any kind of tax abatements or anything like that for the housing, the townhomes. That will be a good thing because it's accretive to your tax base. And so every time somebody purchases a house from us, it goes on the tax roll, and then they continue to own that house in perpetuity until they sell it, and it has no, real restrictions or anything like that relative to the homeowner. So we think it's a really great opportunity. People can take advantage of second mortgage programs at the county. I heard earlier today there's a fair tomorrow about home ownership here in the city of Homestead. So all those things will be available to those folks who will be potentially purchasing these homes. Here's just a quick snapshot. We call it phase 1 and phase 2. But one of the things that I'll show in another slide is that really at the end of the day, we are looking to build something that, whether it's corbels or something with significant design, outriggers, something that looks great. We're not here to do something that looks like a jail cell or anything like that, or a building. We want to have nice glazing, nice features on the exterior. It will not look like anything out of place in this neighborhood, and it will stay consistent with the existing plan that the city has. So when we looked at the plan, we saw that you guys have 5 strategic priorities for the city, and there's some plans for the CRA. We're meeting 4 of those. I won't go into them, but engagement, quality of life, infrastructure, and economic development. And then 14 goals of the CRA, and we're meeting all of those that are bracketed in the green. And this is just giving a rendering of what one of the versions of the townhomes will be. We're going to do this about 13 to 17 times. We're going to work with the zoning department to make sure we get as many opportunities for home ownership as possible. This is a gateway that leads you along 4th all the way down to the other project that was on the agenda earlier today. We think this would be a fantastic infill opportunity for people to actually own homes in this area. It's a beautiful place to do it, and it's right on the main thoroughfare, and we think it would be just the right thing to do. Here's a second rendering of another version of cluster of townhomes that we would do. This is more of a 3-story style, but this could even be potentially empowerment housing, where on the ground floor you have a rental unit of like a flat, and then 2 upper living units if you wanted to create economy where somebody could actually have a mortgage like a duplex and then rent the bottom and ease the burden of what it costs to live every day. We will work with the zoning department to see what is the flavor for the city, but we bring both of these as just examples of what we can do and all the possibilities that we will work hand in hand with the CRA and the city of Homestead. And again, just excited for the opportunity. I think it's something that will be a great reflection of the city and what we can do. So I won't go into this, but the last thing I will say is just our partnership request is to have the lots conveyed to us so that we can facilitate what I've spoken about already. And then it will increase home ownership. This will be attainable workforce homes, not affordable. It's revitalization on the 4th Street corridor, new recurring property tax revenue for the city. It will stimulate the neighborhood through new economic development and activate civic engagement and encourage private investment. So we think once we get started, everybody else will get started. This is just kind of an outlay of that block, so you can kind of see those blue areas are where the townhomes would be. Those other areas are the requirements that we have with the county. Finally, as we come to it, we will, do what we always do. Integral is a company known for having impact. When we step into neighborhoods, we like to do real community development, so we'll hire locally. We'll have apprenticeship programs. We'll reach out to the community and in various ways. We've always done that. We partner with Youth Build. That's a picture of one of our projects that we just completed in Atlanta. We did a Youth Build project in Opelika, Florida. Local contracting, when we work with the county, sometimes we have goals that we need to meet based on their SBE requirements. And then ultimately, we ran this through I guess it's kind of like a software that tells you what is the economic impact of doing the kind of work that you're going to do and the volume of work you're going to do. And we think that's about a $59 million total impact over time. So with that, I would just close out and just say thank you very much for giving me your time this evening. Open to any questions.
Board members, who would like to kick this off? Go ahead. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much for the presentation. This project has seen many different variations, and I am excited to see it here again. You mentioned the 4th Street corridor. It's always seemed to me it's a little bit of a gateway into the Southwest neighborhood, right? So it's not exactly what I envisioned. We've looked at some different types of projects that had a little more of that mixed use. So for me, I think the only thing that I would love to see more of is what do those open spaces look like? And is there potentially an opportunity to include mixed use, at least in pieces of the project itself? I'm all about the home ownership. I like the idea of thinking through what that 3-story version of a townhome would mean for our residents. But I did picture this as more of at least the part that is leading into the Southwest neighborhood, that it was a little more of a gathering, walkable, bringing back that walkable type of neighborhood. Go ahead. Were you going to have?
Sure, and let me just add in one item too. I think my 4 a.m. wake-up time is starting to wear on me, so I may have missed this in part of my introduction. One of the things that I do want to just also share with the board is that when it was our legal counsel that helped us become aware of this finalization of the agreement with the county transferring its properties to Integral Florida, that led us into a number of different conversations with our attorney and city manager's office, and subsequently Kareem, and then later into bringing both of these development partners together, both of these development entities, into a conversation where we could look at this at more of that holistic plan as perhaps it was envisioned. And so while I recognize that Kareem's project, at least at this point, is largely the residential, I do want to make sure that the board knows that this is not in any way changing the shape of what we had contemplated for the Triangle project. That is still, as we had discussed, a mixed-use project with a commercial component. And so understand that is not in any way leaving, but it is the valid point that there has been that longer view that the 4th Street corridor, at least in that gateway, become more of that mixed-use activity center as it once historically was.
Well, thank you. That's all I have for now.
Board Member Roth.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation as well. You mentioned you're a for-profit entity, but you want us to convey land to you for free to make a profit. Kind of explain that to me.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, we're restricted on selling a home. We can't max out the price of selling the homes. We have to sell them for the max price that the county has established. So,
what is that price?
I think at this point, I think it's probably about $521, $541. I'll get back to you with the exact number.
521,000.
Yeah. Or is it? Maybe it's 491. Do not quote me on it, but I will.
491?
I will get the answer to you. It's
That's considered affordable?
That's for the maximum sale price you can sell in the county.
Well, wouldn't you try to do that if you're a for-profit business?
I don't think that the market value of homes in this particular area reaches that number. So at the end of the day, it will be less than that, because even though that is the cap at the county, the maximum, no one's going to come and pay for a piece of property more than what it's actually
But you're just telling me the cap. You're not telling me what your intentions are to sell properties that we're being asked to convey for free to you for a profit.
Right. I was going to answer your question. So
okay.
We will do that final market study based on the type of townhome that we build. So the smaller we build it, or not the 3-story version, the 2-story version, it sells for less. And so because of the cost of construction, we are squeezed by having to basically sell them at that upper limit, whatever that is in that market, which is going to be a lot less than the question you asked me about the cap, or the question I answered about the cap, let me say it that way. So in order for us to be able to do that, the conveyance of the land for free does make sense, because it allows us to be able to sell it to that resident in that way.
But you're saying you're going to be selling them at market price.
We will be selling it
That's
at
not
market
affordable.
price with incentives for folks who are qualifying under the county prop.
I just have a hard time people coming here saying I'm a for-profit company and saying I want you to convey the land that's owned by the CRA and the citizens in the city so we can make a profit. I just have a problem with that. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate those sentiments. So for better or worse, I typically try to do my homework on those who are coming before us. And lo and behold, and coincidentally, 1 year ago today, on July 22nd, 2025, The Real Deal published a story about your plans in Homestead. And
I hope they got it right.
well, they got it from somewhere, and I want to ask you about this.
Sure.
The county owns most of the lots, and the city of Homestead will convey some of and that The rentals and townhomes will be reserved for households earning no more than 80% of the area median income, and the apartments will be 4-story and 13 for sale townhomes.
Correct.
Like Board Member Roth, I have a real problem with anybody coming in here and asking us to give them whatever the number is, 14 or 17 lots to go build townhomes on, while at the same time you're coming in with the county and you're building to the demographic rather than trying to approve the demographic with your multifamily projects. And I learned today from staff that they were able to go and recreate some of the correspondence between our prior CRA director and, I won't say you, when I say you, I mean you or your team, or regarding this. And that trail seemed to go cold in early 23, which was more than a year before this manager came on board, and probably a year and a half, close to 2 years before the prior director left. So nothing coming from you and nothing going from them. So I don't know that it's fair to characterize that we, the city, decided we were no longer interested. I think that this was a situation where I think the CRA director had kind of gone off the reservation and was making representations, writing checks that her agency couldn't cash, so to speak. But what really got my attention is in this article, and you can tell me if it's right or wrong, that Integral's rent payments to the county will total $36.5 million, which would include 20% of the cash flow over the 99-year lease. So the land for subsidized apartments does have value. Yet you're coming here tonight, to echo my esteemed board member, asking us to give you property that's probably worth in excess of $1 million to build and sell townhomes on. And when I look at this map, it would seem to me that if we were going to do this deal, a better layout would be multifamily on some of our parcels that would, in theory, engender at least a rent payment to the city of Homestead, rather than coming here and asking for freebies. So, but let me ask you one final question, your comment. I think part of this issue or this whole interaction came back around because, unfortunately, when the city advertised the Triangle parcel, it mistakenly advertised one lot under your control as part of our project. So let me ask you this. Well, I'll ask you this, then I'll ask you this. In a perfect world where we were going to turn the clock back 20 years and bend over the residents of the city and hand you these lots, would there be a transfer of that corner lot so that we could, do the Triangle as advertised? And secondly, I think built into this was this idea that your parcel and the Triangle parcel could be somewhat of a unified project by two different parties. And in our staff memorandum, there seems to be some indication that you've represented that there's some agreement to go forward together, yet we aren't privy to any of that. No one's confirmed that there's an agreement. So for me, there's too much ask and too many loose ends. So
yeah, I
please enlighten me.
Yeah, I can respond to some of it. So the county projections, first of all, just speaking to that, occurred at a time that was certainly not the environment that we're in today. So the cost of construction, the interest rates, the cost of money are totally different. I mean, when I say totally different, at the time when those projections might have even had any kind of muster on it, that was when interest rates were at probably sub 4. So we're now at a +7. Construction costs, labor costs were nothing like what they are. After COVID, you had a flatlining, and then it just took off. Interest rates took off, construction costs took off, labor has taken off, and labor has grown significantly in the cost of construction, probably about 5% over the last year and some change, exacerbated most recently by the lack of folks who had that skill set who are still remaining in communities. Some of those folks have moved away to other states or have been moved out of the country. That provided that critical, I'm going to call it downward pressure on more labor sources in order to do this work we have. So those projections do not hold any muster anymore, and we would definitely have to do that.
Speaking to the proposed lease payment to the county?
Correct. And the county understands that, and they know how they've been doing this for a long time, and they understand that those valuations and those numbers fluctuate up and down depending on scenarios and markets. That said, with regards to the venture that we would engage with the other party, we will do that. I'm solely coming before you today to talk about workforce home ownership. That was part of our second commitment with the county. We still will do that with the county. We wanted to bring the CRA lots because they had adjacency to the county lots, and it made the most sense to be able to do a townhome style like what I presented. And we still think that is the best type of home ownership for this particular area. So that is why I rise before you to add those lots to the plan. In terms of money to the city of Homestead, this is going to be a taxable property that's going to forever in its day that it exists, just like any other home in any part of the county or any other city will continue to pay those taxes every year. So that will be a residual from this project from a financial gain to the city of Homestead as well.
So your ask tonight is, in its purest form, is that we authorize the transfer of what appears to be these 14 lots that the city owns.
Yes, sir.
For the construction of townhomes.
That's correct.
Is there any obligation for a time frame and
we're going to get started?
The look?
I kind of glazed through the schedule, but we would like ideally to close on the first set of 5 townhomes this December. We want to get started right away on this. We don't want this to be something that we're promising to deliver and then it takes a lot of time. I can't control the HUD aspect on the multifamily, but what I can do is move very fast on land that the county owns that was transferred to us that does not have a declaration of trust with Washington. So that we're going to do right away. We would bring those properties, I would say they'd probably be somewhere around a 9-10 month construction time range. So about this time next year, we would expect that we would have them sold and have some people starting to move into the units.
And again, in your perfect world, if we were to agree to convey those lots, whether, over time as you do the first 5 and then whatever that may be, is that little corner lot that we advertised in play for us, or is that off the table?
Oh, no. We purposely, we have other lots that are on the back side where that corner lot, we do not intend to do development on that lot. That lot is going to the site controlling party for the triangle. So we work with the CRA to ensure that happens, and we will be working with that party to make sure that development gets done. So we have no intent to develop on that site. Once they told us the issue, we thought it was good partnership that we not, build on that site.
And obviously this all came about, the award of the RAD project to you, and it's kind of grew from there. Given the increase in labor and construction costs and interest rates, I guess, do you have an out clause? Are you at risk of being declared in default with the county? Let me just say this. Our experience here is bait and switch, year after year after year. Do we have any guarantees that you're locked into doing the balance of the multifamily if you get these lots? I mean, obviously you've got them phased, but, and I'm just playing devil's advocate because I don't support your ask in any manner. I want to just be really clear about that. I don't know where others are. I know where one might be, but the bait and switch would be, oh, okay, we're going to build these 13, 14 townhouses and see you later. And the balance of this county project languishes. And I want to say to our director, this was kind of written in terms of a comprehensive development with our proposed triangle partner. But I'm hearing here tonight that they're not, have barely opened that doorway of discussion as may have been represented or inferred by us.
Mr. Mayor, if that was what I conveyed to you, then I don't think that's what I said. But if that's what you received,
but you said we
then
can
I
talk to them.
transmitted incorrectly. What I'm trying to just communicate is I'm here to talk about the home ownership. I know the representative from the Triangle parcel will speak to their project later. I plan to remain here. I will speak to it at that time. I do not want to speak for them.
Okay.
But what I do want to say is we're in partnership with them. They can speak to it. I will support I just don't think it's my place to do that when I'm presenting an item about home ownership to then turn the conversation about their project. I didn't think that would be fair on my part.
Okay. So again, let me turn to my fellow board members and let them ask some questions or make any comments they may have. And then at that point, it'd probably be a good time to bring in our potential partner in the Triangle property. Board Member Fletcher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. But I tend to come to these on a very skeptical side because the lack of action in our CRA over the last 7 years that I've been here has been pretty bad. Things have changed. We have a new director who I have the utmost clarity in his qualifications to perform his job. But in his recommendation, it was for us to look and provide. He didn't really provide us direction on how they want to see this. And shame on me because I was supposed to go meet with him this week and I did not. I need more details. You already have these properties out to the west that we don't really see what's going on there. I need to understand what you plan to do on those fully to include these potential lots that we're going to convey at $0. And to my colleague's point at the end, affordability has always been at the front line when it comes to these properties. And one of our last vendors that came in here, came in with like a $360,000 price tag. And to me, that's not affordable for the people in Homestead.
And nor are those homes happening.
And I mean, we're seeing $400,000 condos being built on top of one another. And our traffic situation's not getting any better. And the jobs aren't here. So it's hard for me to wrap my mind around how this is going to work and benefit the residents of Homestead. So again, I need to do a lot more investigation. I don't know what your timelines are, but I need more time to have the discussion with the city staff to ensure they completely understand what they're asking us to do here as well.
And may I?
Yes.
your comments are relative to, so this is the vision on the screen for the multifamily. So the feedback we got from the city, not the CRA, but the zoning department, was low rise, something like this. This is the concept that we came up with for that multifamily. So again, the presentation today was really focused on the homeownership piece, but it is a comprehensive development. For us, again, as I started and I stated at the beginning, we didn't want to come in here and just do redevelopment of public housing. We wanted something that was speaking to workforce homeownership, folks who are making on the higher end of the income spectrum, not just folks who are in the middle and on the lower end. So this concept spawns out of that. We would do this at the western side, the triangle would be at the eastern side, and in between we would have that workforce that marries and matches up with what you already have there in some of those homes that now exist but have these big scattered areas of land in between. So I think there's more opportunity to even talk about what we would do in that 4th Street corridor. There's land on the north side that remains vacant. I'm not sure if that's privately owned, if they're going to do something with it or not. But our intention is to activate this area, be great partners with the developers of the Triangle, and bring this cohesively together so that you have some real activity, community building in this neighborhood along this 4th Street corridor.
I appreciate that, I do, and I still have some skepticism on the Triangle property just because nothing's happened, So again, shame on me, I didn't have my discussion with the director, and I need to have some more data. I'm not going to get that tonight. I don't believe I'm unable to support this in its current configuration. I have to have more information, and it's something I don't think you can provide me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
To follow up on Councilman Fletcher, okay. So, and I think you have this same map in your presentation that delineates in light blue your lots and dark green ours, and then there are red dots on what you want from us and yellow dots on, your blue. If you want to come take a look and see. Yeah.
Mayor, if I may?
Sure.
I just want to remind you that I'm still here.
Okay.
But I'll
Thank you.
wait towards the end to comment. Thank you.
So the whole block to the west of what I visualize as the current RAD that's going to be replaced.
The teal color?
This.
The teal color?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The teal color delineates all of your ownership of lots. Does it also reflect where you're going to do this multifamily, or are these outliers simply reflective of what's under your control? And would your multifamily primarily be more center?
So the multifamily will be in the teal area.
All of the teal area?
That's correct.
Okay.
And then where, I'm assuming where these dots are that are not orange, would be where you would have some of them are orange.
Right. The darker green with the red dots are city-owned that are proposed to be conveyed to you for townhomes.
Right. So if I'm looking at this where everything to the right side, which would be east of where it says Southwest 4th Court in the middle, where that print is, all of that is mostly will all be the home ownership. And then you have a few that are to the north of that printed Southwest 4th Court.
Right,
so the multifamily, again, is only really the teal. So you'll have multifamily in the teal.
Right.
That we'll do with the county, and then you'll have the multifamily in the green with all the elements that are part of that triangle property.
Okay. So, Councilwoman Avila, if you have any questions for this speaker before we bring up those involved with us in the triangle parcel, do you have any questions for this presenter?
Yes, mainly also that I think staff can speak to, because I did have a briefing on Monday where I was advised that the parcels from the county had not been conveyed yet. I know that there was a resolution and an awarding, but an actual conveyance had not occurred. So what changed between Monday and now? Because we're speaking now in absolute terms as though he has them.
There has been no change since Monday and now. The board, as we discussed in our briefing, had approved the resolution in terms of conveying this property or in that process to the Integral Florida Group. It has not occurred yet on the property appraiser, and based on the last conversation or a conversation we had with staff, they were trying to see why that hadn't occurred, but there has been no change based on anything since our discussion on Monday.
Okay, thank you. So to the applicant, do you actually have the deed for the properties, or are you still waiting for the conveyance from the county?
Yeah, so we have it under site control through an MDA. And then so as we build, it will go through a process where it would deed through us and then to the final end user. But we do have the master development agreement, which outlines that, site control.
So the MDA has been fully executed already?
Yes, it has been, yeah.
And that was when? When did that occur?
Oh, geez. It's been
Couple years?
Like maybe 2 years.
Right. I think where my discomfort in this project, it's multi-layered, because most of the time I have an opportunity to meet one-on-one with a proposer, on more than one occasion be able to sit down and have the project reviewed and questions answered and to get a real good feel of it. I think without maybe, other than an email that came out a couple weeks ago from our assistants to encourage us to have a phone call leading up to this meeting, I do not recall having had any one-on-ones. To my colleagues, have you all sat down with this proposer? Is it just me that's in the dark? I can't see you if you're shaking your head or not.
We all said no.
No across the board.
No across the board.
Right. So I think something of this magnitude, and where, I mean, essentially, you're asking for land to be conveyed, $0. I mean, we're not willing to do that for a property that we own and have major visions for. This one, these properties are sister lots to a major project that we've been working years for, and I don't know where or how we get to a position where an essential parcel to a project is conveyed to a developer, and the county doesn't think that we should know about it, or our staff is not aware, and years go by and we're not briefed. We're literally the last ones to know. Until now, when the ask is being given, and then it's rush, you want to sell these units by December. I don't get that. So I cannot support this item tonight. I don't understand why the Triangle property developers that we've gone into business with haven't been able to move forward in general, aside from this workaround with the lot. But I'm very skeptical. So I'll rest there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Avila. So, if you don't mind, if there's no objection, as long as they're here and they've been sitting with us for the last 5 or 6 hours, the folks from our Triangle project, I believe, are here. I think some input from them tonight, some clarification, yes, would be helpful. I don't see this going anywhere, but I think as long as they're here, let's avail ourselves of what they have to add. And Board Member Roth.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the properties. I didn't look at them earlier, but there is housing on those properties now. Are they occupied?
Some of them are occupied. The requirement that we have with the county is those folks will be moved off of the current housing that's there. It's not in fantastic shape and condition. And then they will be...
well, that doesn't surprise me.
They will be temporarily housed while we demolish and redevelop the property.
And I'm looking around the neighborhood with aerial pictures, And there seems to be a bunch of single-family homes around there. Southwest Fifth Court has single-family. Actually, there's two single families on Fourth Court, which is just to the east of where the multifamily is going to go. I can't tell if there's single family across the street. What would, what's the possibility of looking at these lots again? I think we have some restrictions on lot sizes, but instead of building townhomes, building single-family homes.
So my understanding is that we cannot do single-family home because of the overlay. We can do townhomes, and so our plan is responsive to the existing zoning that's there. So we didn't dream this up on our own. This is because of the current zoning there. But we're happy to do it because we do think that it makes sense to have more density there in a low-rise fashion.
Well, yeah, because you're a for-profit company. What's the density on the multifamily on, is it Fifth Street to Fourth Court, and that's Fourth Avenue to Fifth Avenue? So the bigger turquoise piece.
The whole block.
Yeah, it's something that's similar to the, I don't have the exact number, but it's similar to the project that will be considered the triangle.
Because right now on that piece, it looks like there's only 9 living units. And that encompasses the part directly across the street. So you'd be going from 9 units there to what, 40 units?
Something like that, a little bit more than that. I can't remember exactly what the density is, but it's something like that.
I like unpeeling the onion sometimes. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, board member. So let's hear from our Triangle folks. Is anything you could shed light on or help us understand where that segment of that area may be? So pull that down so you can be heard. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Can you give us an overview on where you are? I think we had a general proposal several months ago, a CRA presentation. Where is that? Are you kind of in flux because of that stray lot that we thought we misadvertised as being included? Has there been any significant discussions with Integral on doing more of a comprehensive development? Anything you can share with us to help us understand?
The last time I was here was in May of 2025. That's when we had our original CRA presentation where the presentation was approved and the project was approved. And we were moving towards development agreement. Since then, we have been working on that development agreement. It's been very slow. There's been a lot of delays. We've been trying to work closely with the CRA and the city to push that along. And that has been the major delays, really getting the development agreement. Back in March, we proposed certain points that we needed to change from the original presentation, which years had passed at this point since our original proposal. And since March, we've been at a standstill with the development agreement because until we can agree on those certain points, we can't finalize the development agreement, which is why we are here today. To answer your question about Kareem and Integral, yes, we've been in discussion with Kareem, trying to work through that issue in parallel for a few months in good faith. And we believe we do have a plan to make that work, which is why we're here today. If we didn't believe we could make it work with Integral and Kareem, we wouldn't be here today.
Okay, so because it's not just the lot, having that lot on the right side of the table enables vacations of right-of-way to expand the footprint of that project. It's not just one road, it's a couple of roads to expand your buildable area. Mr. Beck, anything to add to that characterization?
Yes, Chair. So to recap, and part of the conversation that we've had through this last couple of months. So as we have understood it, both Integral and the Triangle folks have been working together in jump in at any point here
Yeah, and I
in
can
trying
confirm
to
we do have an MOU with Integral in place.
in aiming to delineate how these two projects could happen as perhaps one overall vision that's both in terms of the development, we'll call it the aesthetic, the overall concept of how those can work together, but as well as how they could leverage each project against one another in terms of securing their additional financing that may be required in terms of the construction, the phasing, and how all of this could have perhaps the broadest impact within the neighborhood as they can, while also minimizing the impact to the residents and to the surrounding areas with this. There have been the delays in this process in terms of finalizing the development agreement. Now, candidly, much of that is when we discovered, which we had not known, the issue with the one parcel. And that is really what prompted a pause in everything with our legal counsel last summer. It did take a number of months as these folks worked through things over the winter in terms of how this project could come together potentially in a way that made sense for them and still would align with the vision of what the Triangle project had. Now, they had submitted to us, as I think we had shared with you, and legal has had the revised development agreement, which has gone back and forth. And there were a couple of points in particular, 4 of which are in your next agenda item for the Triangle project that they wanted to specifically call attention to the board. Now, we did not have written detailed terms in our prior presentation and approval from the board, but there was the general understanding. What came from that last conversation and what the folks at the Triangle project had requested of the CRA to take to the CRA board was either a clarification or understanding on a couple of points that related specifically to the phasing of the project as it related to how we were classifying the CRA contribution, the timeline to financial closing, and then also an element related to the property taxes. Now, 3 of those elements, which are outlined in your memo from me, the phasing, the timeline to financial closing, and the way in which our contribution towards this overall project was structured, was the same as what we had understood it. And so there was no impact, no concern. It's outlined in your report. But that was not an issue. Specific to, I believe, what Gabe was referencing in terms of the other asks is that, as was mentioned, this project has been on the books for a couple of years now. The financial market is very different than when they initially had contemplated this and proposed the project rather. And so one of the requests or the requests that they have asked of the CRA board is that should this project proceed, they would like the approval to be able to seek the tax exemption that would come from affordable housing units. That was the one big ask. And one of the reasons that we wanted to bring this back to the board is because that is different than what we had initially contemplated when we brought this presentation to you prior. Now, there's a second part which has been added into this and has come from the conversations that have occurred between the Triangle folks and the Integral folks, is that we still do have to deal with this one lot issue that it is what it is. And so the second add-on to this, as it related to the Triangle project, was working through some discussions with our attorney and these folks and how we could potentially have that development agreement structured in such a way that the Triangle development will commit as a part of that agreement to bring that lot to this overall project. Would still need county approval, but to bring this to that overall project for these folks to continue to work together. So the couple of things that we brought then tonight, and the way that these go, it was to, number one, as it relates to the Triangle project, rather gauge if this is something that the board is still going to or willing to support in terms of the potential exemption of the property tax on this project for Triangle, as well as to enable the Triangle project to bring the additional parcel into the development agreement. If so, then we can proceed with the development agreement as it had been going. And then also, tonight you would not be signing over any title or deeds on property, but if there's a willingness to consider, then a participation with the Integral Group in terms of the development of the workforce homeownership units between the Triangle project and the county affordable housing projects, as a part of a collective overall redevelopment project. Is that fair? All right.
Taking this in order with respect to the integral proposal, your basic ask is for this board to approve a conveyance of those, whatever it is, 13 or 14 lots, with no consideration for the construction of townhomes reserved for people who don't have more than 80% AMI.
Not entirely, no. So
what did I miss?
It is not to just sign it over and wish, right? This is an ask. Is there a willingness by the board and interest to consider this with legal terms that would be developed, right? So if the flavor of the board is just no, not at all, well, then that's it, right? If there is, well, then that would lead us into the bigger conversation with our, legal folks on what are those protections? What are the mechanisms that could be in place to ensure that this really happened?
Well, and those protections are almost something that need to be before us tonight rather than approving in concept. What's your pleasure, board members?
I'm going to vote no, so you can delay all you want.
Okay. I appreciate that, and I'm probably with you.
Are we voting on it, or are we just going to make a recommendation?
Well, I think it's, what are you asking us for direction or a decision on whether or not, in theory, we would agree to convey these lots with those protections?
Yeah, I think we're looking for direction, and I would suggest if this is something that, the board is interested and open in looking at ways in which this could still work, then defer this item and let's work that through. I think I would be candid. I find myself and even the executive director, this is a project we picked up, and we've spent a year trying to figure out how we can make all of this come together in a way that's meaningful for the community, that advances our redevelopment plan, and we're just trying to find a solution. So, this is seeking the direction from the board. I would suggest if there is any interest in continuing to explore how these projects can work well, then we just pause this today and let's have some direction on how we proceed in finding a clearer path, if there is one.
No,
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, Board Member Avila.
Thank you. And I know it might be bold of me, and this is not an effort to be disrespectful to any of the, professionals in the room and the attorneys, but I don't like being in a position like if we're being held hostage, we can't move forward with our project because of that one parcel, and it's been conveyed to someone else. It would be, I think, a great show of good faith if that MDA could get modified to release that parcel and have the county convey it to us, as we have been asking to have done for years. And then we can go back into looking at this negotiation in a better platform and see how we can work with this developer to bring attainable workforce housing to the Southwest area that complements the greater vision of the Triangle property. But I don't feel comfortable with moving forward with negotiating terms, feeling like there's a gun to my head, because if we don't, we can't build Triangle. And that's a position that we've been put in for many different reasons we could debate at another time. But as of right now, I would love the opportunity for this gentleman to proffer that he would go back to the county, negotiate to have that parcel released from his MDA so that we could complete our project and likely continue the partnership if that is the recommendation, professional recommendation of the Triangle property developers. Because if they feel like they need to work it out anyway to have a more cohesive, wholesome, greater success for the zone as a whole, then why not? Why wouldn't we be in that position to convey those properties in a way that makes sense? So I'd like to know if that's an option that he'd be willing to explore. Thank you.
I I couldn't speak for the county, but I mean, it's something we can investigate.
Did you hear
I
that?
think our commissioner, I did, I think I heard he said he couldn't speak for the county, but I think that the county would be happy to entertain the idea of us being able to work in partnership and collaboration to complete this magnificent project of the Triangle property while still being able to keep the essence of what they tried to do with your MCA.
You know, just for timing purposes, October would probably be very optimistic since there are no commission meetings in August. And to work through the county bureaucracy and get this on a commission agenda,
This is next year.
you may be talking early next year. And I don't disagree with the proposition. I really think that somebody thinks they've got our sensitive parts in a vice over one little lot. You know, the fact that this was engineered by the former manager and director to a large extent, not only this acquisition, but the advertising and the back and forth between the Integral Group makes me very uncomfortable. But we have a time frame with the Triangle parcel, and they know that. And that's why we're, you know, they may have us over a barrel that you may not. I haven't really picked up on any willingness to be reasonable at all. Maybe we just need to, you know, go off on our own to the county with our own lobbyist, with our own legal team, and see what we can do with respect to that lot. And maybe Integral plays ball in a show of good faith. Maybe they don't. I'm really not confident. I have a real queasy feeling about all of this. It's like Minority Builders Coalition all over again for me. And Chrome Marketplace and Shotgun. What did I miss? Nothing. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and councilors, I hope that I'm not transmitting to you because Mr. Mayor, I hear you make this statement back to me and I can't help but respond. When we came to do this project with the county, it probably should have been the county having a little bit more conversation with the city at the time. We're much past that. We arrived here on your shore to do something that is community building, community development. It is not our intention to have the city of Homestead over a barrel. I thought that when I approached the microphone today and spoke to the dais that I was talking about doing something positive for a community. I spoke to answering a question that the lot that is there, while we have the right to build on it, we specifically did not build on it once we learned that that was integral to, no pun intended, to the Triangle property development. When we talked about going back to the county to do that, we arrived at the same conclusion we arrived at tonight. It would be much easier for us in partnership to do something with the developers of the Triangle than to spend 6-7 months going back to the county trying to convince them to release one parcel and redo a whole MDA for the one parcel. So I want to make sure, how you vote or what you vote on is your business to do. But our brand is a brand of integrity. And what I will not do is say that I'm going to stand here and say that we're not that. When we came to the city of Homestead, we came to do that building there. We think that that is good building for a community. This is something we've been doing for 34 years. We are not coming to the city of Homestead to take advantage of the city of Homestead. If I left you with that notion, Mayor, then I certainly need to get fired for doing the job that I'm doing. Because the job that I came to do tonight was to share with you that I'm about building in your community, that I am from Miami-Dade County, and then the renderings that we have are something reflective of doing something positive in the community. So if I did not convey that to you, please accept my apologies and know that we are about community building and community development. And when we partner with the Triangle developers, with Redwood, we're trying to do something positive, and we looked at the whole thing and thought that homeownership would be an excellent complement to what we were doing with the county and what they were doing with the city of Homestead. So please accept my apologies, all counselors, if I did not convey that, because that is the intention of what we're trying to do. We're real community developers, okay? And yes, do we have to make a profit? Everybody has to make a profit, but things have changed.
Everybody
quite
but
a
the
bit.
city, because for me, the elephant in the room is you're walking in, the first words are, give me. I think my community's beyond that. I really do. And you can talk all this stuff about housing and tax base in the future. Bottom line is the city has a lot of money in these lots, and I know we're never going to get it all back out. But when you stand at the podium and say, yes, that's the proposal to give me, you lost me a long time ago.
And I'll only say this too, Mayor, and it's not on all the lots, but if you brought up this dry diagram here, for example, if you look at lot 11, it's not even a buildable lot. It's only like 25 feet wide. So we're taking some of
You're
these
consolidating.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, we understand there's a consolidation of lots.
We're taking something and we're looking at it to make it better. We're not taking from the city. So, I just, again, I have to push back a little bit gently or otherwise, just to let you know, we're really trying to do something good here. I hope you'll see the wisdom in that as we go, even if you can't support it tonight. But I look at that lot 11 and I say, wow, what opportunity we have around it. And some of those county lots to build townhomes would be the only thing that makes sense on that kind of lot.
Mayor, if I may.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have a workshop, so we'll be talking again in general about development in the area for the shotgun properties. I think it's on Friday. Could we add this item as an additional item for discussion and maybe rest on this for that 24, 48 hours, or at least up until that meeting time, so that everyone can absorb what's been discussed? Maybe our director can look at some options with communicating with the county, our needs and our concerns about that property that's essential to the Triangle property. And maybe something can get brought back up for further discussion to then bring it back for another meeting.
Oh, and I was saying before you chimed in, board member, I'm thinking that maybe the solution is, with respect to this item and the following item, is to defer them and have folks come back and talk about whether there is an agreement to work out that hanging chat of a lot and what a time frame might be and who needs to do what in order to go to the county and have a realignment. First and foremost, to your earlier suggestion, or reallocation of that one corner lot, so that if everything else falls apart with respect to a conveyance of these lots to Integral for the single family, the Triangle can go forward. And that I think that should be our first and foremost most interest. And I don't know that anything would be ready for the workshop, but they can come back to us in the interim and give us a better roadmap toward that goal if all the parties are willing to do so.
Exactly.
Is that
essentially, that's my recommendation, is to motion to defer these items.
Is that
Second.
at this point?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead. Let's finish up.
I don't have a problem with that. We're not going to build on it. As I said, we want them to be successful. We want to be successful in Homestead. So I don't have an issue with that. Whatever the timing is, if that proves to be too long, we can still pursue the avenue.
But if we can create better projects for both Triangle and your project, let's find that pathway.
I don't know that they get much better, but by that roadmap, but I'm fine with that if that's what you want to do. I'm looking at number 11, and we would like to start on those townhomes as soon as possible, if that was something. That's the one that's the least buildable. and we would ask that the city would convey that one. And it also gives the city an opportunity to see that we're about moving forward. We're not going to waste any time. We're going to get in haste and get this into the zoning department so that we can start on those set of townhomes there.
So you would be building 4 townhomes on the lots there that surround 11, and then would utilize 11 for a 5th townhome?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Because earlier I thought I understood that everything that was in teal was going to be multifamily.
Yeah, well, that's everything
Okay.
to the west of that. That's
Gotcha.
why I delineated
Okay.
by that southwest fourth court, because you couldn't really do it that way, say it that way. But that is a non-buildable lot, and it would add more value to what we're doing. Instead of us starting immediately on the 3 townhomes, we can go all the way across the block. That would add value to show you that we're about what we say we're about, and we can get started on that right away. And then we can come back and revisit any of the rest of the, I think that can be a compromise to also show good faith on both parts.
Mayor, if
I would think it would need to be tied to that corner lot. Yes.
I agree 100%. If we're asked to convey lot 11, then there has to be a commitment to convey
to release
from the
county agreement to us,
regardless of time frames, so that we can continue and build out the Triangle property.
And we would be willing to put that into an agreement with the city of Homestead that we would do that.
And obviously our attorneys and directors spoke earlier about an overall agreement for conveyance with protections built in for the city.
Correct. And I
Whether
would
it be
say-
1 lot or 14 lots.
And that's fine. I would agree to
Okay.
that, and I would agree that it would prohibit us from building on, it doesn't have a number, but the red outline parcel.
Gotcha.
And that we would work with the city of Homestead as well as the developers of
To
the
have it
Triangle
conveyed for Triangle.
to work out whatever is the best way to include that parcel in that development. We will make that commitment and can sign off on that. I'm sure City Attorney Matt can paper that.
Well, and that was my next question. I know he had something in mind for a global transfer that we'll have to narrow down for this potential one transfer. So I guess the direction tonight would bring back a package to us along those lines for the transfer of lot 11 in exchange for, and I don't know that you can necessarily say conditioned upon, because county's not in our control. Unless our commissioner will pick up your call, he sure as hell won't pick up mine, to get that going.
Yeah,
Would that be the direction?
Yes.
Or, Matt, kind of have an idea where we want to go with that?
Sure. I need to know what level of certainty you need prior to transferring the lot that's numbered 11 about the city's ability to obtain title or development rights to the corner
Right.
piece.
And I
Or
know
is it
you
a
mentioned,
condition precedent to the
and I
transfer?
know he mentioned it earlier, but how quickly do you need 11 to go forward?
Well, we would like to have that conveyance tonight so that we can go ahead and move to permit. Permitting takes forever. Even if the city is doing its best to help us, permitting takes time. So we would like to get that started.
Not here. We can expedite everything. We have no problems in Ms. Storch's department. No delays.
And so
It's the county.
we would be asking to convey that one tonight. It would come with whatever restrictions that I'm volunteering that we would agree to. We will not develop on the red outline parcel. We will facilitate whatever it takes to make that parcel officially a part of the Triangle development, whether that be through a county process or just us signing an agreement with them that parcel will be included in their development. And I think that gets us started. I still would like to come back at another day to ask for the full redevelopment of the community. We don't want to really come down and do little bits and pieces. We really want to do full community development. That's what gets us
No.
up out of bed. So
I agree, but in listening to you, I'm not sure that we can accomplish or meet your needs. There's no way.
So,
Matt?
if I can. So tonight's discussion, it was exactly that, a discussion. This wasn't placed on the agenda for action to authorize the transfer. I would like to, if you want to transfer the lot, that is fine. I will take that direction tonight, and at our next available meeting, I would bring back the package, like a more complete package for your consideration and approval.
They would also be tied to that other law.
Yes, well, and I'll
To the best we can.
We'll work with them to, see how far we can push to get the security that you all are looking for. But in the interim, just the transfer, to the extent you're looking for restrictions on the use of the property for the townhouses, et cetera, I'd like to put that all together so you have a global picture, and I'm going to bring that back to the next time you're going to get together, and I'll take that direction tonight.
So is it
to
our
bring it back to
direction
you.
to the attorneys to try to accomplish that, and hopefully we can meet everybody's time frame and needs, and if not, we tried hard. All right, so I think that concludes the discussion on.
I have one
tab
question,
one.
though.
Yes.
Not about that. Do we have capacity out there? Do we have sewer capacity for all this development?
Wasn't our action on Pump Station 11 tonight laying the groundwork to provide that? You make Cairo earn his money tonight and say that. Okay. Make it quick, my dog's waiting on me at home.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Currently, we do not, but we should after 11 if Force Main is done and we bypass Pump Station 15.
Time frame?
Q1 completion, Q2 to Q3 certification of 2027.
So that would seem to dovetail with normal construction.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I'll be here all night.
We have been here all night. We're going to make it to tomorrow whether we want to or not. Okay. So I think you've got the direction there. I believe that would dovetail into the next conversation.
With Triangle.
With Triangle?
Yes, sir.
That will take no action, will not take up that tab tonight. I don't know.
Well, let me go back then. I want to be sure we have clear position from the board related to the Triangle, and specifically with the ask on the ability to utilize the tax exemption as may be available to them for the affordable housing units, which was one of the asks as it related to the one change in the general terms that we had understood when we previously presented this to you. So the ask will be, is that something that the board can accept? In which case then we can ask legal to continue with the development agreement. And Gabe, I'm going to ask you to speak to this as well then. The developer has asked for the ability to utilize the state tax exemption for the affordable aspects of the development project based on the change in cost for this project from when they initially had submitted this. Please elaborate or clarify anything on that.
Perfectly said. Can I answer any questions?
Based on our experience with the development of the shotgun property and the failure of the award of the tax credit loan, doesn't that springboard us into the uncertainty that if it's not awarded, they may not be able to perform with respect to that portion of the project?
So I think this is going into two different things, and I'll ask Matt to speak on that. What I can speak to is more specific to their ask. This is not the ask related to securing additional funding. This is stating that going forward, as the state of Florida has created an exemption for the affordable housing units, when we had brought this proposal to you previously as a part of the development project, we had conditioned that they would not utilize that exemption, right? That was a part of our,
It's not tax credit, this is tax exemption.
Yes. Now, where the ask that has come forward is that, again, given, as you've heard from them, the change in the market dynamics, they have requested the opportunity to exercise that on the affordable units for this project.
Rental units,
Correct.
forever and ever, amen?
Does that last
And how
forever?
many
or-
units is that, Mayor?
What's that?
How many units is that compared to the rest?
120.
Out of,
So that is the entire,
That's
that's
the
the entire
entire-
multifamily building.
Yeah, the entire multifamily building is 120 units.
They all would be eligible for that?
Anything that's affordable within 30 to 80% AMI. Anything that's
But-
mixed income.
Are 49%?
Yeah.
oh, the ask is it 120 rental units be allowed to avail themselves of an exemption from taxation?
I think then the clarification that I would ask from this, Gabe, is that the program that we have previously approved was for the 120 units, of which I believe that 51% of those were what we had anticipated being the workforce being 80% AMI plus. Is that still accurate, and are those eligible for the tax exemption?
Those would not, if they were above 80% AMI, they would not be eligible for a tax exemption. We will need, I'll be honest, the flexibility if to make the deal pencil to designate all units as affordable up to 80% AMI. That is because these deals cost the same as a market rate deal to build. We generate much less revenue. Part of the way we get these deals financed is by utilizing the tax credit structure. We generate tax credits as part of these affordable units. We do not generate tax credits once you go beyond 80% AMI.
Mayor, if I
And
may.
so we cannot predict in a year or two what the market's going to be like, what the interest rates will be, how much the construction rate cost will be. So you need the flexibility to designate all units up to that 80% AMI.
So I think we need to defer this as well, because we don't have enough information about what this is going to cost us on a yearly basis. So can we bring this back as well when we get more information? Jared?
Yeah, we're going to need to know what that impact is and whether or not there's the ability and the willingness on our potential partner to make a pilot to indemnify the city for its portion. School board and the county can fend for themselves.
If it's the will of the board to defer this, I'll ask Gabe to opine on this, but from staff perspective, we can do that.
I just want to add one thing. We're not asking for a special exception to utilize the tax exemption. This is something that this state approved because they understand how difficult it is to build this type of housing anywhere in the state. Every single affordable housing developer is utilizing this incentive. It's not a special exception, but we are trying to build the project according to the vision that we all spent years forming. We do need the flexibility.
Sure.
But we have been working on this for years now, and if this item is further deferred, we have to respectfully walk away from the deal.
Oh, there you go.
I'm just being honest. We have been working.
That makes it
Mayor,
real.
if I
That
may?
makes it really easy for us, for me.
Right, Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, the whole deal, the structure of the deal is changing. And this is a special exception to the vision, to the overall agreement. Maybe not to the state, while the status exists, and they may, if we were to make it all affordable for low-income housing, then they would be eligible for it without an exception. That's understood. The reality is that's not the agreement. We did not want only affordable housing in that building. We wanted mixed income, and that's what's being changed. And so now you're saying if we defer it because we want more information and we want to look at your request a little deeper, you're going to walk away after all the time we've given you to get this done? That's very insulting.
It is a mixed income project. It is up to 80% AMI, just to make that clear. And we have been working at this for 3 years now.
If
So the role of the CRA is to eliminate slum and blight. And we are locking ourselves in to a demographic in several hundred units that are not above 80% AMI. Yeah, it's mixed income, 40, 60, 70, 80. While we strive to have better economic statistics, on one hand, you're asking us to cut our throats on the other with respect to economic demographics.
Good evening. Mayor, first and foremost, I understand your concerns. Vice Mayor, distinguished members of the council, friend, Mr. Manager, thank you for allowing me the privilege to be here. Thank you for allowing all of us to be here. I understand what your concerns are. And as Kareem mentioned before, I'm not going to belabor the point. We're in a housing crisis here, not only in your city, but in every city, across the board, no matter the financial demographics of your city. When this project was started 3 years ago, I was not here in the position I'm in, as both a builder and as a potential partner in the project. This is a completely different project, any way you look at it. When we started this project, construction costs were at a completely different position that they're in today. In 3 years, you've seen costs probably go up over 20%. This year alone, you're looking at, like Kareem mentioned, between 5%, they're even talking about potentially a 6% increase. When you're looking at interest rates, the difference between 3 years ago and today are significantly higher. Every quarter point can change if a project pencils or it does not. We're talking about potentially multiple points, and we're not seeing them go down. I'm in this business every single day. I've been in the construction business for 20 plus years. I've built workforce housing throughout the state. I built world-class housing, hospitals, schools. I built a portion of Miami World Center. I built upscale projects. Everywhere you go across the board, housing prices, construction prices continue to rise. If it's labor or if it's materials, there is no escaping it. So what I want to make you understand, which I don't really need to make you understand because you understand it, all of you are very sophisticated. You see what we're dealing with right now. I've been listening to your conversations across the board, whether it's keeping people in this community, affordability, but the prices do not continue. They will not go down. So we need to find a way to work together after 3 years to deliver this project for the community. We have an MOU existing with Kareem and his team. We're trying to do the best we can possibly right now to bring this to fruition. But as the mayor mentioned, and everybody's alluded to it, and by the way, I want to commend your CRA director. He's done a great job in working with us. But we also have one of our hands tied behind our back. The deadline to complete this job is 2029. We're almost in 2027. By the time that we finalize the design, we go to permit, it could potentially take about a year. We've got to finish this project in less than 2 years. Again, very tight time frames. Scheduling, again, is an art form, especially when you talk about construction. So we, as a community, both the board and ourselves, need to come together and find a solution here. No one is to blame, but we are behind the 8 ball right now in regards to delivering much-needed housing. So, like Gabe said, there's a sense of frustration on all ends. We want to deliver this for your community, and I know you're frustrated. Help us find a solution that, again, makes sense. But what we signed up for, proudly signed up to build 3 years ago, is a different project financially. Your experts across the room will tell you. They will tell you what the numbers are. Don't trust me. You don't have to trust me or Kareem or Gabe. Just read a periodical. Just pick up a newspaper. Contact any other municipality, and you'll see what the numbers are. So we're here to help you. We're here to be your partner. We want to collaborate. Let's find solutions. Help us to really deliver this project. That's what my intentions are. As a professional in the construction and engineering industry, and as a developer, I want to build. This is what I've dedicated myself to, is building workforce housing. There's a much need. When they tell you there's 90,000 potential units that are needed in this community throughout the state of Florida, I think it falls short, significantly short.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Mayor?
And I'm sorry for continuing. I just appreciate this.
As I said earlier, we need to defer this because we have a lack of information here. You just asked for a total tax exemption on the property. You said if you didn't get that, you'd walk away. I just want to remind you that there's a developer building 360 market rate rent apartments on Campbell Drive, across the street from the hospital, didn't ask for anything. They're building it right now. So this thing about we can't afford to build because of costs and labor and all this, maybe you need a different business model. Those people are doing it. But you're asking us to waive a whole lot of tax money on a development that may not even come out of the ground because you can't even get to that point yet. So I think we need to defer this thing. It's 11:30 at night. We're not going to solve it tonight and come back to us in a couple weeks whenever we can get another meeting scheduled. And then let's talk rationally about this. But for you to say what you said, that if you don't get this, you're going to walk away, that turned me off.
Councilman.
I really don't want any more discussion. They want to hear it, that's fine.
Well, I don't wanna,
I'll second your motion, Councilman Roth.
Yeah, so let's move on. We still got somebody else we got to hear.
No, I think that's
they
it.
brought treats.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Let me ask you that. With respect to the integral project, are those units going to be tax exempt?
That law or that
So,
statute
yes.
did not exist when we signed
Okay.
the MDA with the county. So we have not indicated to the county that we would do that. I think that, let me, and please, Councilor Roth, one second, because I know you're ready to move on. What we're talking about, it really does matter. When we are able to get that tax exemption, and so we most likely will pursue it, right? We're not in the same situation where we have to ask you to utilize that for the part of the project we have with the county. We can do that by state statute, right? That action, though, allows us not to have to ask local municipalities for so much money in order to fulfill these developments. Taxes represent probably 40% of the operating expense of any development, whether it's market rate or tax credit or affordable, if you want to call it tax credit affordable. At the end of the day, taking that 40% out of OpEx allows the project to get more debt proceeds because more falls to the bottom line to service the debt. So it meets there's more cash, higher loan amount, less asked from the county or the city for proceeds. Very little cash flow on these deals because you are serving some of the lowest incomes that you can serve. So we have buildings where the 30% AMI resident is paying very, very little relative to the 80% AMI resident. And what is further complicating tax credit deals in the present moment is there's a lot more supply because a lot of the market rate developers have decided to try to get into this business. And because there's more supply, the tax credit funders, banks, CRA, lending institutions have driven the price of tax credits down, further complicating the cost of development. So I wanted to give value vis-a-vis what the city could do to provide that to developments that are coming in as tax credits. There's a significant value, and it's less of an ask from you to fill the gap that really occurs because tax credit pricing is going down, and you don't get a lot of revenue from these units in order to do that. And the problem is, if I could build a 300-unit building in this neighborhood and it be marketable, and I could fill those, I would do it. There's no market study that I've seen that we've gotten our hands on that says that I could do that. And unfortunately, if I can't put that on paper and take that to a lender, they're not going to back the deal. They're not going to give me the tax credits because they're looking at that market study and they're saying, hey, that's why that slide up on the screen is so important, because it communicates something. It doesn't say where the neighborhood is heading. It just currently says what we can finance today. So just wanted to get that piece.
So bottom line is unless we're lucky enough to live in Pinecrest or Coral Gables, every community is subject to a diminution of its economics and a further erosion of its tax base through more and more subsidized housing. let's make the triangle parcel a well field and move on. I've heard enough. Y'all get mad at me when you call it workforce and affordability, and I call it subsidized. By God, when the taxpayers of this city are having to pick up the slack for hundreds of units, what else do you call it but subsidized? So I think Councilman Roth, or Board Member Roth, your motion to defer the triangle parcel has been properly moved and seconded. Let's have a roll call vote on that. And if they walk, they walk. We know where we stand.
Board Member Cannibal?
I'm going to vote no to everything.
Okay.
You're deferring.
All right, this is defer.
I don't want to listen to this
Okay.
anymore.
All right, we got your vote.
Board Member Konsky?
Yes.
Board Member Roth?
Yes.
Board Member Avila?
Yes.
Board Member Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Chairwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Chairman Losno?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Mayor Lago. Appreciate your staying around tonight. Longer.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate you, and we look forward to coming back.
Thank you, Mayor.
And presenting again. God bless you. Thank you.
All right, last item, Mr. Director. Thank you.
Could I get out of here?
So next item, as we continue to move through the agenda, we have pulled the car for Crow Marketplace, so that will take us to the approval of the minutes, clerk.
Move it.
Okay.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, second to last, we have a presentation, very brief presentation, folks, on a grant application that has been brought forward for a new ice cream and candy shop located at 51 North Chrome Avenue, directly across from Losner Park. This is a partnership between an existing business and two different businesses, rather, that have signed the lease on this property. And have been working with the CRA in creating this presentation that they will be making a request for the business relocation and expansion grant funds for the rehabilitation or for the investment rather in some of the build out of this space. The request was for $75,000. As you've seen, there's been an indication for $25,000 up to the board to decide in what your final amount may be based on the total project. So with that, it's a very quick introduction, but I know we're all tired and you've had treats, so I'd like to introduce Louis Fernandez, one of the folks or the gentleman really leading this project, who will give just an overview of what they are anticipating doing at 51 North Chrome.
Welcome.
Good evening. I recently retired from the government for 43 years, and it's amazing what the mayor, your office, everybody here, the dedication. It's 11 o'clock at night, and everybody's here. From working from the government, I wish that everybody gets to see this. I get back there, I get emotional because people don't understand what everybody here goes through. So I appreciate it. Maybe I'm not saying it from everybody else, from just experiencing it and seeing how you guys protect your cities. It's remarkable. Saying that, I want to thank you for giving me this time. I want to thank the CRA. They've been extremely helpful. I've met with the different people from your department, and it's a very relief. It's a big relief seeing how city workers care. Again, I've had the pleasure of working for the government for 43 years, and I know how hard it is. You have a very good city. I met with different department heads, and it's been a real pleasure, regardless of the outcome. I just wanted to say that. Now, on the lighter side, we have some desserts and some things that we're bringing into the city. We're working very hard to bring something new, something exciting, something up a standard. And what we want to do is we want to do a flagship store. It's a 100-year building. We have to retrofit it, make it Instagrammable, make it fun, make it community, make it part that people want to go to. They want to visit Chrome Avenue, they want to visit Losner Park, and I think this will be a draw. If you look at the first page, that carousel is not a figment of the imagination. That's going to be inside the store. So the kids, family members can take somebody under air conditioning, have a good ice cream, have gourmet desserts. We're going to teach them how to develop ice cream. And we have some ice cream and some cheesecake. I don't know if you want me to pass it out now so you can try it, so you can see the quality of the things that we're bringing. We have had to do this presentation to numerous vendors because the vendors are particular to what type of stores they go into. And we've been able to secure very high-end vendors, and that's a plus for me. It's been an accomplishment for my partner, and to being able to bring that here to the city is a good accomplishment. So that's your first vision as you walk into the store. I don't know if you want to.
Mayor, to answer his question, I think we should save the sweets till we get done with the business. Let's get it done, and then, we may not want to eat it afterwards. Who knows? But I think we can do that, right?
I think so.
So,
Sorry?
no, just hang on one second.
Okay.
So, the CRA was asking for 75,000, right? Or the applicant?
The applicant has requested 75,000.
Okay, and this says 25,000.
Mm-hmm.
So what changed?
Nothing changed. The applicant submitted the application, the request of 25,000, and the recommendation from the CRA was 25,000. It's up to the board to decide where you fall, where you want to be within that.
Okay, but it says here, CRA request at the bottom total is 75,000. On Exhibit 2. And my thought is if they really want to make that leap, let's do it. Am I wrong?
I'm not seeing where that is, so I need to find that.
It's after Exhibit 1, it says the memorandum from Jared Beck. Cost estimate, CRA request, 75,000 total.
I'm looking for it. Looks like this.
In your memorandum.
In your memorandum on your
I'm looking
Excel
at my
tab.
memorandum, and it states in here, the applicant has requested funding in the amount of $75,000 towards total hard costs estimated at $156,550.
You turn the page and it says staff recommends
No. Go
25.
back to that same page, and at the very bottom, in that graph, CRA request, 75,000 at the
No,
bottom.
that is their request. This is their table from us. So their ask in that cost estimate was what they had requested.
So you're not
based-
asking for that?
No, that is what they submitted to us and we included.
Oh, because that looks like you're requesting it.
Yeah, I did not label that well enough in this memo, but that is the table that they had provided, which I believe as you flip through your presentation is the same table or should be similar to the same table that is included in the PowerPoint.
Right. And so to development services, have you looked at, have they applied to you yet? You got to put your mic on.
We have been looking at some preliminary plans. We mostly looked at what we saw was that rendering, and he says now he has some drawings, but we haven't seen them.
Okay, so but in your expertise, are they going to require a change of use?
No, we in one of the meetings we sat with the building reviewer, and for what they want to do is mostly decorative. The ice cream will be manufactured somewhere else, so the only thing they will do there is serving the ice cream.
Okay, so
they might need a grease trap if they later want to do other things, like they were thinking on having a bar. Or at one point, they also spoke about having a gourmet market, but for the ice cream itself, they don't need anything.
Got it. Because it does say in, I guess, whoever prepared this thing, the grease trap would be like $28,500. I think that's kind of low for a grease trap, but they may not need the large commercial grease traps like full-blown restaurants need. So maybe that's a true number. I don't know. So I'll wait to listen, but I'm more apt to give them the $75,000 they're asking for to get something there and opened. That's all, Mayor. How's that ice cream taste?
Hey, what? I didn't hear you. I'm eating my ice cream. Let's call it gelato at this time. Ed, I'm sitting here thinking the grease trap plus 25. Split the baby at 50 something. Whatever that is. We have the standard grant agreement that protects us, that if we have liens against the building and other guarantees, and the grease trap's always there for the next business. So I'm good with 53.5. Gives you a grease trap and 25. Hey, board?
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I understand that the grease trap would be a great improvement to the property, but if maybe I misunderstood Development Services. If they were to expand their business and do the full kitchen use, then they would need to do a certificate of change in use?
But they
No.
will need a grease trap.
So as is, for their selling of the gelato that's going to be manufactured somewhere else, they don't need to do a change in use, but they don't need a grease trap to do that, to open up and start moving forward with their business concept as is. But the grease trap would allow them the opportunity to expand into the realm of bigger kitchen operation. If they do that in the future, would that trigger a change in use?
Not a change of use, but a building permit to add whatever fixtures they need to add.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're not granting funds for placement of a grease trap that they would not be able to utilize in the future unless they went through another set of bigger hurdles. So I'm just getting clarification that they don't need the change of use as is to operate, or in the future if they were to expand their kitchen capacity. Correct?
In generally, what the change of use means is a building permit. So yes, they need a building permit. That is what it is.
Okay, I forgot to mention, save me some ice cream, guys. Put it in the freezer for me.
Oops.
Thank you. So I guess then I'm confused as to the change in use, because I thought a change in use is when you go from like a office space for administrative services to a restaurant. And so you might still need a building permit to make any kind of changes to the interior of a bay or a commercial space without having to do a change in use. A change in use, it requires advertisement and different things. Or maybe Councilman Roth can help me understand better as well.
No, a change of use means a building permit to establish a use that was not there in that place. So in this case, if they want to add a bar or a restaurant or a coffee shop, they will need that building permit. You can call it a change of use, but the way to implement a change of use is to pull a building permit.
Board, if I may, the change of use process can be either or rather, the trigger of the need for a building permit associated with a change of use is if there is work, improvement to be done, versus no improvements to be done. So today, and it's one of those things that we are working to separate, right, to provide clarity. A change of use process is about the use. I'm going from one thing to the next. If I am not doing any improvement to the site, I am solely getting a change of use. If I intend to accomplish this ice cream shop, I need to improve the site. There is two instruments that needs to be issued. They may be correlated, they may be linked, but they're two distinct instruments. It's the change of use and the corresponding building permit. Our current state, similar to what we talked about earlier, link these things together when they should be separate instruments. And that is why there's, to some extent, confusion. But if, in this case, based on what I've heard Director Storch say earlier, this isn't about a change of use per se, right? They're not going, well, I don't know what the current use is of this site, but the change of use is not equal building permits automatically. A change of use is a change of use, one thing. If I am doing improvements to a site, I may also require a building permit. Second instrument. Two different things. Today, it happens under one umbrella, and that is what contributes to a little bit of the confusion, which we're parsing.
Got it. So
Understood, thank you. Mhm.
yeah, so in layman's terms, she's already said that this use is allowed there, and the only thing they'll need is if there's any construction is a building permit.
Exactly. Now the use is retail, and what they're going to do is retail.
Right.
So it's an equal use.
It's an equal use.
Yes.
So if they add on to the future, they may have to change of use.
Yes.
So that would be something for the future. For the future. So
That's not our problem.
yeah. So and then for clarity, if they don't put the grease trap in, they won't get the grease trap money. So they'll get the whatever he said, the 25,000 plus the grease trap. So they'll get 25,000 to start with, and if they expand and need a grease trap, then that money will kick in as well. So
Yeah, so my thought was up to the 28.5 for a grease trap, and then the miscellaneous 25 that was contemplated to be awarded by the CRA.
Right. Yeah.
Now, you don't own this building, you're a tenant, correct?
That's correct. We have to do flooring, paint. There's a big retrofit that we have to do that stays with the building for the simple reason that to bring in this quality type of product. A big number is the flooring. Flooring is 2,000 square feet. We have to do extensive new flooring on it to put the quality where it should be, to be able to bring. That's another line item that's pretty expensive. Painting the interior. There's big extensive things to make this a flagship building. Myself and our corporation, we're putting probably like $300,000 in improvement aside from what the CRA is going to give us. So the 75,000 was a cap that we were requesting because that's what we were told. In essence, we probably would need even more than that, but we're leaving it at that point because that's what we were told to leave it at. I mean, if you look at the line item, it's pretty.
Sure. Was there a motion with respect to the 53.5? No, not yet. Okay, and that's segregated up to 28.5 for the grease trap, and the 25 for other.
The only addition that I would make, Board Chairman, is if
Can you bring me my drink, please? Oh, sorry.
Mute.
Is that bringing up the discussion on the grease trap, I don't know if you've had a fully detailed quote on that yet. If the board does want to fund that, you may bump that up to a rounder number. So instead of 28.5, you may bump that to just say it's at $30,000 or something. That could be an allocation towards that grease trap. And then if you have the additional funds, would be used towards the eligible expenses.
Whatever you think we need to do.
I just wanted to put that out there that I don't think that that's an exact detailed cost, the 28.5. It is, though, in that range of one of the lower cost grease trap options that we know is available.
I mean, if you look at the renderings, the building is going to look totally different, and we've bid it out all three with three different vendors on every single item there on the list, and this has been not the least expensive, but the middle of the road to make sure we get quality work in there.
So this is so you bring up a point, right, Jared, about the grease trap. I mean, if we lock it in now at 30,000, what can they come back and ask for more if they need it? The attorney's saying yes, so you don't even have to answer, Jared. Thank you. Thank you, Matt. So,
Yeah, we'll just deal with it when it comes.
so do we want to just do the 25,000 now? And then when they figure out what they want to do later?
So the only concern with that would be that our grant guidelines require that the funds be pre-approved by the board, and then they are a reimbursable expense. So if he's in the process and he's ready to do his grease trap, while they're doing this build out, if he doesn't already have an approval the board's going to pay for it, then he's not going to get it, right? He either can't do it at the time, he's got to stop everything, or we could do as you have done in the past where you could stipulate it as you had stated that you would provide 25,000 or whatever it is towards the general work, and then an additional 25 or 30,000 towards the grease trap. You can stipulate it like that, and then that would be the easiest way to do, the clean approval now, and then allow us to let him go fully through this without having to break anything up in terms of other approvals.
Or is it cleaner to just say $55,000 and be done with it?
I mean, that's
Well, you want to designate, I think, a portion of it.
We want to
for-
ensure there's a grease trap.
Yeah, I think you want to do that, so.
So, may I?
You guys okay with that? Yeah? Okay, so that'll be the motion. What?
Okay.
Oh, hey, Matt.
I get where you want to go. So if we can have a motion to increase the total of the grant allowance, the way that this practically works is it's a reimbursement. If they don't put in the grease trap, they're not going to draw it down. So they're going to have a time period within the work is completed. If it doesn't go on in perpetuity. So if you want to say if it's not done in, a year, 18 months, then that money will automatically just be
Back into
removed and go back into the pot.
Okay.
And, they can always come back at some point in the future. But you can build it in an allocation, 25 plus another 25 or 30 towards the grease trap. And because it's on a reimbursement, it's not like it's out there forever. If he doesn't put it in, that money hasn't left your bank account.
Is there a preset time frame or no for usage? Or do we need to make that up now?
If I may clear something up.
Sure.
We would have to put the grease trap first before we put the floor. Floor is a big expense.
So you're going to do it
so
right away?
We're going to do it.
Okay, all right, so let's do that. Just do a 25,000 and a 30,000, you said, right? So a total of 55,000, 25, or 30 designated towards the grease trap. That's my motion.
All right, no, it's seconded. Yes, all right, let's have a quick roll call vote.
Board Member Roth?
Yes.
Board Member Konsky?
Yes.
Board Member Cannibal?
Yes.
Board Member Avila?
Yes.
Board Member Fletcher?
Delish, yes.
Vice Chairwoman Bailey? Chairman Losner? The motion carries.
And thank you for the ice cream.
You should try, just for a little bit of information, Miguel is a chef for ice cream, number 3 in the United States. He was awarded 110th in all the Americas. No, I'm sorry, number 11 in all the Americas, and 110th in the world. So you're going to have prime ice cream. Thank you very much. And enjoy it.
We do, but whatever you need to do. Okay.
Motion to move the meeting out.
Motion to defer the last two items, right? Yeah, there's the placemaking at the Paseo Park, and there's another grant discussion.
You want
Go
to
ahead.
I was going to say, if you want to defer one of these, we're okay with that.
Both of them.
Is the grant time sensitive?
That would be one, it's not critical.
Okay. Anybody want to move to defer the
Yeah,
final
I'd
two?
like to motion to defer both, and the one for the grant is tied to the shotgun property, so we can look at it too on Friday.
All right, we have a second?
Yes.
Matt, is it proper for the motion to be done remotely? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Move to adjourn?
Thank you.
Good night, everybody. Not quite, not quite.